just
That's
replace
usually
the faucet, would that fix the problem?
Well, I don't know what you mean by faucet. What do you mean?
From NRG Stadium this morning, I am Sean Pendergast, and here we are. Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. We had a day 1 with no picks for the Texans. We had a day 2 with multiple trades and 4 picks for the Texans. The Texans currently sitting on 6 picks today at the back end of this draft. 5 or 6, I believe, as I bring in John Harris, who is the draft analyst extraordinaire, Texans sideline reporter, Texans draft expert. Johnny, you and I have been doing this for over a decade now. Good morning. How are you, my friend?
Doing all right. Got a little sleep last night, which is good. Sleep is, I think as J.J. Watt said, it's the ultimate PED. So it was good to have that done. Just lay my head in the pillow, start thinking about what the Texans did last night. I had done a draft needs for the Texans last night, or before the draft started. I did it for every team in the league, and every position I gave players to watch. I was 4 for 4. In every position, I had all 4 guys. I had Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Tay Ursery, and also had Jalen Smith at corner too, so I felt pretty good about that. So once you get to day 3, a little different, a different chess match, if you will, trying to figure out how everything goes together, and we won't have a pick until 179. I thought for sure the Gladstone last night and Nick had made sure, look, they had a conversation and said, look, we need to give you a pick. We need Sean to have a pick.
Yes.
We need that to happen.
Right.
And for about 5 glorious minutes, it was there. And then it was gone.
And it was gone. Yeah, just poof. The magical Gladstone.
It was like Kwesi called from Minnesota and said, look,
yes.
I don't want Sean to have that pick.
No.
I like him, but I don't want him to have that pick. So how about you move up to 97, you move down, and away we go.
We'll dig into the players themselves in just a second. Yeah, the joke behind that is I'm here from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. today. As is usual, I do the first 3 hours of day 3.
3 hours?
3 hours today, yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?
3 hours. I'm just doing what I'm told, man. I'm just making sure I don't get fined. Yeah, man. So 11 to 2, which encompasses basically the 4th and 5th round of the draft, which as of right now are completely vacant of picks. But if I can do radio with anybody, Johnny, with no picks for 3 hours on draft day, it's the great John Harris.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But, okay, let's go to your world for a second since it's early. Put odds on him moving into this time frame where you can announce a pick.
I would say it's a pretty heavy favorite.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
we were going through the numbers before the show.
I think so, too.
There have been how many trades made total in draft?
13 total trades in the draft.
Nick's been in 5, so we're talking like 40%.
So Schefter put that tweet out there, and I was like, and water is wet.
Yeah,
what?
Exactly.
Like you live around here, you know. You know, it's like you live in the country, and you hear – cock-a-doodle-doo, you're like, yeah, well, I live in the country. It should happen.
Exactly.
I live in this building. I know trades happen.
Humidity in July. That's what this is.
Yes,
yeah, humidity
absolutely.
in July.
I just don't want them to trade me.
That's right. So let's so no picks in the 4th and 5th round. We'll dig into the guys they picked yesterday in just a second, Johnny, because I know there's a lot of audience waking up that didn't get to get your takes yet on those players. You're the foremost authority when it comes to anything draft in my mind. But let's bring in our third voice on the draft here, Brooke Kirchhoffer, who is going to be keeping us up to speed on everything going on in the draft, trades, prominent picks, and otherwise. Brooke, you've got the list right now. What's the inventory? As we pull out all our pocket change and put it on the table here for the Texans, what's our dry powder look like right now?
Yeah, so the Texans have 5 final picks. It's 3 in the 6th round, beginning with 179, 187, and then 216. And then in the 7th round, it's 241 and 255. But we've already seen Nick Caserio make 5 trades.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if we get some news here soon that they're back in the 4th or the 5th.
Don't get too attached to those picks is what I'm hearing right there.
Yeah, don't worry about the numbers at all.
Yeah.
Like we went into last night, Thursday night, I asked the guys, I said, he's got 5 picks right now. How many does he make? And Dre, Mark, and I, we all said 4. Robert said 5. We said 4. He ends up making 4. I kind of think the same thing today. I feel like there's 5, but one major reasons why is those 7th-round picks may not know the numbers, but, Brooke, you said 241 and 255, I think.
Yeah.
Those are round 8 undrafted free agent picks, signings.
Yeah.
But you're just, instead of getting in this battle of, oh, my God, we got to battle with the Patriots, the Bills, and the Ravens for this guard that we want out of Sacramento State, you know what? Let's just go up in the 7th round and draft this dude. Let's just go draft him. We're already in round 8, essentially. Let's have some picks there so we have these essentially free undrafted free agent signings. And they've done that in the past. Last year with the guys they drafted, I think they had 4 guys in the 7th round. And so instead of getting in those battles, you just draft them and you're done with it. And it just takes away 2 guys that you would have to sign through the undrafted free agent process. So I wouldn't honestly be surprised if they stuck with those picks, because that's happened before. Like, are we going to draft this guy? Are we going to sign this guy? Do we have a chance to sign it? Because you start calling in that 7th. Round 8. We're going to start calling round 8.
Yeah, well, and I would say, too, look, we know they've got extra picks next year, too. We're beyond where they're using the extra 2 or the extra 3 probably. Right. But that extra 4 that they've got, if there's a guy that they may like, that's something that might enter the chat. I have no idea. Yeah, that.
I mean, with what they've got 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s for next year.
Yeah. That's
pretty good capital to be able to say today, hey, there's a guy that really has fallen into this area that we didn't think he was going to be. We had a higher grade on him. Hey, you want to give up one of these 3s from next year that we got to go ahead 4th round?
Yeah.
I could see that happening. I mean, there's some guys on the board that I could see us with. There's some tackles I think could be kind of interesting. So,
the Texans themselves did a deal like that a couple of years ago, Johnny, that they had that pick, they had an extra pick, and they did the trade with the Eagles when the Eagles wanted Kaylee Ringo. At the top of the 4th round.
Right,
and the Texans had that pick near the top of the 4th round, and the Eagles gave them a 3rd the following year. That's sort of the time value of picks is if you're trading, it's 1 round ahead. If the Texans were, the Texans could trade that extra 4th if they see a guy in the 5th that they like this year.
I feel like that's a thing Howie Roseman pulls off, Nick Caserio pulls off. Those guys that have been around and been doing it for a while, those are the things they pull off.
Yeah.
They're thinking in 2 and 3 year increments, and that's how they look at this thing. And you can, again, it goes back to, you call it time value of money, time value of draft picks. It's essentially what you hit right on it. Mm-hmm. If there is a guy that you feel like you can get now and start capitalizing on him now, give up something, get it now, you're on in round 4. I mean, look, these are the picks that don't typically always work out. But the Texans the last couple of years in rounds 4 and 5, Henry To'oTo'o in 23, Kate Stover last year. We don't have that pick just yet, but I got no problems if they use a 2, a 3, a 4 from next year to be able to find something they like this year.
That 2 I'd like to hang on to, but I could see.
The 2 I'd like to hang on to.
I could see that 4 today. I could see that extra 4 turning into a 5 today. I could absolutely see that. All right, the pick is in for the Titans. They're leading things off today. Again, the Texans aren't picking for a good long while, as of right now, for at least a couple rounds. But we're going to get you up to speed. We'll keep you up to speed on everything going on. The pick is in for the Titans. We'll go to Brooke with that in just a second. But, Johnny, let's start digging in here on yesterday's activity for the Houston Texans. 2 wide receivers from Ohio State sandwiching the offensive lineman Tay Ursery out of Minnesota. Jaden Higgins with the 34th overall pick. Jalen Noel, a couple after Ursery, they get Noel in the 3rd round. They move back into the 3rd round to draft Jalen Smith, the cornerback out of USC. Let's start with the 2 receivers from Iowa State, who you had. I think this is fascinating. The comps that you had in your draft analysis for the Texans and at footballtakeover.com for these 2 players back long before this draft, months ago, were who?
Well, for Jaden Higgins, it was easy. Once I saw him up close, I was like, man, that's Nico. And I found it kind of fascinating. I thought Jaden had a pretty solid Senior Bowl, but I didn't think it was tremendous. I thought it was good, but I was like, man, I've seen him play better. And that was kind of Nico. Nico went to the Senior Bowl. Now, Nico had a whole year of rust. It was a whole COVID thing. And I was like, Nico Collins. And then when I went and watched more of Higgins, studied him, I'm like, I studied him more. So Nico Collins was my comp for Higgins. So that blew me away. Like, okay, man, this is weird.
Twinsies.
Then I thought after that, there's no way that they would draft Noel. And Noel was a guy, I love the Senior Bowl. I mean, HoustonTexans.com, you can go see my Senior Bowl notes. And I know for a fact Jalen Noel is mentioned in there numerous times, like in my Harris Hits from the Senior Bowl those 2 days. I thought he was fantastic. I mean, the way that he could start, stop, great hands, body control on the sideline for a guy that's not thought to be a perimeter receiver. I was like, man, this dude, I comped him with Christian Kirk.
Wow.
So I had Higgins to Nico, and I had the funny part is when I did my Noel scouting report, I actually had to write player comp Jaguars receiver Christian Kirk. And so I literally had to go in there and change it once we got Christian Kirk, put Texans Christian Kirk. So those are the two comps I had for those two. Tay Ursary, I said this in my scouting report, footballtakeover.com. When I first saw him, there's been a lot of talk about him. He was the first team all Big Ten, big guy. Like, okay, I'm curious to see him. And I watched him initially, and I went, I don't know. I was not blown away. But I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to write a guy off. Like, I'm going to keep going at this. And so then I watched him during the season in 2024. And I'm like, okay, I like him a little bit more. I got to Senior Bowl, and I started liking him, like, I'm not going to say a lot more, but I started liking him more. Like, man, the more I watch, the more I'm like, I like this. And then you read into him, and you're like, he was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. He squats over 600 pounds. He hang cleans over 400 pounds, which is amazing strength. So I'm like, okay. Then you watch him, and it's like run game. I'm like, okay. Pass protection. Like, he's not the fleeced of foot. Like, if he plays left tackle, you're going to think, okay, that's way different than Laramie. But he plays a different game because he uses his strength and he uses his assets in a different way. So I really, by the end of the process, I got to a point where I was like, I don't think in the first round, but I do think in that second round, and I do think they could trade up. And I was like, when I called his name, I was like, okay, I think this is good. I really had gotten to that point with him. Jalen Smith, saw him at Senior Bowl. And he was there for, I believe, only one day. Well, I found interesting, and I said this to Mark, all four guys were at the Senior Bowl. All four of them competed on the first day at the Senior Bowl. And all four of them put on a show in front of D'Amico Ryans at the Senior Bowl. Mm-hmm. And I remember I was sitting up in the stands. I was on the side with all the scouts, the team personnel, so I was over there. And I looked down, and I thought that was him with Nick. And then I got down on the field, and I actually bumped into him and saw him. And he was there for that day, just getting kind of a feel. And I think that matters. When you see these guys up close, when you get a chance to shake hands with them and see them in the flesh, I think that absolutely matters. So, yeah, Jalen probably went a little bit earlier than I expected. But all I got to do is put on Monday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys, and we're trying to match up in dime, and our third corner gets absolutely toasted. Jeff Okudah.
Yep.
Gets toasted. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you.
And one by C.D. Lamb either. It was Keonte Turpin.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that anybody can really stay with Keonte Turpin step for step.
Yeah.
But I don't want Spinks Tyson going 91 seconds.
He was spin
I want
cycle.
a 15-rounder.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think Jalen Smith gives him that. Special teams. I think he's going to be a gunner. He is one of Kalen Bullock's close friends. I'm not saying that totally matters, but you're going to get a good read on that. So, that's kind of how I felt about those, but I like that I had those comps.
Yeah, I love those comps. The two comps to the wide receivers, Jaden Higgins to Nico Collins, and Jalen Noel to Christian Kirk. It's almost like we're building a Broadway play, and we went and got understudies for the starters.
We got to finish the set.
Yeah.
We need a Jalen, and we need a Cyclone, and we could use another tackle.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Okay.
Jalen Travis is right there for us.
Oh, he's sitting right there.
He's right there about where we would pick. Jalen Travis from Princeton, transferred to Iowa State, was at the Senior Bowl too. So complete the Jalen Cyclone. We need an offensive tackle set.
I love it. All right, I got follow-up questions of what you just said, but before we do that, the first two picks of this fourth round are actually AFC South picks. And so let's do this here. Let's go to Brooke Kirchhoffer, who's going to be keeping us up to speed on everything going on in the draft today, trades, updates coming out of the breaks of prominent picks, and obviously anything happening with the Texans, we're breaking into whatever it is we're talking about. Brooke, we've got the first two picks here of the fourth round, relevant to the Texans because they're both AFC South rivals, the Titans and the Jags. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, they both go with offense. The Titans draft the wide receiver out of Florida in Chimray DK, and then the Jags draft the running back from Virginia Tech, Bashal Tootin.
Okay.
Screw the Gladstone.
And Johnny got a reaction to Johnny, and I think I know which one it is.
Yeah, listen, DK can fly, but I don't worry about guys that can fly. I mean, he's a good, tough physical. Went to Wisconsin, transferred to Florida. Had one of the better 40 times as a receiver at the combine. Tootin runs 4.32, and I know Figgy's going to like this. He's a 5'9" pocket rocket, as I say. Like, he's small but explosive. And that's the exact kind of guy I did not want to see Jacksonville get. A guy that in the pass game can be good, a guy that has speed to burn. Now, he puts the ball on the turf. That was my worry, that if he came here, I would worry about that. But you now added Travis Hunter. You now added Tootin. You've added two of the better athletes, speed-wise in particular in this draft. You get Tootin in the 4th round. That was a guy I was hoping that would be there for the Texans. Not at 179. Once I knew we were at 179, I'm like, we got no chance.
Yeah.
There's no chance. But actually, I kind of thought Tootin would go a little bit earlier. So teams allowing him to get to Jacksonville, that's not cool.
How do you see, as long as we're talking about the Jags here, how do you see them using Travis Hunter? What's the best use? They've made no bones about the fact that they want to get Trevor Lawrence help. Is that how you see them using him, as primarily a wide receiver with some corner stuff? Or is it the other way around? Or do they use the other way around? So corner with some packages on offense.
Yeah, and the hard part is going to be you've got an offensive-minded head coach in Liam Cohen. So that's going to be kind of tough, because I feel like if Travis Hunter would walk in his building and DeMeco Ryan says, yeah, no, DeMeco's great about, there was that whole his guys back when he was in San Francisco versus drafting Elijah Mitchell. He's no, draft a running back. We need that. DeMeco's good about that, but I got a feeling DeMeco would go, no. Travis Hunter's going to lock up outside with Sting. We move Kamari inside, and now we're ready to rock. I think with Liam Cohen, they may look at it a little differently, but I'll tell you this. If Jacksonville doesn't solve the other corner problem, they're going with Jerry Jones more than likely, and I liked him last year in the draft. But he and Travis Hunter. So I would go him full-time corner, and then as much as he can handle offensively, I would end up doing that way in Jacksonville. Here I might flip it. Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that. My guess is they had to have a plan of what they're going to do. And
if you're trading all that draft capital, you better know what you're doing.
You better know how you're
with Travis Hunter, no question. You don't make that up as you go along. All right, this is the 3rd pick coming up here in the 4th round. We're not going to cut in on every pick today. There's going to be a lot of picks. It's going to be moving pretty quick. But this is a significant one to the Giants here. Brooke Kirchhoff are jumping in right now. Brooke, what do you got for us?
Yeah, going back-to-back running backs. Offense-heavy day here. Giants draft Arizona State's Cam Scatibou.
Scatibou.
There we go.
Scatibou.
I like Scatibo, though.
I do, too.
Maybe we can get that working. He's going up to New York. Maybe they can do it. Yeah. But
Johnny, one of the more fascinating players here. First-team All-American, the big catalyst behind Arizona State's Cinderella run to the college football playoff this year. And I think the big thing here, it seems like that he's still there in the 4th round because he can do it all. Running style he has. What does the odometer look like for him if that's what they're going to use?
They're going to have to manage that. But I think in New York, it's manageable because they drafted Tyrone Tracy last year, who had a tremendous year. He went over 1,100 yards rushing as a rookie. They also have Motor. They have Devin Singletary. But Scatibou gives them something a little different because if he's your 2nd or 3rd back, your defense is worn down a little bit. Tracy's a former receiver. So he's probably not going to bruise you and beat you a little bit. All of a sudden, Scatibou comes in, and as a defense, oh, God. That's kind of the feeling. Like, that contact balance, he is going to run through and over people. And that's going to give the Giants a little bit of identity when he comes in. So I'm curious how that plays. But if you remember back to the season, one of Cam Scatibou's biggest supporters was Nick Saban. And who just drafted him? Brian Daboll. Who was Saban's offensive coordinator for a couple years? Brian Daboll. So I would imagine as many people as you can talk to get a read on, if Nick Saban is giving you the thumbs up.
And absolutely. Real quick before we go to break, because we got to hit a break here, and when we come back, we'll get you guys up to speed.
Saturday. Let's go.
Where was Scatibou in the Harris 100?
Yes.
Where was he?
I can't remember where I had him. 90-something. I think maybe a little higher. Not 65.
Back end of it, though. Yeah.
I thought he was going to go last night. If I'm being honest, I thought he was going to go last night.
3rd round.
89.
Okay. And that's right about it.
At this part, I'll take it. Give me a ding, man. Seth would get a ding.
Seth's going to get a ding. I need a bell. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. Yeah. That's pretty good. Before we go to break, Brooke, you got something for us?
Yeah, and Scatibou, too. He's the first FBS player since none other than Christian McCaffrey to have at least 1,500 rushing yards and 500 receiving yards in a single season. I mean, this is a guy you can bring in and can have an impact right away. I think that's a steal getting him in the 4th round.
Yeah, I think the receiving aspect of his game is underrated. And it was really what kind of
throwing the ball in the playoff game.
But pass protection is going to be one thing. It's also a guy that's gone through it. He started his career at Sacramento State. He goes to Arizona State. He really becomes the face of that entire program, and they just jumped on his back. When Sam Levitt, the quarterback, went out injured, it was like, all right, what are they going to do? And he just give me the ball.
Yep.
And I remember in that game against Texas, he is physically spent, physically. And it was like, well, yeah, he's dragging that offense on his back.
On his back, yeah.
So and still at the end of the game, when they needed 2 yards, they got 2 yards. So I don't know what this means for Motor. I don't know if Scadaboo gets – but that's a pretty good 1-2-3 combo for Jackson Dart when Jackson Dart takes over for Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. And by the way, I hope Hard Knocks goes to the Giants.
Oh,
I know it won't. I know it won't.
No, they already need to do the offseason
Shane will
one.
not let them in the building at all.
Not again. No, not after off. Not after.
My God, I'd want to see that quarterback room. Can we Hard Knocks quarterback room?
That would be great. That'd be phenomenal. All right, let's hit a break here. And when we can everything on, we're off and running here in round 4 of the draft. And the Texans. We got a ways to go, but we're going to have our antenna up here. Anything can happen when Nick Caserio is involved. When it comes to trades, if the Texans get involved in rounds 4 or 5, we'll jump right in on whatever it is we're talking about and keep you up to speed. I'm Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris and Brooke Kirchhoffer. We got you covered. Day 3 of the NFL Draft, round 4, off and running on a Saturday. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when your injury is still unbearable, at Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Is it football season yet? The 2025 Houston Texans season cannot come soon enough, and we're already daydreaming about the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium. Though the dates and times won't be announced until May, our home opponents are set. C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans will face off against opponents like the Broncos, Raiders, Bills, and 49ers. Sign up for the 2025 priority list, and you'll be one of the first to have access to tickets when they become available. Visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets now.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Turo's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Turo's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and multiples. The program has proudly reached over 1 million students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Sign up today at HoustonTexans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, welcome back. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are live at NRG Stadium. Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris, draft analyst extraordinaire, and we will dig back into follow-ups to Johnny's analysis of some of the Texans picks. Again, the Texans, we are 4 players in, all drafted last night for the Texans. We'll dig back into that. Texans not on the clock anytime soon, barring a trade. But we have had a couple players go off the board, including another pick from an AFC South foe. Jacksonville already picking twice today. We're not even at 11:30 yet. We go to Brooke Kirchhoffer with the latest on who's gone off the board.
Yeah, they finally got some defensive players to go off the board on day 3. Craig Woodson, the safety from Cal, is going to the Pats. Oh. And then Jack Kaiser, I know this room will not like hearing this one, from Notre Dame, the linebacker, is going to the AFC South rival, the Jags. And then for the Raiders, attendee Dante Thornton Jr.
Okay, so there you go. So, Johnny, 3 picks off the board. We'll start with the Jags one because that Jack Kaiser is a player, Johnny, who obviously I've watched every snap of him being a Notre Dame guy. You were at the Senior Bowl. He was at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
That felt like a guy that if he was there in the 5th round would have been the perfect guy to add to both the defense and Frank Ross's special teams here.
You're dead to me, Kaiser.
Yeah.
You're dead to me.
Yeah.
It's a great pick for the Jags. Yep. It's a little earlier than I would have gone, but again,
day 3.
I mean, I had him as a 5th rounder. He goes in round 4. I saw a video. I don't even know if maybe I sent this to you. I can't remember.
You did.
But the Senior Bowl did a bunch of videos, and college season gets really long. The national championship game was played on the 20th. They had to turn around and then go to the Senior Bowl, and there were a lot of guys that were committed to the Senior Bowl. Ohio State didn't play. But Notre Dame, Riley Leonard, Jack Kaiser played. And they interviewed Kaiser, and he's like, what, am I going to sit around? I get a chance to wear the Notre Dame helmet one more time? I get a chance to play football for a whole nother week? Hell yeah, I'm going to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like, I'm going to go down there and improve my draft stock. And I saw that video, and I literally melted. I was like, this guy's swarmy as hell.
He's swarmy, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, and it was at that point. And I like him as a player. I mean, I think he can go sideline to sideline. I don't think he's the fastest linebacker I've ever seen, but he's got good speed, reads well. He's now in Jacksonville. And in Jacksonville, he's got a great chance to contribute because Devin Lloyd has been up and down and up and down. Oluokun was injured last year. Ventrell Miller had to step up, who played really well against us. I think he got a good chance to go in there. He's going to be a special teamer right away. Like, boom, done.
Yeah. Yeah, he feels like one of those guys that could be captain of your special teams for like the next 10 years.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He and Andrew Wingard, they'll be, Mutt and Jeff. So you got those two. I think it's a good pick for Jacksonville. The irony that Gladstone takes a domer is not lost on me.
No, that's a kick, right? That's the square in the
I love the Woodson pick from Cal. That Cal secondary, I said last night, that Cal secondary with Noel Williams, Craig Woodson, and Marcus Harris, good secondary. Really, really good secondary. And then the Raiders, a pick from the grave. Al Davis would love this pick. This dude's 6'5", 204. His name's Dante Thornton. He's an Oregon transfer, went to Tennessee, and he flies. Like, flies.
Yeah.
So Gino's going to have to, get that cam cannon ready, Gino, because that dude can – but that's what he does.
Yes.
That's pretty much all he does.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on the board, but that's what we've got going on so far here as the 4th round is underway in Green Bay today. Johnny, circling back to the Texans – just as a follow-up, you gave a great breakdown on each of the 4 players they drafted. I want to start with Tay Ursery, the offensive tackle, because that was already a room that's very interesting now on the heels of the, I'll call it the teardown to start the offseason.
Right.
And now the build back up. I know there were a lot of anxious Texan fans on Thursday night going into Friday that all those name offensive linemen that they'd gotten to know over the last couple of months through mock drafts and so forth all flew off the board before the Texans pick Connor going off the board afterwards before the end of the 1st round. But I think Ursery coming in here makes things very interesting. There's so many different permutations now that could potentially be the week one offensive line. Where does Ursery fit in on that? And what are your thoughts so far? Like, if the Texans had to throw the best 5 out there today, what do you think that looks like right now?
I find here's where, Titus makes it interesting because he can play both guard and tackle.
Yes.
But I do think in what is in that room that Titus should stay at left guard. I saw when Titus went over left guard against Miami, I saw a different guy that played guard the year before. That he was just different. He was more dialed in. You could see that he wanted to finish a little bit more in the run game. I just felt like, and I said last night, I say it now. I walked in, I went and found him in the locker room. I did my interview, went and found him, and obviously no Titus since he got here in 2019. I've seen that dude go from, being a single youngster, get married, have kids. Like, I've seen the whole maturation of Titus Howard. And I love Titus. I love Titus. It hasn't always been great on the field at times, but I love Titus. And I said, I know you want to play tackle. It's pretty evident. You want to play tackle. I said, but you gave up for the team today, and you moved over and played guard. And that was huge because we don't win this game without you going over and playing guard. And the offense wasn't brilliant that day, but he did good things, and I kept my eyes on him. And I said later, I think he's a better guard than he is a tackle. So I think Titus is at left guard, and I think he's going to be a good left guard for the rest of his career. Look, the Texans had Jack from corner to safety all those years and wouldn't do it. And they get him over there and pull him back. Get him over there and pull him back. Leave Titus at guard.
Make a decision, yeah.
Left tackle, I think, is going to be Cam Robinson. Right tackle, I think, is going to be Blake Fisher. You know how I felt about Blake, going in. And I said this when people were squawking about Blake in the second round. I said, look, he ain't coming here to compete to be the swing tackle. He's coming here to compete to be a player on this.
You said that a year ago sitting in that chair.
That's right.
To the date.
That's
yes.
right.
Yeah.
A little tighter here and that. And I was like, look, this dude could play.
Yeah.
Give him time. Was it perfect last year? No. Are the analytics nice to him? No. Don't give a damn because that dude showed some growth. He's got swarm in him. I think Blake Fisher's your right tackle right now. Center, coin flip. Jarrett, Juice, they're at least in the mix. I don't know. I would take Ursery and put him at right guard. And I know that sounds like, wait a second, he's a tackle. When you think about what we lost in Laramie Tunsil, where did Laramie Tunsil play his rookie year for the Miami Dolphins?
Play guard.
Play guard.
Yep.
They had Brendan Albert tackle. They drafted him to be a long-term tackle, but getting him on the field, getting the best 5 on the field in Miami, they had to play him at guard. And Laramie even said, like, that experience helped him. Ursery's wound differently, but I think with his size and his strength and his power, he can be a really good guard until you need to move him out to tackle when that day ever comes. Look, Cam's on a 1-year contract. Trent Brown's on a 1-year contract. You can always move him over. I felt like going in that Ursery was a right tackle guard more so than he just thinks his power, his strength is something that this offense needs. He's very athletic, but that power to me and the way he down blocks, the way he moves guys, the way he gets hands latched on, and the fact that he has only played a few years of football, he doesn't have all these tackle habits that you have to break to move into guard. So
the whole thing is still kind of new to him, relatively speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Lake and Tomlinson, vet, and Ingram, vet. Those guys are all going to be in a competition. This is a 331-pounder that can move with long arms and can move people. So from that standpoint, and I know that's putting a lot on him early on, but if I'm putting my 5 out there, I want Ursery on the field. Now, you get training camp, and one of those guys we talked about plays his way out of a position. Mm-hmm. All right, well, maybe we got to reconfigure. And we know that we got 2 guys in Titus and Tay that can play tackle when you need it, but I think putting him at guard would give them a really, really interesting opportunity to run the football differently than they did last year.
Last question on Tay Ursery on the offensive line, and then before we go to break, we'll check in with Brooke and see what's gone on since we got our last update at the beginning of this segment. But we know, Johnny, it feels like at least that part of the change and the teardown of the offensive line has as much to do with getting more talent in the door. It has as much to do with that as it has to do with trying to get a different mentality in that room, trying to get the offensive line and the offense in general to be more wavelength as the defense. How does Ursery affect that? And how do you think the Texans as a whole have done with that with the guys they brought in so far?
I think Ursery I mean, look, it depends on how you define talent, athleticism, all that kind of stuff. Last year's line was the most physically talented line I've seen since I've been in this building. And that dates back to 2014. It's the most physically talented line that I saw. You're talking about Laramie Tunsil, Tyson. I mean, dudes could move, strong guys, long arms, those kind of things. But it was not the best line because of many different things. But I think Ursery, just listening to his press conference, listening to him talk with Drew, seeing the videos, like you can see it. Like you see what they're looking for. It was like with Blake last year, same kind of thing. You see it with Blake, like pretty, kind of quiet, but when on the field,
some dog.
He wants to ruin you.
Yeah.
He wants to put you in the dirt. And I think that's a mentality that I think they would like to have. I think you were going to find that in this draft for the most part on the offensive line. But I think this is, and maybe I just want it to happen, so I'm trying not to be blind to this, but I saw it on the field a couple times in the playoff game in particular. I saw Titus getting jacked. Like, he'd make a block, and he's like he's getting excited like you want the offensive line to get excited. It wasn't just like, all right, well, I blocked for 3 seconds, and I'm done. He was finishing blocks. And if there's one thing, if they said, hey, come and talk to the offensive line room, and you've got one sentence, what do you want from this group? Blocks. And walk out. Like, they know what I mean.
2 words.
They know what I mean.
Finish blocks.
Finish.
Yeah.
Put people in the turf. Let Joe step over people you've knocked down.
Yep.
As opposed to watching those guys hit Joe, and then you keep watching Joe. No, don't watch Joe. Finish dudes at the line of scrimmage. And I think Tay Ursery is going to be a guy that does that. And at the Senior Bowl, man, oh, my God. A lot of times, a lot of people just watch the one-on-ones and stuff like that. In the team stuff, you're like, oh, that's kind of nice. But you can't really see. Ursery was on my side playing right tackle. And I'm telling you, the guy that just got drafted by the Eagles, Ty Robinson, he took Ty Robinson, who was down on a 3 technique. Ursery down blocked him and then knocked him to the logo on the other side of the field.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, I wrote a note about that. I'm like,
holy crap.
Yeah. Like, you don't write a note about an offensive line and team drills. You just don't.
Yep.
You couldn't miss it. He knocked his ass all the way over by the Senior Bowl logo, and I'm like, all right, well, let me make a note of this. So, so the Eagles going and getting Ty Robinson, J.J. Watt light, Ty Robinson, Ursery took care of him. But, hopefully we see them because that would mean we're in the Super Bowl.
That would be, yes,
nice.
we see the Eagles. We see that matchup again. Sean Pendergast with John Harris. Let's go to Brooke Kirchhoffer here. Brooke, there have been a few picks since we came back at the top of this segment here. Before we take a break here, get us up to speed on what we've seen so far in the 4th round since Dante Thornton Jr. went off the board a few picks ago to the Raiders.
Yeah, and speaking of the line of scrimmage, somebody that the Texans are going to have to deal with as they host the Buffalo Bills this year is the defensive tackle from Kentucky. He was drafted 109 by the Bills. Arian Smith, the wide receiver out of Georgia, is going to New York. And
that's ironic.
Ty Robinson, as you mentioned, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska, is going to be with the Philadelphia Eagles. But one thing about Ursery that we heard from him after day one, he said he's that nasty offensive lineman and wants to bring that mindset to the Texans. And remember, Nick Caserio said he's a tackle until he isn't. So maybe something they're already thinking about, too, with moving him inside.
Well, I would imagine it's something they've talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do in these draft meetings. A scout gets up there and starts presenting, and it's like, could he play guard? And the scout's like, yeah, and then they debate it. I mean, it's that's what goes in this process. There's no question about that. Now, I will say this. I have heard so many guys, not just Texans, offensive linemen, like, yeah. I like to put guys in the dirt. I like to play with that nasty. And you get them on the field, and you're like, dude, you're soft as tissue paper. Now, I don't see that in Ursery's game, but I take that with a grain of salt at times because it is, you hear that all the time. Oh man, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna work my ass off. I'm on the grind, man. I'm on the grit, and then they get in there and they're like, dude, you got Louis Vuitton all over you.
No, Johnny. Here's the biggest adjustment.
What the hell?
For all these, not all these guys they just picked, but at least the first 3, the 2 Iowa State kids and Ursery. Let's see how you feel after that first 95-degree, 98% humidity practice, right?
That is going to hit you square in the face.
Yeah, let's
over.
Yeah,
tell them how that went last year.
Yeah, you got to put Mother Nature in the dirt first before you worry about that guy across from you.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
So true.
Yep.
Now, I do think watching Ursery on tape, like he plays like that.
Yeah.
So the reason I said Arian Smith is ironic is he's like, I don't know time-wise, I don't know what he eventually timed at.
Yeah.
That's the fastest dude in this draft.
Okay.
He's a flyer, and he went to the Jets. See, ironic, flyer. Jets.
Oh, there you
By
go.
the way, I sent my son this. I need to send you this. The Jets posted a picture. They said how we are celebrating on Thursday night, and it was the Sopranos all in their Jets gear. It was Paulie and Chrissy and Tony.
Gandolfini.
I gotta
Send it
find
to me.
this.
Yeah,
I gotta find this.
Send it to me, and I'll send it to me, and I'll post
dying.
it. Send it to me, and I'll retweet it. All right, let's take one here. The Texans, of course, not on the board right now in the 4th or 5th round. That can change with the snap of a finger with a trade into the 4th or 5th round. We're about 9 or 10 play. Well, we are about 8 players in here on the 4th round. So we'll keep up to speed on anything going on significant, non-Texans, obviously. I do want to circle back to one of the wide receivers they took yesterday, Johnny, last night, Jaylen Noel, and that's a really interesting one to me, given what this team's situation is in that room, specifically at slot and with the smaller wide receivers. Also, we have not mentioned the elephant in the room yet for the overall NFL draft. Got to get thoughts on Shador Sanders and where that's all sitting right now. He's a quarterback out of Colorado who was supposed to go about 6 days ago.
Has he been drafted yet?
Not yet. No, not yet. It's a big story, Johnny. I'll get you up to speed.
All right. Yeah. Do that.
So coming up next, stay here. Love this. Day 3 of the NFL draft here on Texans Radio. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoff with you. This is Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
From the Whataburger inbox to your speaker, Kayla writes, I'm dead because of no mushroom Swiss. We checked it out, and Kayla, though a bit dramatic, is totally fine. And that's great because the mushroom Swiss burger is totally back, just like Kayla loves, with grilled mushrooms, melty cheese, and creamy au jus sauce. Kayla, don't mess with us like that. The skull emoji is not for playing around. The mushroom Swiss burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Right now, during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale, save up to $600 on top brands and get a free adjustable base. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
The Houston Texans are proud to partner with Kroger and the Houston Food Bank to tackle hunger in Houston. Huddle Against Hunger, presented by Kroger, is a free, downloadable curriculum that includes activities designed to teach empathy and understanding around hunger in elementary, middle, and high school students. Parents and teachers, join the huddle now by visiting HoustonTexans.com/huddleagainsthunger.
Want the Houston Texans to get your kids ready for the upcoming football All season 14 can now register for our youth football camp presented by Chevron on Saturday, June 21st. In this one-day action-packed tackle or flag football camp, kids will learn the fundamentals of football at the official Texans practice facility. Your children will have a blast learning from the pros and meeting Texans special guests like players, legends, Toro, and more. Spots never last long for this popular event. Visit HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball to register now.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Welcome back. Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer with you here on Texans Radio. No Texans picks yet. No Texans picks until the 6th round as of right now. But you need to stick with us because, A, you're getting some pretty good analysis on what the Texans have done so far and what's happened in this draft so far, and B, the Texans can jump back into this thing at any time. And if the past 2 days and really the past 4 years are any indicator, if history is any indicator, Nick Caserio will be popping in on the draft at some point here via trade. There have been 13 trades made this weekend so far. The Texans have been involved in 5 of them. And last night was a very, very active night for the Texans. So keep it tuned right here all day long on Sports Radio 610. All right, before we get to follow up with John Harris on some of the Texans picks last night and talk about Shador Sanders a little bit, who, by the way, still available for teams wanting a backup quarterback. Shador Sanders still out there. Anything happened during the break, Brooke, that we need to touch on here draft-wise?
Yeah, the Saints take the Oklahoma linebacker Danny Stutzman, and West, the defensive tackle out of Indiana, and then just coming in now, the Panthers are taking the running back Trevor Etienne from Georgia.
Okay, so the brother of Jacksonville Jaguar Travis Etienne. Now you have intimate knowledge of the Saints from your time in Louisiana. For those that don't know, Brooke spent years in Louisiana covering sports and specifically covering the Saints, especially very recently here covering the Saints the last few years. Any thoughts from you on that pick for the Saints right there?
Yeah, I like that linebacker pick. Demario Davis is on the tail end of his career in the NFL, not just with the Saints. He's somebody I could see as one of those veterans who goes and joins up with a playoff team for 1 year. I mean, he is that on the back end of his career. Still performing at a very high level. He's doing some unique things, actually. We did some behind-the-scenes stuff with him about European medicine and why he's kind of found a fountain of youth. But no, linebacker is definitely a need that they needed to fill.
Johnny, anything perk your ears with those picks?
Well, I walked out of this room and I saw Stutzman, and I turned back. I was like, he'll start in 2 years. Mm-hmm. And Brooke eventually came around to agreeing with me, and I was like, look, I do team needs for every single team, and I looked at linebacker, and I was just like, man, DeMario can't play forever.
Right.
So Stutzman would end up that Stutzman's he's a really good player. The player that I thought that came up after Stutzman was C.J. West, and he's defense tackle at Indiana. I thought that would be a good spot for the Texans. I actually had him like 80-something. I can't remember where I had him in my Harris 100, but I felt like it's a really good player. 49ers needed to bolster the interior. At him, good player. Trevor Etienne now teams up with Chuba Hubbard. It's a nice little 1-2 combo there. They got rid of Miles Sanders. That wasn't working anymore.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it worked at all.
Yeah.
So Chuba goes in there. Like I like what the Panthers have done. They basically have said, look, we're seeing Bryce turn the corner. Mm-hmm. Let's give him another weapon so they get T-Mac. Then you get a guy like Trevor Etienne. And as long as Etienne keeps it under 75 miles an hour, like, he'll be fine.
On the road, that is, people.
On the road.
They'd be happy if he went 75 miles an hour with a
handoff. On the road.
Yeah.
All those Georgia guys. Just keep it under 75, bro. That's all you got to do.
And T-Mac is Ted McMillan, for those who don't know.
Yeah. And I love the fact that all that noise about T-Mac, and I was staunch in my belief of that guy. And so when he went 8, I was just like, kind of like, there's a little fist pump under the table, just like, yeah. And then it started pouring down rain, so we had to go. But I was just like a little bit like, yeah. Because I mean, he's asked about it. It was interesting. His press conference was kind of interesting because he was asked, hey, how do you compare it to the other Panthers receivers? Did you see this?
No.
They asked him, ESPN.com, Charlotte, hey, how do you compare to the other receivers on the team of the Panthers? And he sat there, and he kind of like smiled, and he goes, I don't think I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah, that's smart.
I was like, that's the most brilliant answer I've heard.
That's smart. Don't let him suck you in.
But they asked T-Mac about that video where he talked about, I don't watch the NFL.
I don't watch football, yeah.
He said he was a freshman. He was just kind of overwhelmed with life and everything, just didn't really know he's coming from high school or was so natural. Like, man, damn.
You're happy for him.
I was happy for him, so I hope he goes and kicks ass in Charlotte.
All right, so let's circle back here. First, Texans, they take the 2 Iowa State kids yesterday, Johnny. Jaden Higgins with the 34th overall pick, and then they take Jalen Noel. And you had said earlier, once they took Higgins, you thought Noel might be off the board. 2 very different receivers. Your comp for Higgins is Nico Collins. Your comp for Noel, and this is months ago, your comp for Noel was Christian Kirk. I find the Noel pick fascinating, Johnny, considering Christian.
We've got a Texans trade.
Yeah, we do. Okay, all right. Well, let's bust in. Brooke, what do you got? What are you hearing?
The Texans are trading the 179th pick in a future third rounder in 2026, and they will receive the 116th pick, so moving up a bit, and then the 224th pick.
Okay, so a 7th back in this thing. Okay.
Yes.
You knew Nick was going to get you a pick, brother. You knew it was going to happen.
And that's
He's
a trade.
just been itching in the other room.
The trade is with the Miami Dolphins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Texans are on the clock right now. So, Johnny, what are you thinking right here as the Texans are on the clock?
We talked about running back a lot. Interior defensive line makes a lot of sense. That's something that we talked about throughout this process. I mean, I know they have a pretty full room at this particular point. So I know there's probably somebody I'm not thinking of, but, Kaiser went off the board. Cody Simon went off the board just prior with the pick at 115. Linebacker might be a spot that they just a young guy. I know there's a lot of talk about that. It's interesting whether they would go with. I'm pretty sure I know who it's not.
Shador.
Yes.
Yeah, not going to be Shador.
And again, never know. I mean, there's so many different. I mean, it's such a. They got a wide receiver. Could be a tight end. There might be some tight ends that are still on the board at this point. Trying to think who those tight ends might be. We haven't seen it announced, have we?
The pick? Not yet. So we're keeping an eye
I'm looking
on
at my. Oh, I think I know who this might be. This might be Miles Frazier from out of LSU.
Okay.
If you're thinking about an offensive lineman.
Interior offensive lineman.
Boy, now that I think about this would make me really, really happy if this is Miles Frazier from LSU. Okay. And that would make some sense. He's a guard. Brooke, what do we got? You see it?
We've got one report on it. Just want to double check. Looks like it's going to be Woody Marks coming out of USC, the running back.
What?
Oh, okay.
We just drafted Woody Marks.
Okay. So that got for those that aren't watching on YouTube, that got a stand-up and table bump from John Harris. That is
just drafted Woody Marks.
That is a stand-up and table bump.
Stop.
Joquavius Marks.
Yeah.
Woody
really?
Marks.
No, seriously. Oh my God!
Okay.
I love this.
All right. Okay. Okay.
He was one of my favorite running backs this entire draft. This is an absolute swarmy. I'm. Oh my God,
Johnny, you're our analyst here. We're going to need you to gather yourself a little bit.
Okay, this guy is one of the. He's maybe the best in the draft. He started his career at Mississippi State. There was a game, and I don't recall which game it was. He's playing on one freaking leg, and he's gutting through it. Like every run, you could tell, like it's tough. And so I'm like, man, I at that point, I love this dude. I'm like, oh my God, how hard he plays. And so then I'm like, I kind of lost him. I'm like, what happened? I didn't hear the news. He transferred to USC. So he goes out to USC, and he's the perfect fit for a Lincoln Riley offense. Throwing the football and whatever you got to like. I'm trying to collect myself, but this is your third down back. This is your Daria Gumbawale, just with a little bit more juice and youth.
Yeah.
But you talk about a swarmy SOB. This dude is tough. He is tough as nails. He is shifty, runs between the tackles, has some power, some good speed, not great speed. But the fact that he can be a receiver out of the backfield and has the toughness, this is the
is he getting on the field for this team early next year?
Yes,
yeah.
As long as he's healthy, and that's going to be a key. He's got to be healthy. He fought through some stuff at Mississippi State, but he stayed healthy at USC. He's the best receiving back, running back in this draft, and I would love them being able to. You think about Nick Caley, and you go, okay, just go with me here. Caley, Patriots. Okay, Patriots running backs. Stephen Ridley. Who's in our building, Mark? Who's in our building? Stephen Ridley. Who's the guy with Stephen Ridley? Shane Vereen. Shane Vereen is in his building. fourth-round picks, third-round picks that they took and they used in the passing game.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl, I think Vereen had 11 catches.
Yeah.
Like, that's what Woody Marks can be for this team. This is an absolutely brilliant. Now, I know there'll be some, hey, Jaden Blue's got a lot of speed. This guy's got the receiving component.
Yeah.
This guy is different from anybody we have in the running back room because of that. He will pass protect. He is tough.
I think, too, Johnny.
I love you, Nick. Nice job, Nick.
Yeah, so, that was, a stand-up and pound-the-table pick by John Harris. I think the interesting thing, too, Johnny, that third-round pick that they used in this deal to jump back in was they had an extra third because of the trade they made with the Giants the other night.
Yeah.
You have the what? Okay, don't worry about it.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good. I don't need the podium.
We just hit the podium.
Yeah, the extra third they had came from the trade with the Giants. The extra third they got the extra third this season from the Giants, or in this draft from the Giants, was that 99th pick that you kind of do. You really turned into Jalen Smith more or less. They go from 99 back to 10 whatever, back up to 97. So now we kind of know what the extras are that they got in that trade with the Giants. They move back and draft Jaden Higgins, and then the third rounder next year turns into Woody Marks. The third rounder they got this year kind of turned into Jalen Smith, two USC guys in this whole thing. Right?
That makes that trade that much better to me.
Yeah.
You walk out of 25 with Jaden Higgins and Woody Marks?
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop. Man.
And Jalen Smith on the back end as well.
Crap.
Yeah. So
that's a hell of a trade now, looking at it that way. And that's the way you have to look at it. You have to net it out. And again, where did Woody Marks spend late January? In Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl. Another Senior Bowl pick. As ESPN is looking, Nick's looking at the screen going, hey, what's Johnny think about this deal? Nick, I'm going to run down there, and I'm going to give you a kiss.
For those who don't know, we got to go to break. But for those who don't know, we have the TV on in here of ESPN's feed, and they went to the Texans War Room. Their reaction mirrored Johnny's reaction to the Woody Marks selection there. A lot of high fives. For the fourth round, a lot of high fives and hugging going on. So you're right, Johnny. They've already got the role and vision for this kid probably and how he fits in with this offense. All right, 1 hour in, man, and the Texans back into the fourth round. We'll end up talking to Woody Marks here, I would imagine, in pretty short order.
Drew Doherty will.
Drew's going to do one-on-ones. Okay, gotcha.
We'll have it here in due time.
And then we'll play it.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so we'll hear from Woody Marks, the newest Houston Texan. If you're just getting in your car, just turning it on while you're doing yard work or barbecuing or whatever, the Texans have added a running back, Woody Marks, out of USC, who John Harris is extremely excited about. So we'll reset when we come back. 1 hour in on day 3 of the draft, fourth round underway. Will there be more fireworks with the Houston Texans? We will find out as we roll on here on a day 3 Saturday on Texans Radio. Stay there.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Flighting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Community Coffee is
Proud to the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all compact equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants, some signed by your Houston Texans. Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted technician for your group on the video board and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a ranch lover's flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and ranch lover's flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
Welcome back in day 3 of the NFL Draft. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer with you, keeping you up to speed on everything going on. In case you missed it, the Texans, who came into today with no picks in the 4th round, no picks in the 5th round, but plenty of ammunition to get into the 4th and 5th round, both with this year's picks and next year's extra picks that they have, did just that, and they move into the 4th round to draft Woody Marks of USC. Brooks got the details on the picks involved with the trade for those who may have missed it in the previous segment. Brooke, take it away.
Yeah, so it's a trade with the Miami Dolphins. The Texans get pick 116, obviously moved up to get Woody Mark have 224. The Dolphins, they get 179 and then a future 3rd-round pick in 2026. And the Titans have just selected a tight end out of Texas, Gunnar Helm, with their latest pick.
Wait, who got Helm?
The Titans.
Oh, screw you guys.
Do you like, Johnny, are you?
I like Helm.
Well, Johnny, you had mentioned when the Texans made that trade, we didn't know who they were going to take, obviously. It took a few minutes for the pick to get announced, and it was Woody Marks, and you're very excited about that. We'll talk about that again in just a second. But one of the positions you did mention as a possibility was tight end for the Texans there, and kind of just thinking through who the tight ends are that are still here in the 4th round that are, that are at the top of the list of best available. What are your thoughts on Helm, especially that he's going to be in the division here with the Texans?
Good player, didn't test very well. Didn't test very well, and I think that probably held him back. But great seam threat. I think he's a really good fit. Look, they had to have a tight end. They had Chig Okonkwo and, nobody else. So it makes a lot of sense. And get him in the 4th round, I think it's great value for the Titans. He'll be a nice, friendly target for Cam Ward. Cam likes to throw those seam routes. I mean, he made Elijah Arroyo a 2nd-round pick, basically, with what he was able to do at University of Miami. So, obviously, different offense. But Gunnar Helm, a lot of people in and around here know what he did for the Longhorns. Good player. Really, really good player.
All right, so, Johnny, Woody Marks goes to the Texans with pick 116. So they've now picked 5 players the Texans have. 4 of them have been on the offensive side of the football. One of the big themes of this offseason has been getting help for C.J. Stroud, or with every move that gets made, How does Laramie Tunsil? How does this affect C.J. Stroud?
Right.
This has been a real opportunity the Texans have taken advantage of over the last 24 hours to get some help for C.J. Stroud. They get the 2 wide receivers from Iowa State. They get some offensive line help with Ursary, and now moments ago drafting Woody Marks. How do you look at that? How have they done so far, with picks still to come, in getting more firepower and support for the quarterback?
First of all, I'll say this. Those 3 guys were, and I'm not saying, literally, you know how I am. I'll tell you. Those are 3 of my favorite guys in this draft.
Talking about the skill guys here.
Higgins, Knoll, and Marks.
Marks, yep.
Those are 3 of my favorite dudes. Like, Woody Marks has been a guy of mine. Like, I highlighted him when he was at Mississippi State, and I'm telling you, when I watch that game, you know me, like, I'm almost watching in tears. Like, that dude can't walk. Look at him. It's like Greg Jennings playing. Greg Jennings carrying him on his back.
On a broken leg.
Broken leg. Yeah. Look at Woody Marks.
That was Woody Marks.
Putting him on his back. That's what he was doing. I got to call my buddy Matt Wyatt. Matt Wyatt's a former quarterback at Mississippi State. He's now the color analyst for the radio team. So Matt will give me the skinny on that. But I love the fit because let's talk about what ailed this Texans offense. Okay? Let's just shed our skin, just peel it back, and let's talk about it. Okay, the offensive line wasn't great. Okay, was not great. We all know that. That's pretty much where it starts, right?
Yes.
After Steph went down last year, it felt like our quick game went like, where's our quick game? Where's stealing 5 yards? How can we steal 5 yards against this look? Well, how do we do that? Well, we went out and signed Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk can go run all those slot routes, and he can get himself open. He can run the speed outs. He can do those things where CJ can put the ball at a point, Kirk can go get it. Now we got Jaylen Noll to do some of that too. And Jaylen Noll, one thing I didn't say last night, but I saw it at the Senior Bowl, and that's one of the things I like to watch at the Senior Bowl, how these guys catch all their passes. Jaylen Noll's got great hands, and he's got the right hands too. He's not body catching things.
No.
Like, he attacks the ball.
Yeah.
Like, he's got really, really good hands. So how do we steal 5 yards? Okay, well, we got Kirk and Noll to do that. The other thing we lost when Steph went out last year, I thought, was we had the complete inability to throw the ball deep. Now, I know there was probably some hesitation because Nico went deep against the Bills, scores, but we lose him for 5 games because of hamstring. But and you combine that with the fact that we didn't protect very well, you didn't want CJ standing back there a long time. But now you've got a 6'4" flyer in Nico Collins. You got a 6'4" dude on the other side in Jaden Higgins. You now can stretch the field. So you think about stretching the field vertically and then stretching it horizontally with some of the speed outs and some of those things, going and stealing 5 yards. And all of a sudden you add in a running back that's got the receiving acumen that Woody does. And maybe he comes in on 3rd downs. But I promise you this, if Woody Marks is not the guy right away, he goes on special teams. He'll play on special teams. The guy he strikes,
like running down and hitting guys on special teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I got a feeling he'll do that all day long. I just think he is the absolute perfect fit from a mentality standpoint. He is completely not Joe Mixon. He's closer to Dare in skill set and what they might want to do with him than he is Joe Mixon. But don't get me wrong. That dude has got vision. He can run inside. He's got good quicks in between the tackles. So I think we'll land on the receiving stuff to start. And the reason I bring that up is, okay, 3rd downs, he'll pass protect. Great. But it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. How about shakes the linebacker, and then he catches the ball and he turns it into a running back that puts defensive backs and safeties and all that on, like, oh, man, we got to go up and tackle this dude. And he is not easy to tackle. So you just now add all of that. Now, will all 3 of them hit and become stars? It's hard to say.
Well, probably not. I mean,
probably
it's just,
not. I mean,
just the way the draft works.
That's
yeah.
the math.
Yeah.
But you got to think, of those 3, somebody is going to end up making a pretty big splash for this team. And, again, Mark says this all the time, and I know people think this. Oh, my God, it's almost too many guys. Like, how are you going to get everybody on the field? Well, I love this guy, I love that guy. How are you going to get everybody? Sometimes injuries kind of take care of the situation, and I would hate that. But think of this receiver crew. Diggs out for half a year.
Yeah.
Tank out from December on. Nico missed 5 games in the middle of the year. So it's.
I'll add in Joe Mixon missing 3 games with her back. You know, like that's if he were to go out for a couple of games, does Woody Marks have the potential at least?
Yeah.
To step in and be a guy who can get you 15 to 18 carries for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and exactly. And of course,
you still got Pierce on the team. I know that.
As always happens. Think about George Fant. George Fant got here in August.
Yeah.
He ended up being a starter and a really good starter for 17 games or how many games he played that year. So there's going to be a player that comes into this building at some point during the season that ends up making an impact for this offense. But as it sits right now, we've added more dynamic playmaking to this offense, which is exactly what it needed. And on the offensive line, Ursery is a guy, as Brooke pointed out, he said in his press conference, he wants to put you in the turf. And, okay, we got to see it in practice, and then hopefully that goes to the games. But, and I meant that figuratively and literally. Like, I got to see it in practice. Like, I want to see it in practice. But that's the kind of mentality that needs to change. And I just think with all these picks, Woody ends up being pick number 5 for us.
Yes.
They're knowing about Woody and just listening to everybody. I say this all the time. Like, we hear the first interview with a player, a free agent even, and I look at Mark all the time and I go, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, you listen to these guys and you're like, okay, I get it.
Yeah. The personality makeover continues on that side of the football with this draft. No question about somebody, Johnny, who is also, I would imagine, very happy with this draft so far, and it's Frank Ross, the special teams coordinator, because you've got Jalen Noel is a guy who's got return ability. Jalen Smith is a guy who I would imagine special teams was a big reason why he was drafted where he was. You know, the grade that a lot of people had on him wasn't 97th overall pick. It was a little bit later.
Yeah.
But he's got that skill set to run down on special teams, maybe be a gunner for you there. And as you just mentioned, Woody Marks is probably a very willing contributor to run down on kickoff and punt return and go bust somebody in the mouth. So I would imagine Frank Ross is ecstatic so far with some of these picks that they've made.
Woody strikes me as a guy, and just kind of knowing about him, reading about him, that if for some reason it's not working and he's not getting carries, he's not getting touches, that he seems to me to be the guy that would go to Frank Ross and say, Coach, use me more on special teams. Like, I'll do whatever. And I wouldn't be surprised if Woody ends up being a guy that, returns kicks. Look, Damian has done, and Damian and Woody are different. Like, they're different backs. I do think Damian could catch the ball if he was asked to do that out of the backfield. But this is what Woody does. Now, Damian's a little bit more of a hammer.
Yeah.
Whereas, Woody's a little bit more, like I said, Woody's a little bit closer to Dare.
Yeah.
But I don't care. I like that mix.
Yeah.
Damian's been really good on returns, but Damian's missed some games with health. So, maybe this is an opportunity for him to get kickoff returns. And we talked to Frank the other day. It was a awesome. If you have, not because of the questions Mark and I asked, which were good ones, but just listening to Frank talk about special teams and talk about Damian and the returns. This whole thing of the touchback going to the 35.
Yeah, it's a big deal, man.
It changes the calculus
it's
on
a big
everything.
Deal. Yeah.
It's massive.
No, and I think it's good for the Texans.
And to that end, maybe Woody Marks ends up being the second guy back there.
Yeah, it could be, right? Oh, yeah, on the return game, right. Yeah, you're going to be returning more, and they have good coverage teams. There's more kicks you got to cover. There's more chances for the Texans to do positive things with that new rule than there are the other 31 teams in the NFL.
That's right.
Yep. All right, let's go to Brooke Kirchhoffer here because we've had at least one very interesting name go off the board here in the last few. Gunnar Helm went off the board at 120 to the Tennessee Titans, the tight end out of the University of Texas. Since then, what have we seen, Brooke?
Yeah, since then, we've seen 3 edge rushers come off the board. That's Central Arkansas's David Walker going to the Bucs, who the Texans will host here at NRG Stadium this year. The other edge, Jack Sawyer from Ohio State going to the Steelers, and Barron Sorrell from Texas going to the Packers. And then the Panthers selected the safety out of Ohio State, Latham Ransom.
Okay, so a couple of Ohio State guys going in that pocket there, Johnny. They're one of the coolest names in college football and now NFL, Latham Ransom, the safety out of Ohio State. The name that I think piqued a lot of people's interest, Jack Sawyer, who's a guy that I'd seen mocked much, much higher than the 123rd pick for a lot of people, the edge rusher out of Ohio State, who Longhorn fans don't want to hear his name because of that game-changing play he made in that playoff game against the Longhorns. Longhorns. What are you going off? Specifically, Sawyer. Sawyer feels like a Steelers pick right there.
David Walker is going to end up playing for Tampa Bay. I know he's at Central Arkansas. That dude's a baller. He's 6'1", so it's hard to get a handle on him. He's quick and powerful. He's going to play for Tampa Bay at some point, even though he went to Central Arkansas. Lathan Ransom, Bijan Robinson's teammate in high school. Can you imagine having Bijan Robinson and Lathan Ransom on this? I remember watching Bijan. I was watching highlights, and all of a sudden, number 8 would fly on the screen. I'm like, who the hell is this? This researcher, like, oh, this guy's a top recruit too. Like, okay, I'm keep an eye on this guy. So I've been watching him for a while. I think that's a good spot for him at Carolina. He might shoot as a 4th-round rookie. He might have an opportunity to play. Jack Sawyer going to Pittsburgh Steelers was like hand in glove. Like,
peanut butter and jelly.
I mean, come on. I mean, this. He stopped the Michigan Wolverines from planting a flag. He steps up in front of the team, in front of the playoffs, and says all the "we gottas," and they follow him. He's a leader. Like he's Pittsburgh all the way. And by the way, we have no idea what's going on with T.J. Watt in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
that could be a whole total mess. Now, I'm not telling you Jack Sawyer is T.J. Watt. Don't get me wrong, but they're going to need some edge dudes.
If what that Deuces picture he put up means what people are interpreting, T.J. Watt, that is.
Barrett Sorrell, interesting. We're watching. We got the ESPN feed on. Barrett Sorrell apparently was at the draft.
In Green Bay,
Green Bay.
Dude, he's walking down the aisle like Cody Rhodes or something here.
And he gets drafted by Green Bay.
Yeah.
So I didn't know he was there in Green Bay.
He ain't in a suit either. He's got like a Hawaiian shirt on or something.
Yeah, they brought him up on stage, gave him the hat, gave him the whole experience.
I love it.
And I love him. He is fantastic. And every year got better and better. And I was at the Senior Bowl, and I was on Austin radio, my buddy Aaron Hogan. And Aaron asked me about him. And I said, Barrett Sorrell is the type of guy that will end up getting drafted early day 3 and will end up being in the league for 10 years.
Yeah.
Because he's just steady and makes plays, and he's just really coachable and hardworking, and he's everything that you want. If we didn't have this litany of edge guys, he would have fit here perfectly.
Really
would have fit here perfectly. So I'm glad for Green Bay. They needed some edge dudes. And Sorrell just having that moment to be able, on day 3 of all things, to be there in front of that crowd, and he's walking. That was really a cool moment for Barrett Sorrell, kid from New Orleans, played at University of Texas.
New Orleans kid going to the University of Texas. How'd they let him out of the state of Louisiana?
It happens. It happens.
Yeah. Brooke got back to Texas,
Wait. Doesn't Texas quarterback have the same thing?
Yeah.
Isidore Newman to Texas.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they would have, and Barron Sorrell, I was looking up his high school because that means something in New Orleans where he went to high school. He went to Holy Cross, so he was in a little bit of a different league. They call it the Catholic League out there. And so they would, I don't know if they would have faced each other on the.
Is that Holy Cross? Is that with John Curtis?
Yes, John Curtis, Carr entered. Edna Carr that we've all seen.
Okay. Yep.
A lot of really talented players come out of there as well, and coaches. They're all in that league.
New Orleans high school football, I think it's so good.
Enough credit.
It's so good. I mean, Edna Carr has so many dudes.
Yes.
So many. Obviously is where the Mannings have all gone to Isidore Newman. Didn't OBJ go to Newman as well?
Yes.
Long time ago?
Yes.
OBJ, I thought
he still
so.
has a house out there, too, by the school. I want to say, I don't want to
He
get
has
it
a house,
wrong.
but he doesn't have a job in the NFL.
There you go.
That property tax bill hits different when you don't have that job in the NFL.
McMath, Edna Carr with the Titans.
Carr puts out a bunch of dudes. There's a dude at LSU right now
Great
from
head
Carr.
coach there at Carr.
Aaron Anderson, who I think could be the next big-time slot receiver. Started at Alabama. Nick Saban was all mad because he transferred back home to LSU. He could be a really good player, played at Carr. So that program puts them all out. And that's one of the reasons when I've done my scouting reports, and Shawnee, you know, because you subscribe to footballtakeover.com.
Of course
so
I do.
Thank you. I could hug you.
Yep.
But I put high schools now at the top of the scouting report because when I see where these guys are going to high school, it matters. It matters a lot.
Yeah.
And so when I started studying Sorrell, I was like, oh, he's a New Orleans kid. It's like, oh, okay. Just that those kids are wound a little differently. Like if a guy like Brev Jordan went to Bishop Gorman, like, okay, that's a pretty polished dude. You know, if guys have played at Modern Day, that's how I found out about Mason Graham and Tedero McMillan, watching Servite High School, watching those guys. So the high schools matter to me. You look at Jack Sawyer, Pickerington, Ohio. Like, he's going to be with the Steelers, right?
No, for sure. Well, it's easier to follow that nowadays, too, with the internet and everything else, for sure. All right, let's take one here. We are we're rolling on here on day 3 of the draft, live from NRG Stadium. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhofer with you, covering day 3 of the draft. If you missed it, the Texans did get into the fourth round using one of their 2 third-round picks next season to move into the fourth round this year and get running back Woody Marks out of USC. That's the only player off the board for the Texans so far today. As of right now, they don't pick again until the 11th pick in the 6th round. So we're, as of right now, again, still a couple hours away from the Texans picking. But as we just saw 15 or 20 minutes ago, they can jump in here at any time. So keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 here all day long, entire day of draft coverage, including all the post-draft coverage as well here on Texans Radio. So let's take one here. When we come back, we mentioned Shador earlier, and then Nick Caserio makes a trade. I want to get your thoughts, Johnny, on Shador Sanders, why he's still sitting here, and could he still be sitting here tomorrow morning at this time, Shador? If he's made it this far, obviously whatever reasons have gotten him to round 4 are not physical. We know that. I want to get John Harris's thoughts on the Shador Sanders plummet. We'll do that and a whole lot more here on day 3 of the draft. It's NFL draft coverage here on Texans Radio. Stay there.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Amity Bank and Milton Frank Plumbing and Cooling work together to put the us in business banking by taking advantage of some serious fraud protection tools. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amity banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by keeping a watchful eye on your company's finances. Here we collaborate. Here you grow. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
The wait is finally over and tickets are officially on sale for the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup Final on Sunday, July 6th at NRG Stadium. 16 nations, including the Gold Cup reigning champions and fourth ranked USA, qualified to compete in a series of matches across North America this summer to be crowned the ultimate champion. Who will win it all right here in H-Town? This is where they show the world. Get tickets now before they're gone at lsse.net.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Teen Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Teen Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, welcome back. Day 3 of the NFL draft here as we are live at NRG Stadium. John Harris, Brooke Kirchhofer alongside me, Sean Pendergast, and getting you up to speed on all things Texans and NFL draft. And for those of you who missed it, the Texans who went into the day today without a fourth or a fifth-round pick round and draft Woody Marks, running back out of USC. And we've broken down kind of what he would mean to this offense. Third down back, John Harris, very excited about this selection. Several more players off the board since then, since we've gone to break. A couple more, and so we go to Brooke Kirchhoffer, who's keeping an eye on the big board. What do we got, Brooke?
We're still in the fourth round, but we're through the midway point now. The South Carolina edge rusher Kyle Kennard is going to the Chargers. Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee, drafted by the Browns, which is an interesting one that John will talk about. And then Jalen Travis, the offensive tackle out of Iowa State, going to the Colts, and Jalen Lane, the most recently selected guy off the board, going to Washington. He's the wide receiver from Virginia Tech.
Okay,
Damn you, Ballard.
Okay, Ballard. Yeah, Chris Ballard, the GM of the Colts, made Johnny kind of bang his fist a little bit. You wanted more Jalen's from Iowa State, is what you wanted.
Jalen's and Iowa State and a tackle.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been perfect for us. Well, let us complete the set, Ballard.
Yeah, man, and now you got to look at him twice
and he's
a year.
He's an Ivy Leaguer.
Yeah.
He doesn't belong with you. He belongs with us.
Is he an Ivy? Would he transfer out of the Ivy League to Iowa State?
This is what happened with a lot of the COVID kids that played. I say COVID kids that got there in 20 or 21 in the Ivy League because they didn't play that year.
Yeah.
Then they got the extra year eligibility, so they graduate, and the Ivy League doesn't allow graduates. So they got
like
1 year
graduate
eligibility.
students playing sports.
So there are a ton of Ivy League transfers that went 1 year. Thor Griffith was one of those guys. Jalen Travis was one of those guys. Jackson Hawes, the tight end from Yale, but then 1 year at Georgia Tech.
Mm-hmm.
So there were a number of those schools because they had to finish up their eligibility, and they had 1 more year. And so Travis went to Iowa State, started at tackle, had a good year, thought he was solid at the Senior Bowl, and he goes to Indianapolis. Now, the tackle situation in Indianapolis is pretty good. Bernard Ryman has turned into that guy at left tackle, and Braden Smith. Man, there was a really good article about Braden Smith and dealing with OCD and everything that he had to deal with last year. It was glad to see him in better shape. So Jalen Travis going there. It's a good pick for them. It's a good pick in the fourth round. Good depth at tackle. I just hate it for that.
For that reason. So Dylan Sampson, as Brooke mentioned, coming into the segment, goes to Cleveland, who drafted Quinshon Judkins yesterday, the running back, Ole Miss to Ohio State. Feels like every player we talk about transferred at this point at one point or another. But Dylan Sampson, the running back out of Tennessee, who I know you had mocked to the Texans in your 3-round mock a week or so ago in the third round. Goes a little later than that here in the middle part of the fourth round to the Browns. What are your thoughts on Dylan Sampson as a player?
I love Sampson. Now, here's a couple of – Brooke, you and I looked up who are the 2 running backs on the depth chart of the Browns. Who was it? Jerome Ford and the running back from South Dakota State, Pierre Strong.
Yes.
Those are the 2 running backs that the Browns have. There's no Nick Chubb
coming
anymore.
into the draft.
Right.
Yeah. So they were going to get running backs, plural, and they did. And they got 2 good ones. But they also got 2 different ones. They got the speedster and Sampson, and then they got the hammerhead and Judkins, and away you go. Here's what I like to see. You mentioned transfers, right? Dylan Sampson has to sit. They got Jim Wright, speedster. He starts just hitting it in 2023. He's got to sit. What are kids doing now? I mean, hell, Nico Iamaleava, what'd he do?
He started and he transferred,
He was like, I'm done. I'm out of here. I didn't get my $4 million or whatever it was. Sampson stayed. He stayed through it. He got through all that. He finally gets his opportunity to show what he can be. SEC Offensive Player of the Year. So I know there's some swarmy qualities there. Now, you asked me the question, what's the difference between he and Woody? I think Woody's a better receiver, and I think that's going to help. Thicker, just a little bit thicker. Sampson's got home run speed, and you give him a seam and we see you. Yeah. So you get value either way. I had Sampson rated ahead of Woody, but for the Texans, I feel like Woody is going to end up being a better fit.
Yeah. Nick Caserio talks about that all the time. He said our grades are based on what we feel like, how they fit the roles on our team. You know, the grades are based on, just how not just a general grading of the player. It's grading of the player and how they fit with the Houston Texans. Here we sit at pick number 128, 129. Yeah, 129, the Ravens. And Shador Sanders is still on the board. Johnny, I want to ask you a question that would have sounded insane 2 nights ago, but is there a chance that Shador Sanders is still sitting here on Sunday, not drafted yet?
Yep, absolutely. Because at this point, you're thinking about a backup quarterback. That's that's the thing that, will be, hey, we're going to draft this guy. He's going to have to.
Developmental.
He's developmental,
Yeah.
but he's going to help the starter. He's going to do all that. When you walk into a meeting, as was reported today, or maybe a couple days ago or a day ago, Todd McShay talked about this on his Ringer podcast, and he knows somebody. I guarantee he knows somebody in Giants building because he's gotten a lot of his stuff from the Giants. I'm positive of that. So he's got somebody in the building. He may have said who it is. I don't know. But he said that Brian Daboll set up a meeting with Shador and gave him an installation. We're going to install this. We're going to go over this. Be ready. And apparently, according to McShay, Shador wasn't even close. And when Daboll was angry with that and really kind of pushed back, and I guess Shador kind of pushed back apparently, and at that point it was done. Like Daboll was done. It wasn't happening. So if that happened with a team that had a number 3 pick in a draft, you got to think it happened with other teams as well. And there was one other note I read this morning where Shador was getting pushed back in a meeting or something like that. And apparently he said, well, then maybe you're not the team for me. So there's a way you handle things.
That makes it around the league, too. You know what I mean? Not to interrupt you, Johnny, but he didn't just do that to that team, because that story then gets told. And by the way, gets told with a spin on it that is, you know what I mean? Like the game of telephone.
Listen, in this league, it might as well be Real Housewives of the NFL.
Yes.
Like there's gossip at all times.
Yes.
At all times. Right. And the scouts are sharing stuff. These guys know. It is fascinating to watch at the Senior Bowl. Guys know each other from other teams. They've been together with the same team for a long time. Now they got split up. Maybe they played together in college. Maybe they played together in high school or in the NFL. Everybody knows everybody. It is the smallest big group you've ever seen. They all know. And guess what? They all talk. They all talk. And so from that standpoint, if one thing happened in one room, guess what? It happened in a lot of rooms that way.
Yeah.
And if you show up unprepared to a draft meeting, then you deserve that fate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You deserve that fate, especially when if you're not ready for that meeting, you then make excuses for it or you push back. No, it was your responsibility for your damn interview to be ready for that interview.
Yeah.
And you were not.
Yeah. And that's,
deal with it.
Yeah. Yep.
Coach, give me another shot here. Give me another shot. Work with me on this. Instead, you show your ass, apparently, not literally.
Yeah.
But you get what I mean.
Yes.
And that was done. You felt like the entire ecosystem, the Sanders ecosystem decided, nah, we do things our way. And now your way is not respected in this league.
Yeah. That's the amazing
thing. At all.
The amazing thing to me, Johnny, about this is that, obviously, we're into round 4. Whatever is keeping Shador from getting drafted ain't physical. That stuff goes, like he has day 1, if not early day 2 talent. The league was in agreement on that for the last 6 months. Whatever is keeping him still on the board at 4 is all the stuff that you're talking about, which the evidence seems to be that a lot of that is true. Nobody's picking a guy that's got quarterback talent in a league where you need a quarterback to go win games. And I just think the irony of this whole thing is that the coach that failed him so badly in all this is his dad.
Okay. I said this. I'm glad
failed him miserably in all this.
I can't remember who I said this to. May have been my wife. May have been the bellhop at the hotel. I don't know. What do we call her? Doorman?
Concierge.
Concierge?
Yeah, they're concierge these days.
Okay.
They're not stewardesses. They're flight attendants, Johnny.
Concierge. Right. Helicopter dad Deion Sanders failed Shador Sanders.
Yeah.
Failed him. Head coach Deion Sanders, I don't know. But I know helicopter dad Deion Sanders failed his son badly. Failed him. And that might be hard to hear. But when you are the coach of your son, it takes on a whole new meaning, and everything is then skewed. Everything you do when your dad is the coach.
You're the coach's son, we should point out to people who
and I'm a
know.
coach's son, so I heard it all way back in the day.
Yeah.
I would they would put Travis Hunter. I would play defense 100% of the time, and then I would go in and play receiver like 25 plays a game, maybe half the time.
Yeah.
Invariably, guess who got the ball thrown to him?
Yeah.
And I heard it, like, in my locker room. Like, the other receivers were like, man, they always put Johnny in. Like, I would sit there and go, okay. Then they would put one of those guys in, drop a pass. Yeah. But I would, it's because he's coach's son and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, man, go produce.
Yeah.
But I also understood, being a coach's son, how you do it. There's a professionalism in everything you have to do. And I promise you, that was lost. Helicopter dad, Deion Sanders, needed to understand what this process is all about, how it's done now. I promise you, this whole thing in the NFL building changes. 3 years, it's different. I've been in here for 11 years. I've seen how this thing has changed, how NFL teams go about the draft, how they go about free agency. Everything changes all the time. So if you played in the league a long time ago, it ain't the same.
You're talking about Deion here.
I'm talking about anybody that's played in the NFL that just like, well, I know the game. Yeah, you knew what it was like in 1999 or whatever when Deion left the game.
Yep.
It's different.
Yep.
Totally different.
Yeah.
And you have to understand how that game is played. And they didn't want to understand what the game was. They wanted to play Risk, and everybody in here was playing four-dimensional chess.
Yep.
And you weren't ready for that. And then not only were you not ready for that, you then balked at everything.
Helicopter dad fail. I would submit, I think you're being too kind to the head coach, Deion, in all this, if you want to know the truth. Because head coach Deion allowed, and look, it's hard to separate the two, right? You know, it's hard to separate them. But head coach Deion is the one that allowed Shador to have the say-so in how things ran offensively for Colorado. And that became the expectation for what he would be allowed, for them and Louis Riddick, for what he would be allowed to do in an NFL building. Louis Riddick saying that Shador Sanders has earned the right to have input on how the offense runs with an NFL team is if I were an NFL employee, would be offensive to me.
Let me go back to December and January of 2020, 2021. Who did we interview for the GM job?
Louis Riddick.
And who got the job?
Nick Caserio.
Thank God.
Yeah. I know. I know. Drop that mic, Johnny.
Thank God.
All right. Before we jump out here on the break, Brooke Kirchhoffer is keeping us up to speed on everything that's going on in the draft. Brooke, what have we seen over the last few minutes here?
Yeah, a lot of defensive players off the board. Looking at pick 129, still in the fourth round. The Ravens select the linebacker out of Cal, Teddy Buchanan.
Ooh. UC Davis, baby.
Yeah, the Jets get Malachi Moore, safety from Alabama. The Saints just drafted a cornerback from Louisville, Quincy Riley, which makes a lot of sense because Marshall Lattimore and Paulson Adebo are no longer there. And they have a new defensive coordinator in Brandon Staley. So what is he trying to put together in New Orleans? And then the most recent one from Maryland. Apologies already if I mispronounced this last name.
I'll say Hippolyte the second.
Hippolyte? I was going to say Hypolite the second.
Hippolyte, yeah. I know that because my ex-in-laws,
there it is,
Louisianans, by the way, near New Iberia, they had, like, that Hippolyte is a big name in their family. There are a lot of cousins and uncles named Hippolyte, yeah. So that's what I can bring to the table on this Bears selection right there.
Quincy Riley had a hell of a Senior Bowl. I thought he was one of the top 2 or 3 corners. When I was down there watching, I thought he did really well in man coverage and played Middle Tennessee, then went to Louisville. And when he was down there, and I'll be honest, when I was down there, I wasn't really paying a lot of attention to the defensive backs. Just felt like, man, my focus needed to be on offensive line, to the offensive line because I knew that's where we were going to go. But that's to me is when guys stand out when I'm not even watching, like, ooh, man, Quincy Riley's he's mixing it up. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the Saints, we probably could cover better than what they have down there now. So
so he might get on the field.
He might get on the field very, very early and get that guy in the 4th round. So he's got to be there.
We got 6 picks left in the 4th round here. The Chiefs are on the clock. The pick is in. We're going to take one here, and when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on any picks that happen here during the break. Hey, let's look around the AFC South as well. The Texans have made one pick today. It's Woody Marks, the running back out of USC. They move back into the 4th round to make that pick. So we'll keep you recapped on everything the Texans do. Certainly no picks in the 5th round nor the remainder of the 4th round. The Texans' next pick is the 11th pick of the 6th round. But again, I'll reinforce this. They can move back in at any time. They've got the move up or move in using next year's picks if they choose to do so. So we'll keep it tuned right here to Sports Radio 610 all day long. I do want to take a spin around the division with John Harris, though, and see what his thoughts are on what Chris Ballard in Indy, the magnificent Gladstone in Jacksonville, and then the, Borgonzi in Tennessee, Johnny, the GM
Yeah, Borgonzi.
there?
Brown University graduate.
Borgonzi. Oh, is he a Brown guy?
Yeah, he's a Brown guy.
All right, and we'll talk about what the Titans have done as well. How are we feeling about the Texans' rivals here in the AFC South and the weekend that they've had? We'll do all of that coming up next. You're listening to NFL draft coverage here on Texans Radio on Day 3. Stay there.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS top safety picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's Best Warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all: you. Texas Children, life-changing.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
This is a public service announcement for hard seltzer lovers. Neutral Vodka Seltzer has arrived. Made with simple ingredients like vodka, seltzer, and real juice, Neutral tastes good. Like real good. So good that you'll never want to drink another artificial tasting seltzer again. Neutral's light and refreshing taste will show you what a vodka seltzer can be. Try Neutral, proud partner of the Houston Texans. Neutral, keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral, flavored vodka and carbonation. St. Louis, Missouri.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership is better than ever. Save up to $1,100 each year on gas, groceries, delivery fees, and streaming options. With double fuel points, unlimited free delivery, and exclusive savings for members, there's so much to love about Boost. Sign up for a Boost membership today. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Those bubbles. Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey, H-Town, if you're not a Houston Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list now for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available this upcoming football season. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like exclusive invites to special events, last-minute Texans ticket opportunities, priority access for future playoff tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
All right, welcome back in. We are into hour number 2, cruising to the end of the 4th round of the NFL Draft here on Texans Radio on a Day 3 Saturday. Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris and Brooke Kirchhoffer, and Brooke is keeping track of everything going on around the league in the draft. We've had a few picks roll in. The Broncos are on the clock. Their pick is in. But we've seen some interesting ones over the last 4 or 5 minutes. Brooke, get us dialed in here on what's going on.
Yeah, Utah State's wide receiver Jaylen Reed just got drafted by the Chiefs at 133. Something interesting about him, too. He's tied for the quickest 10-yard split, regardless of position at the combine. So when you think of that quick burst, that separation, separation and a scrimmage. John, you could talk more to that, the difference that makes.
You know, it's interesting because I thought at the Senior Bowl, now, I want to say it was a foot injury. He missed like half of the 2024 season. So I felt like when I was watching the Senior Bowl, I was like, man, he's a little slow to get off at the line. And so I just, like, man. Now, he's 6'2", 205. And I was there a number of years ago when a young man from South Carolina was just beating everybody up in one-on-one coverage. Like, you go up to cover him, and he'd beat the hell out of you. And that was kind of the way that Jalen Royals looked. And that man was Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
Now, Deebo's a little bigger, a little thicker, but that was kind of what Jalen Royals reminded me of. But I thought he was kind of slow with his get-off. His releases were slow. But then they went to go press coverage one time, and he literally took the DB and planted him in the turf and then ran a slant. And I was like, okay, I kind of like this guy.
Yeah.
You go back and you watch his Utah State stuff, and you see the speed, you see the acceleration, you see the separation. And that was one of the reasons I thought the Texans would look at him, because you get that separation with just a little and it's like, whoa. And the DB freezes, and now he's got, you know, a yard of separation, which is really all CJ needs to get him the football. But Kansas City getting him here in the 4th round is kind of ticks me off.
Yeah, that's a little problematic, right? It sounds like somebody that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes might find a way to deploy.
Hopefully he doesn't become friends with Rasheed Rice and start driving down the streets of Dallas. And
Well, for the safety of the community, yes. But for the purposes of the AFC, I would say if he wants to go get suspended, then by all means, Jalen Royals, go do it.
Is that part of that Nick Caserio draft tendency, though? Because he doesn't rise outside of the Power 4 with him being a Mountain West, Utah State. Does that have anything to do with it?
I don't know, maybe. I think there may be some of that, but I don't know how deep that gets. I mean, he didn't play FCS. You know, some of Jalen Royals' best game came against Boise State.
Good teams, yeah.
He had a great one-handed catch against Utah. Now, you know, Boise State got to the playoff. Utah has been traditionally a very, very good program.
Mm-hmm.
So if you buy into that, maybe. I just feel like it works out that they feel pretty good about, you know, having those Power 4 guys. And I get it. I absolutely get it. But I'm not going to turn Jalen Royals down to go draft, you know, like the Titans went and got DK. I'm not going to turn down Royals over DK because DK went to Wisconsin and Florida and Royals went to Utah State.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
And, you know, from what I heard, Ray Zabel was high up on their board. North Dakota State.
Didn't make it to them. Yeah.
I do think that it's considerable. It's something to consider. But I feel like in the end, Nick will tell you this. We think that guy's a good player, and we think that guy can help us. No matter where he played football, we're going to bring that guy in.
All right. Top of the hour, we're going to hear from Woody Marks, the newest Houston Texan. He did a one-on-one with Drew Doherty. We'll get to that at 1 o'clock. Johnny, let's take a spin around the AFC South here and see what the Texans, their foes here in the division, have done. I want to start with Jacksonville because I think they've been of Tennessee. It's crazy to say this because Tennessee had the Cam Ward has gotten shortchanged in attention this weekend because of all this Shador drama that's been going on. Nevertheless, I'm about to push him to the back burner here because of another Colorado guy, Travis Hunter, who went number 2 to Jacksonville. I feel like within the division, if we're talking about one move in the division that's been the biggest talk of football, it's certainly the Jacksonville Jaguars moving up from 5 to 2, giving up a very Will Anderson-like package to do so. A 1 next year, a high 2 this year, some day 3 shrapnel moving around as well in that trade to move up and get Travis Hunter. They've drafted Travis Hunter. They've drafted Caleb Ransaw, the cornerback out of Tulane, Wyatt Milam out of West Virginia, the guard, Brayshul Tootin, the running back out of Virginia Tech, and then Jack Kaiser, the linebacker out of Notre Dame. The last 2 picks took place early today in the 4th round. What are your thoughts on what James Gladstone has done in his first draft as GM in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I told Mark this the other night. I said, yeah, it's the Jags. So we want to, you know, rain on their parade. Oh, that's too much to give up to go 3 spots and all that. You trade up like that for elite players. We did that for Will Anderson Jr. Now, what people forget about that is we also got a 4th-rounder back. That turned into Kalen Block.
That's right.
So it ends up being, you know, you look at it that way. Look, both teams can win a trade. I think that the Jags and Browns will win because I think Travis Hunter in a few years, Browns fans might look back and go, damn, we gave up another opportunity. Look, the Browns could have had Deshaun Watson in 2017, but is staying at pick number 20. Sashi had already agreed to deal with Rick, and then they just put it in action. So with Travis, it's happening again. The Browns are like, okay, they got a good player, Mason Graham. Like, I like Mason a lot. Travis Hunter's different. And I'm not saying he's different just because he plays two ways. It's just the explosiveness, the excitement you get when he's on the field.
He's a game changer, potentially.
He's a game changer and can be a game changer on both sides of the ball.
That's right.
So if you want to sit there, and I would imagine that the magnificent Gladstone may have done this, walked in the room and said, when we make this deal, we're getting two players. And, and so maybe where ours were Will Anderson and Kalen Block, now all of a sudden it's Travis Hunter. Mm-hmm. So maybe you can look at it that way. It's just you have to have elite players in this league. That I'm not saying anything that nobody knows. But in this draft, to me, there were three elite players. And in the 2023, and Hunter was one of them. In the 2023 draft, I feel like there were four elite players. And the Texans went and got two of them.
Got two of them, yeah.
In this draft, the Jags felt like if we sit at 5, we aren't getting one of the elite players in this draft. It's not happening. And so they're like, hey, let's force the issue. Let's go up and get Travis Hunter. And he's going to mean a lot to them. Now, after that, Ransaw, good player at corner. Doesn't scare me. Milam, I would have liked here in Houston. He's kind of a brawler type, played tackle at West Virginia. They did a lot of guard work at the Senior Bowl. Struggled at times, but okay. I mean, they need some help on the interior. Tootin does worry me a little bit. In the 4th round, I think it's great value because he got 4.3 speed, does put the ball on the turf. So there's that, and the Texans will know that. And so hopefully they'll be – guys are 1-7, a little higher than I would have taken Jack, but I understand it completely because of what he gives them at linebacker, a position with Jacksonville. They needed, I think, a more consistent player. And they can also get help on special teams right away.
And there's no player in college football where there's more film on than Jack Kaiser.
Yeah.
He's played 70 college football games.
Gladstone and Jacksonville better not have missed that one.
Yeah, there's plenty of data points.
Because if Shot has to sit there and go, why did we miss on Jack Kaiser? Which he probably won't. It's 4th rounder.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, no, Jack Kaiser's I think he's pretty solid.
Okay, the other two, let's rapid fire these real quick. The Indianapolis Colts and Chris Ballard. They get the guy that I think was most mocked to them throughout the process in the 1st round. It happens just the way it was drawn up. Yeah. Tyler Warren. Now, I don't think people saw Colston Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren necessarily. A lot of people. But Tyler Warren, Penn State tight end, falls to them. And then after that, 2nd round, JT Tuimoloau. Am I pronouncing that right, Johnny?
Tuimoloau.
Tuimoloau. The edge rusher from Ohio State, Justin Wally, Minnesota cornerback in the 3rd. And then today they draft Jalen Travis, the offensive tackle out of Iowa State. Your thoughts on how the Colts did this week so far?
Yeah, to me it's Warren. That was the one pick I felt like they needed to have. Now, he's got Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson throwing to him. Once the Colts end up getting their guy, whether it's Anthony Richardson turns into that guy or they have to draft or sign their guy, the Colts quarterback odyssey continues. You won't maximize Tyler Warren's value. You won't until then. Once you do, once you get the engine in that badass stereo system, those rims, the nice paint job, all those things about the car that Tyler Warren provides, now it pops because now the engine's in there. Well, they don't have the engine, that being the quarterback. So Tuimoloau's a solid player. Wally, I didn't really love at Minnesota, but okay. Jalen Travis, I liked him. I think it's around early. But to me, it was Warren for the Colts.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, the Tennessee Titans, who, look, for them, anybody picking a quarterback high, how this draft goes is going to be how the quarterback grades out. Cam Ward, what are your thoughts on Tennessee's draft so far?
Yeah,
John?
I think, it's interesting because I do feel Cam got shunned in some sense because of that whole Shador Sanders thing. And I think that's a shame. From West Columbia High School, 0-star recruit. I think it happens a lot of times in the 1st-round pick. You're like, oh, set it and forget it. Like, done. Stayed, we picked. And when it turns out, I think this is going to be the guy that changes things in the AFC South because I do think he's got those qualities of playmaking and off-schedule play, some of the things you can't plan for. He's tough and strong. He hasn't been handed everything to him. I promise you that Cam Ward went into meetings knowing full well he was going to go to Tennessee at number 1 and went into meetings with the Browns and the Giants just as prepared as he was for the meeting he had with the Titans. That, to me, would mean more than anything else. He's humble. Yeah, he's got the little celebration or whatever, and he's he's holding the way, like he knows he's going to have to earn the respect of Tennessee, of the veterans there, but he's going to be the one that turns that thing around. I think, the other picks, Helm in the fourth, they just drafted Elik Ayamanar from out of Stanford, which is going to be interesting because Ayamanar, the best game he had in his career, 2023, late at night, Pac-12 after dark, against Travis Hunter in Colorado.
How about that, huh?
Over 200 yards, roasted Hunter, mossed him in the end zone for the go-ahead touchdown. Now he faces Travis Hunter
twice a year. All right, that's Johnny, the maniacal cackle at the end. I love that. All right, so we've got picks going off the board still right now. Johnny just mentioned one of them, but let's let Brooke Kirchhoffer here, who's been keeping an eye on the draft board for us, update us. What's the latest, Brooke, that we're looking at here as we head into break here at the top of the hour?
Yeah, before that last Titans pick, it was Q Robinson, the edge rusher from Alabama, going to the Broncos. Tonka Hemingway, the defensive tackle from South Carolina, going to the Raiders. And then now we're just getting this in with Patriots, selecting the Florida State D tackle Joshua Farmer.
All right, so there you go. Is that a D or a T? Is that a D tackle? D tackle. There you go.
Defense tackle.
Okay, yeah, D tackle.
Good player.
Joshua
I thought
Farmer.
we'd look at him. Very, very active inside.
Yeah, Johnny, he's got that single-digit number also, which I know you love. When there's a D tackle.
There were a lot of number fives on the interior. Shamar Turner from A&M, Farmer. Those guys like to keep those single-digit numbers, and Farmer had a really good Senior Bowl.
It's usually an end. They were like a tight end or a wide. At one point they had a ball in their hands at one point.
Yeah, even the guy from Florida, Desmond Watson.
Yeah,
he wears number 21.
The 460-pounder.
Yeah, 464-pounder. I guarantee he played running back at some point.
He looks like he's generated by AI.
Wildcat with 464-pound defensive tackle.
Yeah, man, what a beast.
Not quite Mike Leach's plan, but it's a different plan.
Yeah, Mike Leach is at the other end of the spectrum. All right, Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer as well here as we roll on day 3 of the NFL Draft. We're coming up on the end of the 4th round. Just one pick left in the 4th round. It'll be, as of right now, the San Francisco 49ers, and the pick is in. We will get to that pick when we come back. Also, we will hear from Texans, literally the newest Houston Texan, Woody Marks, the running back out of USC that they drafted earlier today in the 4th round. He went one-on-one with Drew Doherty. So we'll find out what Woody Marks is all about when we come back here at this break at the top of the hour. It's day 3 of the NFL Draft. We roll on 5th round, about to get underway, and we'll keep you up to speed on everything going on. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer with you. This is Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/text. Entered by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at verizon.com/access.
Looking for hot, new Houston Texans merchandise to rep throughout H-Town? Look no further than the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium. Whether you're looking to make a statement with our popular collection of Rep in the H merchandise, or you're shopping for a little one, the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium is your one-stop shop for anyone looking to rep the Texans in their own way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop to learn more and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
Martin's famous potato rolls are now being served at NRG Stadium. What makes Martin exceptional? Martin's rolls and bread products are made with only high-quality ingredients that provide a sweet, buttery flavor and soft, pillowy texture that perfectly complement burgers, barbecue, hot dogs, or your favorite sandwich. When only the best will do, be sure to serve Martin's famous potato rolls and bread. Pick up a pack today. To find a store near you, visit PotatoRolls.com.
This season, fans attending games at NRG Stadium can walk right through entry screening without stopping or emptying their pockets or bags. This new improvement, which is powered by Evolve Technology, the preferred fan screening provider of the Houston Texans, delivers a superior experience for Texans fans while maintaining best-in-class security protection. If you would like to enjoy the same level of convenience and security where you gather to work, live, learn, or play, visit evolvetechnology.com to learn more. That's EVOLVtechnology.com. Evolve Technology.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Kick off pregame on the sidelines and end on the field with an unforgettable postgame experience. As a Lux member, Game Day goes beyond your suite. Enjoy an unparalleled Game Day experience from the moment you arrive with hassle-free valet parking to local Houston Chef-curated Houston Texans Lux is your ticket to the best game day experience available. Entertain clients, prospects, or employees at each Texans home game. You'll always win with Houston Texans Lux. Secure your suite today at HoustonTexansLux.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
All right, Texans Draft Live here. Day 3 coverage continues live from NRG Stadium. Sean Pendergast alongside John Harris and Brooke Kirchhoffer is keeping an eye on the draft board for us. Before we get to Drew Doherty going one-on-one with the newest Houston Texan, Woody Marks, the running back out of USC. The Texans trade back into the 4th round of the draft to select him a little bit earlier this afternoon. Before we get to that interview, Brooke, what's the latest? We just closed out the 4th round of the draft, right?
Yes, the 4th round is now complete. With that 138th pick, the San Francisco 49ers take Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss.
All right, there you go. So, Johnny, Jordan Watkins to the San Francisco 49ers, who have a, Deebo Samuel no longer a San Francisco 49er. Who knows what's going on with Brandon Ayuk and his injury? I mean,
that's exactly right.
This is an offense that just, I know they've got Juwan Jennings still there too, but this is an offense that 2 years ago had all the pieces in place to be this masterpiece for the next several years. And whatever else it is, and the fact they got to pay Brock Purdy here coming up pretty soon as well. It turned quick for them in a year in San Francisco.
When I did my draft team needs page for the 49ers, I was amazed at how many players were traded, not brought back, signed with other teams. Amazed. Like, holy cow. Greenlaw and Fonga go to Denver. Debo's traded to Washington. Jaylen Moore, offensive lineman, ended up, I can't remember.
The running back from last year behind McCaffrey, who was getting all the run last season, is on a different team now, too.
Mitchell's on a different team.
Mitchell, the other one, too, though. Is it Jordan Mason?
Jordan Mason. He got traded to Minnesota. So the 49ers have had all of this happen.
Yeah, it's been a lot of stuff. So they draft a receiver. What else you got, Brooke?
Yeah, speaking of Minnesota, Adam Schefter reporting that the Seahawks are trading quarterback Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Oh, I was thinking about that before the draft. When I did Seattle's, I was like, man, they just signed Drew Lock and brought Drew Lock back to Seattle. I was like, man, Sam Howell's there. That becomes look. I know
they
that's
drafted
Jalen
Milroe last night.
Yeah, it's a Saturday kind of flying under the radar thing. Sam Howell going to Minnesota. Jalen Milroe got by Seattle.
Yeah.
So even before that, I felt like, man, there's something with Howell. He's a starter for the Commanders. Look what perfect.
Yeah.
Now he goes to Minnesota. Sam Howell with Kevin O'Connell.
He might get on the field.
It might work.
Yeah. Yeah.
That might work.
Okay, who's their starter, though, going into training camp? This Jay pick in year 2, and I know he didn't play it all in year 1. Does he go into year 2 here as the 11th overall pick a year ago in a competitive situation with Sam Howell?
All right, we're about to hear from Woody Marks with Drew Doherty
that's
here.
That's right.
I don't know. I think they want to go with McCarthy.
Yeah,
I think Howell probably knows that, but that's at least that's a better insurance plan than, well, we'll hope and pray.
Yeah, well, no doubt.
That's what they had.
That's what they had, and McCarthy's coming off a knee injury.
That's
right. He
right.
wasn't sitting out because he was doing the Mahomes plan.
That's right.
He had a knee injury. All right, so we'll circle back to things going on with the draft. In the meantime, the newest Houston Texan is USC running back Woody Marks. Joins the team today, 4th-round pick. The Texans trade into the 4th round to go get him. The reaction in the Texans' war room, which was broadcast on ESPN, was a pretty jubilant one. A lot of high fives and hugs and clapping going on for that pick. Here's Drew Doherty going one-on-one with the newest Houston Texan, Woody Marks.
Day 3 of the draft is upon us, and the Texans have themselves a running back from USC by way of Mississippi State. It's Jaquavius Woody Marks. Woody, congratulations on coming to town. What was it like getting the call, finding out that you're headed to Houston?
It was amazing. Just playing upon the organization. It's great people there. Got some former USC players there, so that's amazing. And the running back room and the team itself speaks for itself and the organization.
Yeah, you're a guy who's never been afraid of catching the ball out of the backfield and doing stuff with it. That's a very valuable trait to have as a running back. What else are you?
I'll say I'm just a person you can just put out there, a playmaker on the field, just willing to make the team get the ultimate goal at the end is the W. So that's all. I'm just there to do anything that the coaches need, do anything that my teammates need, and the guy who they can trust in too.
You mentioned having some USC former teammates on the team. What else did you know about the Texans as you got through this pre-draft process over the last 3, 4, 5 months?
I know a lot about the Texans. I knew a lot about the running backs. You got Joe Mixon. Knew a lot about him, and you got Dameon Pierce. I knew about him because the coach he was up under. He coached me at Mississippi State, so we watched his film a lot. And being with Lincoln Riley, I watched a lot of Joe Mixon film.
No doubt, no doubt. So tell me about that USC connection. Last night we see one of your former teammates get selected in Jaylen Smith. Last year the Texans bring Kalen Bullock on board. What's it like joining some guys that you've played with?
Oh, it's amazing. Just knowing that I got a person on defense, I got a person who I got along with in 1 year, and we'll be back together. Not going against each other, so it'll be amazing. We both can show out for the Trojans and show out for Houston, Texas.
And I imagine it's got to be fun knowing that you're going to an offense that's quarterbacked by the guy who's under center there in C.J. Stroud. How attractive is that as a guy coming out of college like yourself?
Oh, it's amazing. He's a great quarterback. You've seen his first year there. I think the team well respected him. He's a dominant player, and I would love that was my dream just to play for him because he's amazing.
Hey, we've asked the fellow draft picks this last question, but what's something about you that people don't know? Even if they look for you, look your name up on the internet, they're not going to find out. What's something that sets you apart? What's something that's different about you and something you like to do?
Something I like to do. I like to be around my teammates a lot. I'm a pretty quiet person, but I'm kind of funny. I love bowling. Funny? Yeah, I'm kind of funny, but I love, my main thing is I love bowling.
You love bowling?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the best game you've ever bowled?
201.
201?
I got 3 of my own balls, so.
All right, you got 3 of your own balls. Okay, well, yes, you're going to need to up that 201 number because one of the greatest Houston Texans of all time is a guy named Andre Johnson, just went in the Pro Football Hall of Fame last August. He was a terrific bowler back in the day. So maybe you guys, you and 80, can link up and hit the lanes or something. That sound good?
Yes, sir, for sure.
All right, well, hey, Woody, we are excited that you're coming to Houston. We can't wait to see you here very soon. Congratulations on a great day. How are you going to finish things up and celebrate today because you got a new destination? What are you going to do?
I'm celebrating with my family, my mom and dad, my brothers and sisters. Just let them take it all in. I'll take it all in. Just celebrate with my family.
Good stuff. Well, take care. See you soon. And congratulations again.
Thank you. You too.
All right, thanks. You too. Congrats to you too, Drew, for being Drew. That was Drew Doherty with Woody Marks, the newest Houston Texan, who's a big bowler, he said there at the end, Johnny and Brooke. He's got 3 of his own balls, he said, to bowl with. That's hardcore.
It is. If you're fitted for an actual bowling
Dude, if you're investing in the equipment for really any sport, that's hardcore. So 3 bowling balls, especially in bowling, where I've never owned a bowling ball. And it's one of the reasons I don't bowl a lot. I don't like really going and using the balls that have been used by other people, and that's not my deal.
I'm a Houstonian. I'm a Texan. I got here when I was 11 years old.
Yeah.
But prior to that, I lived about 45 minutes north of where Lambeau Field is.
Oh, wow.
You grow up getting your bowling ball.
Yeah.
I had a silver one with, kind of a marble, had my initials on it. My parents hooked me up for Christmas. I had my own little bag.
Okay.
You used to get little patches like we were in bowling leagues. So you get little patches like if you had a 50 pin, like if you scored 50, you got a 50 patch, a 75
Were you
patch.
good? Were you a good bowler?
Hell yeah, I was good.
You're
Damn right I was good.
You were a good athlete.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Had I gone to the pro bowling tour, it would have been me saying,
Oh, like Pete Weber?
Yeah.
Who you are, I am.
Yeah. Who you are, I am.
Yeah.
I would have been that guy.
You little Johnny.
Trash.
I am him.
Yes.
I am him.
Now, is that because it's too cold or there's not much out there
Yeah, what
to
the hell
do?
are you
That's
going to do?
why.
It's winter,
Yeah.
That's
I'm
exactly
sorry,
what I was thinking.
That's why they have bars and bowling alleys.
Yes.
What are you going to do in the winter? Like, you're going to go drink beer and you're going to bowl. I remember my dad broke his toe one time dropping his 16-pound bowling ball, and he couldn't walk for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And I'm like, got to be the man around here now.
Oh, yeah. What's your high game?
God, I can't remember. 189?
Okay.
Maybe? No,
Woody Marks is his 201, he just said.
Okay. Woody's a badass.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah.
That needs to be a Houston Texans feature. There needs to be a bowling crew. I guarantee you there are dudes in our locker room that bowl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he will. And Drew just said to him,
they need bowling shirts.
Yes.
They need shoes. They need bags. We need this is a whole, like, we did a whole marketing thing like the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
We need all that now in our team store.
Yep.
Texans bowling shoes. Yeah. I would buy those yesterday and wear them on the sidelines for games.
The bowling shirt.
I promise. A bowling shirt too.
Yeah, because I like them because they're untucked. It's nice and comfy.
Exactly. It's
for us bigger guys.
That's kind of the look I got today, but.
All right.
Different reason for that.
We just had a name go off the board here. Let's reset here. No more bowling talk as we roll on here on day 3. And, Brooke, I know you're looking at the big board here. The Seahawks just made a trade with the Minnesota Vikings to move in and get a player who, man, I was hoping praying this guy would still be around with all these 6th-round picks that the Texans have, Johnny, a little later on today. But he will not be anymore. Give us the latest update, Brooke, on what we're seeing on the big board here.
And even since you have said that, there are now 3 D tackles off the board. One in Cam Jackson from Florida, who's we are going to see as he's going to the Carolina Panthers. Riley Mills out of Notre Dame going to the Seahawks. And Jordan Phillips, the D tackle out of Maryland, going to the Miami Dolphins. Before them, it's Carson Vincent, the offensive tackle out of Alabama A&M, going to the Ravens.
Riley Mills is the one I was referring to, Johnny, because he was an impact player for Notre Dame who hurt his knee in the Indiana game, I think it was, in the college football playoff. And missed the remainder of the playoff. Where's number 99 is a big havoc-wreaking dude in the middle of that D injury. His name might have been called before now, but this is a 5th round. This is a really good pick for the Seahawks right there.
Yeah, it's a very good pick. They had to improve that. I take it back. Seattle's interior, their edge guys not that good. Their interior I thought were pretty good. But when you see Riley Mills, and then you go look at a picture of J.J. Watt. And I'm not telling you Riley Mills is J.J. Watt, so let's stop that. But if you just look at the picture of J.J. in his uniform his first year in 2011.
Baby fat J.J.
J.J. went in the weight room and transformed all of that body he's got. Riley, they look very similar. So that's why I've taken to calling him poor man's J.J. He's a hell of an athlete, too. Yep. Like he was for 2 straight years on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. And when he went out, I felt like Notre Dame's interior struggled a bit.
Oh yeah,
and that I thought was that cost them. That his injury, not everything, but you're without Riley Mills and Benjamin Morrison. Yeah. Ohio State's gonna find you.
Yeah,
and they ultimately did.
That's what they did. So
and credit to John in your studying. You were off by 1 pound at the draft. J.J. Watt was 6'5", 290, and Riley Mills is 6'5", 291.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks
good memory.
Yeah. No, that's a good job
Brooke
by
keeps
you,
looking
Johnny.
at me like yeah.
I see, Brooke. I don't even marvel at
Brooke,
it. I've been next to this for 17 years.
My wife will be like, "Did you take the trash?" Oh, damn, John. How much did Riley Mills weigh in college? He was 291. Like, it's like in my brain that I end up remembering.
Yeah.
I got to quit apologizing for it. I'm just not going to.
No,
just
Johnny, we all have bandwidth, and we deploy it differently. It's fine.
So, at least for my bandwidth, I paid for it.
It's fine. Yeah. No, it's your livelihood.
Don't tell anybody.
It's your livelihood.
Did I say that out loud? Sorry.
All right, so right now we are sitting in the early part of the 5th round. The Texans are not scheduled to pick until the 11th pick in the 6th round. Are you feeling anything here, Johnny, as far as like – As far as
I've got to cut in here.
Brooke,
so the Browns just traded up to 144 ahead of the Eagles, and they draft none other than Shador Sanders.
Okay.
He is officially off the board.
He is off the board.
And heading to Cleveland.
All right, so Shador Sanders, the Cleveland Browns trade up and get Shador Sanders with the 144th pick. So all of this stuff that we've been talking about today, like, man, whatever baggage it is that's keeping Shador Sanders from getting drafted, could it be something that if you don't draft him in the 4th, why draft him in the 7th? The Browns, who I'm sure have done plenty of study on him, they had the number 2 overall pick, Johnny, take Shador Sanders. What are your initial thoughts on this?
That he could be their day 1 starter.
Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco.
He could be their day 1 starter. Not saying he's going to be, but there have been a lot of places he would have gone and like he's the backup. No, he could very well, going to Cleveland, he could be the day 1 starter. And Cleveland makes a lot of sense. They've got an offensive line that's a little aged and not what it wants. But Joe Flacco and
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. You think those two are scaring Shador Sanders? No. I'm very, very curious about how that's all going to go down.
I don't know that Josh Allen scares Shador Sanders. You know, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah. I
had heard that the Browns and Stefanski did like him.
Yeah.
And I can imagine with the number 2 pick, I would imagine that Shador was probably on he was on the up and up. Like he was going to go in there and like, man, there's a possibility of me going number 2. Like, you would have thought that at number 3 too, but didn't have a great meeting with the Giants. So I say this all the time about the NFL draft. It's an opportunity. When does the opportunity come? We talk all the time about Tom Brady, 6th round, 199th pick. Brady thought, I'm going to a great spot. I got an opportunity. I'll beat Drew out. Watch this. And then he did. But it's really about the opportunity. Sam Howell, who we just talked about a little while ago, Sam Howell was taken in the 5th round. Washington at the time didn't have any other quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So Sam Howell got to start for 2 years. Davis Mills here was drafted in the 3rd round. We didn't have any other quarterbacks. Davis had to step up and be a rookie and all of that. So from that standpoint, I think with all that's been said, all the hand-wringing and all that stuff, even what we talked about earlier, he has got an opportunity to start week 1.
Yes.
Is that good for him? I don't know.
No, yeah.
And I don't think so.
Yeah.
But it's an opportunity now.
They drafted Dylan Gabriel yesterday, too.
That's right.
We mentioned that as well. What else you got for us, Brooke?
I think what's interesting, too, is their offensive coordinator. It's his first year there. If you remember the name, Tommy Rees. He was at Notre Dame.
I remember the name, Tommy Rees. Yeah.
At Notre Dame. Yeah. And then the year after he left Notre Dame, he went and was Alabama's offensive coordinator in the 2023 season.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see because he's a younger coach as well. He worked with Ian Book, who we know the Saints drafted, did not work out. I think he's sitting back up with the Eagles right now. But Tommy Rees, around college football circles, is highly valued. It's a reason why he's now getting a shot at the NFL. I want to see how he handles somebody like Shador Sanders, and now what will be 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's as much Shador as it is the dynamic of all those guys in there, right, Johnny? I mean, that's a lot of heads in that room right now.
I mean, Hard Knocks did AFC North last year. I'd like for them to do Hard Knocks Cleveland Browns this year.
Yes.
And you know what? It would peeve everybody. Because the cameras would be on him the entire time, because that's just Shador.
Shador, yeah.
If I'm Shador, and I'm not, I walk in that building humbled, and I walk to Tommy Rees, I walk into Kevin Stefanski, and you sit down and say, I will do anything that this organization wants me to do, and realize I'm not bigger than the organization. I'm going to help this organization win. I will do whatever it takes. Now, we do that, we not, I doubt it, I don't know. We'll see. Even the fact that he's not even his own team.
Yeah.
That's kind of like wild.
No, it's wild.
But he still has an opportunity to be their day one starter.
Johnny, he is probably doing a conference call with Cleveland media as we speak right now. So we're going to get our first taste of Shador Sanders, what should be a humbled Shador Sanders, or at least one that's got a better idea of how the NFL views him right now and his dad and his whole act.
Yeah.
So that's probably happening right now. Audio being generated from Shador Sanders. I am fascinated to see what these last 48 hours have done to him through whatever reasons there were that drove him down to this point in the draft. I think this is going to be fascinating to hear from him.
I would love to do Shador Sanders press conference bingo.
Oh, yeah, like a drinking game almost,
like a drinking game.
Yeah.
I'm going to make all 31 other teams pay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the team that just drafted you passed on you 5 times too, so there's that.
Culture. Does the word culture get brought up, do you think?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Which word?
By a reporter.
No,
yes.
which word does he say more, culture or legendary?
I'm going to say culture.
I'm going to say legendary.
You okay? All right, you and I have a lunch bet on that one. We'll see. All right, the Browns draft room loves the pick. I don't know. They're all drafting like they've got lobotomies right now. They got looks on their face like they just had their brains removed, but their hands are still moving and touching each other.
This is I want you to do a Pender poll on this.
Okay.
But you need every general manager in the league anonymously
to answer.
How many GMs in the league do you think draft a player because of owner undue influence? Because do you think the Haslams, at this point on day 3, maybe last night went, hey, Andrew, Kevin, Shador is still out there. I know you drafted this Oregon Duck quarterback, but Shador is still out there, especially after the whole thing with that other quarterback they had, number 4.
Well, I think it feels like the Haslams have had kind of a wake-up call with the whole Deshaun thing, just based on some of the things that Jimmy Haslam was saying at the owners' meetings or the league meetings. Now, I don't want to discount the fact that an owner can just completely reverse course on things they said in front of a microphone. I almost feel like, Johnny, it could be Andrew Berry looking at what the reaction was to Dylan Gabriel getting drafted, which was not good. Like, people are going, why are you drafting Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round? He's a guy that was going either late round or undrafted by a lot of people, and you pick him in the 3rd round. There's probably a lot of people who hated the Dylan Gabriel pick that, frankly, love the Shador Sanders pick.
Yeah.
And so I think it could be just as much the GM and the head coach themselves doing that. It's a fair point. And look, nobody's meddled more than the Haslams have.
Right.
So, all right, let's take one here, and we'll circle back. So the Shador Sanders saga is over, and now Louis Riddick and Mel Kiper can tell all of us how stupid we were, that we were reveling in this over the last couple of days. But we'll get to that. We'll circle back. We'll look at that. Keep an eye on the draft board. The Texans could move back in here in the 5th round at any time. It's day 3 of the NFL draft. It's Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoff with you here on a Saturday. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Radio.
More Texans on the way.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Take your fandom to the next level and experience the most chances to win like a Texan. Sounds pretty good. A Houston Texans e-newsletter for the best fans in the NFL. Stampede members will receive the latest in Texans news, upcoming events, and contests. We're talking lots of contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants. Some signed by your Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, welcome back. Texans Draft live here on Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. Again, if you're just tuning in or you missed it in the previous segment, the saga that would never end finally ends, at least the draft selection part of it for now. Shador Sanders is a Cleveland Brown, the 144th pick. The Browns trade back into the fifth round or trade up in the fifth round. I don't know if it's a trade up or a trade into. But they draft Shador Sanders, who was in the conversation for them at the second pick in the draft earlier in this draft process. He was in the conversation with the first pick yesterday at day 2. They end up drafting a quarterback later on in day 2 and Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon. And now in a draft where the Browns have plenty of picks, they have a lot of draft capital. They use a fifth-round pick on Shador Sanders.
Yeah, they did trade up.
They traded up.
Yes,
okay, so
ahead of the Eagles.
Okay, they jumped up in front of the Eagles there to take Shador Sanders. That's Brooke Kirchhoffer, who is keeping an eye on all activity, trades, and whatnot with the draft. John Harris, draft analyst, sideline reporter for the Houston Texans as well. I'm Sean Pendergast. Great to be with all of you on a Saturday. So we know that the Shador Sanders saga, Johnny, is over. And by the way, big thanks to Pizza Hut for coming in here. When Shador Sanders gets drafted, you celebrate with cheese pizza and cheesy pizza over there. Need more time, Johnny, to gather yourself over there? Johnny is swarmy when it comes to the pizza that is in here right now.
We can reset the board, too.
Why don't you do that, Brooke? Yeah, Brooke, give us a few picks. We got the Shador Sanders pick at 144. What else has happened since then?
So since then, still in the fifth round, the Eagles selected Mac McWilliams, the cornerback out of UCF. Braden Swinson from LSU, the edge rusher, is drafted by the Patriots at 146. Okay. And then the 49ers select Jordan James, the Oregon running back, at 149. And the Rams have now just selected the D tackle out of Ohio State, Ty Hamilton.
Okay. They must have.
A lot of D tackles off the board.
They must have traded up into that pick because I've got the Bears sitting on my board, so they must have made a trade. The Rams did to move in and get Ty Hamilton. This is the part of the draft, Johnny, that through the last few years, the Rams and Les Snead have mastered this part of the draft with finding guys in the middle rounds.
This is a good pick for them. Ty Hamilton, I was hoping he'd still be on the board. He was in my Harris 100. I loved him. He played next to Tyreek Williams, and I think Williams got all the run. And I would watch this guy. I'm like, damn, he's good. Mm-hmm. No, he's not first-round good, but good athlete. Well put together. I think the Rams do a great job. But it's funny because these last few picks, I just look at them, and I'm like, they make all kinds of sense. I mean, even Shador. Mac McWilliams going to the Eagles, like tough, feisty, good zone corner. Braden Swinson going to the Patriots is perfect. He's the consummate 3-4 outside linebacker. Like, he's perfect. Jordan James going to the 49ers. he'll fit. That's all perfect fits, and Hamilton isn't. I was a little surprised the Rams went that direction because they're loaded up front.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the Rams came to NRG last year for practice.
Yeah.
This is when I knew Jared Verse was going to be a badass. So early in that practice, I look over, and Verse is giving it to Laramie, like just talking trash, like just talking. And I always loved that because Laramie would clock it and then come back to it, and but he never would show it outwardly. So Verse is talking all kinds of trash. And like the first 2 reps, Verse whipped Laramie, like just dominated him. And I'm like, oh boy. These guys might be good. And then they had Braden Fisk.
Yeah.
They still had Kobe Turner. They had Byron Young. But their linebackers sucked. And so that's why they gave up 200 yards a game twice to Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
So and I can't remember what all the Rams have done, but the fact that the Rams going with Ty Hamilton there, they need linebackers.
Yeah.
And they traded out of the first. So, but yeah, they give up 200 yards rushing to Barkley twice.
Yeah, a couple of times, yeah.
It was like Derrick Henry to us.
Yep.
2021.
And one of them was in the postseason, when he got all the marbles on the line there.
And if they just stopped them once or twice, they were driving to go win the game at the end. If they had stopped them once, who knows what happens in that game. And maybe Philly isn't the world champion. But that said, good pick there. But all those picks right in a row all really fit for what those teams are looking for. And that's what I like about the draft when that happens. Texans, to see players in the 5th round fitting somewhere in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's about the role you can play specifically with the team. Like that's what it boils down. I mean, the draft is all about that for most teams, but especially here, if there's one thing you can do that helps the team win, and you got a chance to stick in doing that. We just had a pick here, and this is a name Johnny mentioned when Woody Marks got drafted a little bit earlier by the Texans. This is actually a local kid who was on the board at the time. Brooke, what do you got for us here?
Yeah, the Cowboys have not selected since the 3rd round. They are back in it in the 5th round, and it's Jaden Blue, the running back from Texas. He'll be staying at his home state.
Yeah, and it's Jaden Blue, who's from Johnny, I believe, right here in Houston, right? Jaden Blue.
Yeah, he's from Houston. It's a good pick for Dallas. They've needed running backs for a while, and he's got an opportunity in the 5th round. I'm trying to remember what Dallas did running back wise.
Rico Dowdle's a free agent, so I don't think they signed him back.
Gone.
Yeah, I think he's gone. So I don't know who he signed with, but I know.
I mean, Jaden Blue doesn't strike me, and I think that's why he's going to the 5th round. He doesn't strike me as a full-time 3-down back, but what he does have is what we all covet: speed. So he's got that.
Yep.
So I think that's one of the major reasons why he goes in the 5th round, because he's got the elite trait you're talking about.
Yep.
I just don't know that he's a full, complete running back at this point.
We had a few people point this out to us during the break. We just got done. If you missed it, you're just tuning in. Shador Sanders drafted by the Browns, which ESPN. Mel Kiper is still screaming at the camera right now, and he looks older with every. He looks 10 years older today.
Goodness.
Than he did number 1 quarterback.
Yep. He was the number 1 player.
This has killed Mel Kiper Jr. This Shador slide.
But he's got to stop.
Yeah.
For Mel's sake, it's happened. It's over.
He's drafted.
Let's move on.
Yeah, no, now let him go prove you right, Mel. We'll see if you were right and whatever. But Brooke, I think you brought this up during the break with Johnny and I, that Deshaun Watson is still a Cleveland Brown right now. We totally forgot about that as we're sitting here going, well, they got Kenny Pickett and they signed Joe Flacco. Which felt to me like that when they signed Joe Flacco, Johnny, that felt to me like when you're trying to tell people to go home from your party, when you invite a bunch of people over and there's still like 2 or 3 people hanging out in your living room and you start to turn the lights off and the TV off to kind of give them the sign like, hey, the party's over.
Right.
I feel like Joe Flacco was the turning off of the lights and the TV and whatnot. Like, hey, Deshaun, you can work out in all your Browns gear and you're even allowed to use our workout equipment.
Right.
You will never take another snap for this organization, just so you know. But Pickett, Flacco, they draft Dylan Gabriel, they draft Shador Sanders, and Deshaun Watson is still a Cleveland Brown who's acting this offseason like he intends to still play for the Browns at some point.
Good luck
Reaction.
With that. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I mean, good luck with that. I mean, again, can we put Hard Knocks right in that quarterback
Oh,
room?
my God.
They're going to have to do something about Deshaun.
I'm legendary. No, I'm legendary.
Right.
I'm legendary. Yeah.
Right. I'm a servant. Anyways.
Yeah.
I wrote a book. Did you?
Yeah.
You didn't write a book. So it could get Then you throw in the Dylan Gabriel factor. Yeah. And I promise
third-round pick. That's not a throwaway pick.
I promise you that Shador, with all of his might, his goal right now is to show the Browns, you bleeped up going to drafting that guy instead of me earlier.
Yeah.
That one thing.
Yes.
It doesn't need to be that, but I got a feeling that's where it's going to go.
I have no problem if that's – but the question is, to what we were talking about earlier, does he say that when he gets asked about it? Like, what's your goal here in coming to the Browns?
To be legendary.
To end Dylan Gabriel's career before it starts.
Right.
You know, like that's a bad answer. I think it's a good mentality, but a bad answer. You know, there is something that I don't think Shador gets this. There is something, there is a filter that does need to be put in at some point, especially when you're the quarterback, in terms of what exactly gets expressed in front of the curtain and what gets thought of and expressed behind the curtain, you know?
Well, here's the other thing with fifth-round picks.
Yeah.
They don't always make the roster.
Yeah, you don't know. This is a burnable pick for the Browns.
And this is the thing.
They cut him the first week, Johnny, if he's acting like a jackass.
Yeah. This is the thing to me. He could get cut. He could start.
Yeah.
Like, it's that wide of a range for him, depending on how he approaches what this weekend has told him and taught him.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yep.
Fascinating.
See. It's fascinating stuff, man. So Shador Sanders is a Cleveland Brown.
I'm going to read you this tweet real fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
His Twitter is at FB Film Analysis. He's really good. He does a lot on the West Coast. He does a lot with the Raiders and such. So he retweeted Benjamin Solak, who gave the quarterback room. And he said this quarterback room is a manifestation of Cleveland's entire history of quarterbacks.
It is.
That is the tweet of the day. That is exactly what this is. It is everything they've been about. It is a mess.
It is a 10-legged anthology of the Cleveland Browns quarterback saga. Yes. Oh, my God.
It's so perfect.
I have another tweet here.
Dylan Gabriel and the Brian Hoyer role.
Yeah.
Shador and the Johnny Manziel role.
Yep. Yeah. I have this. Breaking, the NFL just announced that they will be retiring the 144th pick in the draft. No team will ever pick 144th ever again.
Just like when you're in an elevator.
That was tweeted by Sean T. Pendergast.
That was very nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah,
it's like when you're in an elevator and it's, you know, Mitch Hedberg used to say they leave the 13th floor out for superstition.
My
it's
building
like,
does
well,
that.
you know what floor you're really on. Yeah, it's going to be that. And 144 is gone.
It will not be labeled the 144th pick.
That's a good one, partner. I'm envious that I didn't come up with that one, man. Really envious.
What do you got for us, Brooke?
Yeah, the Colts just drafted the running back out of Kansas State, DJ Giddens, and the Cowboys are back up. They just traded up. So as we know, they just drafted Jaden Blue, the running back out of Texas. And, John, I just went and checked that note. So they have 5 running backs on the roster. Some notable names: Miles Sanders, Deuce Vaughn, Javonte Williams. We'll see. Really interesting, though, that they are trading up now. We will see what the Cowboys do here. And it looks
Riley
like
Leonard. It's not, but
they just traded out. So they traded up and then traded out.
Wait, they traded up and traded out?
So
what are they doing? Jerry, make up
now Arizona's on the board.
Now Arizona's on the clock? All right. Yeah, because it still says Cowboys on my computer. I'm going to hit refresh.
Surely they were not trying to go get J.D. Giddens after they just drafted
Right. Well, like, we know he'll be there. Yeah, well, and they've just drafted Jaden Blue. Johnny, Giddens is one we should touch on here before we hit a break because he's in the division here.
Yeah.
I know it's the fifth.
No, they are back on.
Okay.
So the graphic
Cowboys
for ESPN
pick is in.
just switched again.
Cowboys pick is in.
ESPN.
Come on now.
Yeah, so DJ Giddens goes to Indianapolis from Kansas State. Sprinter, smooth runner, really good in the pass game. I thought he would definitely be in consideration for the Texans. A little bit taller and bigger. Really,
like Mixon.
He's not a power guy like Mixon.
Okay.
He's kind of a more smooth glider.
Yeah.
Indianapolis will have to deal with him. So, I really – there were a few running backs that I really kind of – in my sights, I thought Dylan Sampson, Woody Marks, I hoped. DJ Giddens, I thought, would be one of those guys. But they went with Marks, and I like that. I had Giddens ahead of him, and I understand why Giddens was why I had him ahead of him. And I think he'll be a really good third down back for them because last I looked, Tyler Goodson's still dropping the ball in the backfield on fourth down.
Yeah.
I don't think DJ Giddens is doing that.
No, No. Before we break here, Brooke, the Cowboys pick is in. They trade up to get
Florida linebacker Shamar James.
Okay. All right. So, Johnny, is that a fifth round at this stage? Sorry, I caught you mid-pizza bite, Johnny.
No,
that's a good pick. Okay. I'll translate. Johnny said, good pick. That's what that was. All right. We head towards the top of the hour. We will continue to keep an eye on the fifth round of the draft. I want to find out from Johnny. I want to go back to the early part of the draft, night one. I need one or two picks where Johnny, from a Texans perspective, because I know I've got at least one, where it's like, oh, crap, that team got that guy. I've got at least one I want to bounce off of Johnny here. So we'll take a look back earlier in the draft. If anything happens with the Texans, we will jump in. We'll interrupt breaks if they trade back in here to the fifth round. But if you're just tuning in, only one pick so far for the Texans. They trade back into the fourth round earlier today to draft USC running back Woody Marks, kind of a third down back. Johnny really likes that move for the Texans. And this is the fourth offensive player that they've selected here out of the five guys total that they've taken in the draft. So we'll continue heading towards the top of the hour. It's Texans Draft Live on Texans Radio. Stay there.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business win. Things like hard work, dedication, and knowing how to make a big play. It's how teams win and how businesses succeed. And to secure your success, adding a committed, dedicated team member like Amity Bank. Because when you do that, there's no way you can lose. We're here. We're available. And we're Ray Bank. We put the family in business banking. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation N.A., member FDIC.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Right now, during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale, save up to $600 on top brands and get a free adjustable base. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all compact equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
How close can you get with front row close? Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales. Just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to have in a vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Arriba Texans! Join Somos Texans now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. By being a part of Somos Texans, you will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Kirchhoffer, and John Harris with you here. Sorry, we're having off-air conversations here about colleges and things like that. And we got day 3 of the draft rolling on here, and it's good to be with you. Texans Draft Live. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer with you here as we roll on day 3 of the draft. The only activity for the Texans so far is Woody Marks, the running back out of USC, is a Houston Texan. We'll keep an eye. Possible trades. We're into the 5th round now. We're about halfway through the 5th round now. Texans still sitting on 5 picks, right? The remainder of the draft. They've got 2 6ths, and they've got 3 7ths right now. I would imagine whatever it looks like at the end of the day, it will not be 5 players taken with those 5 picks. I feel pretty safe in making that prediction. Johnny, just to circle back to round 1, I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you about round 1 of the draft in general. The Texans didn't make a pick in that round. They traded out of the first round, as we know. What in your mind, going back and looking at round 1, what were, from a Texans fan perspective, you're watching the teams on your schedule, the teams in your division make moves. Were there any moves that stood out to you that were made either in the division or with teams that we know the Texans are going to have to deal with if they're going to get to the, quote, new heights that they're trying to get to, that D'Amico's trying to get to, that jumped out at you where you're like, that one hurt right there?
Baltimore Ravens.
Thank you.
Malachi Starks.
Bingo. That's mine.
Yeah, that one. It happens every year where we watch this draft, we go through it, and you get to them, they pick, and it's a guy from Alabama, it's a guy from the SEC, it's a guy from Notre Dame, and you're like, damn, how'd that happen? How did we let Malachi Starks get to 27 and go to the Ravens and now play inside the formation with Marlon Humphrey at the nickel, Hamilton at one safety, and now Starks at the other safety? What are we doing, people? Mm-hmm. How are we letting this happen?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's the one that to me, I looked at it and went, wow, damn. I saw it coming, too. I was like, God, Baltimore's sitting there. If this is Malachi Starks, and lo and behold, it is. And they last year, it was Nate Wiggins from Clemson, guy that ran 4.2 something. Now, Nate had some baggage. There's some Louis Vuitton in his character. But Nate Wiggins went to Baltimore, and it's been fine. So when I first thought about that, I thought about that. I hate to say this. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chiefs are sitting there at 31. Trade down a spot. So they pick up a 5th rounder. In fact, that 5th rounder will be coming up. Did they use that pick already?
I'll check.
No, I think it's actually this. I think it's this pick coming up right now. Or coming up pretty soon. But either way,
Dolphins are on the clock. There's a pick that comes after them that's a Kansas City Chiefs pick.
Yeah. So with that pick at 31, they get Josh Simmons and they get a 5th rounder. Now,
and it is this coming up pick. This is the only pick they have in the 5th round right now.
Yeah, so this is it. So we'll know what this pick is. So you got that at 30 when they're at 31. So that I thought was good draft management by the Chiefs to do that. And Simmons, to me, the fact that the Texans passed on a guy that was that gifted at tackle, it tells you that more than likely all those rumors about him were probably pretty close.
Yeah.
The Chiefs drafting him, and again, we go back to fit. We talked about this with Shador a little while ago. Kansas City was the perfect spot because you're going to go into Kansas City, act the fool with Mahomes and Kelsey. They're looking to win another championship, and you're going to act the fool? Hell no. Andy Reid, former offensive line coach, you're going to act the fool? No. And they need tackles. So you go learn from the best. You do it right. You end up with Josh Simmons and a 5th rounder. I thought it was really good draft management for the Kansas City Chiefs at that particular moment. The Buffalo Bills getting Maxwell Harrison, that's really going to help them. I thought that was a really good pick for the Bills. He was a guy in kind of the media world that was catching up late to him. And I thought he was a really good player.
I liked him. Yeah. I liked him in the green room back there, dapping everybody up who was going up. He didn't care that he wasn't getting picked. He's out there hugging guys.
Everybody. It was really cool.
I'm jealous of whoever's scouting for the Buffalo Bills that finds these guys who have great personalities. It was Keon Coleman last year, and now this year they get Max Hairston out of Kentucky.
Yeah,
that's good press conference right there, I tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. And now the Chiefs.
That's actually not the pick the Chiefs picked. they just used Steelers. So I don't know where the extra pick they got in that Eagles trade landed, Johnny. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what has been.
Doesn't really matter.
Here.
Yeah,
Things
but they're
moving so quickly. Maybe if I refresh and see what the hell's going on here. But the point being that I thought the Chiefs did a really good job of managing that whole thing. So good for them.
And here's the painful part about what you just said. My question to you was, which of the teams on night one did you look at and go, oh, that one hurts from a Texans perspective? You just named the 3 other division winners.
That's why I focused on
it.
Yeah.
Right. Like Baltimore with Malachi Starks, which I felt the second they drafted him. I'm like, oh, him and Kyle Hamilton. That sucks if you're any other team but Baltimore. Buffalo with Max Hairston, and then the Chiefs with Josh Simmons, where they need tackles, but if the knee's an issue at first, they don't have to rush him in there.
Yeah.
Like that's who you're competing with. That's who you're competing with.
And I also. And, of course, this one cut me to the core because when I came into this draft, my 2 guys, Booker and Golden, were my 2 no matter what if they're there at 25. Well,
me too, man.
Now, apparently Nick was on the phone with Dallas. I don't know what transpired, but, Nick talked about it in his press conference after night 1. He's like, look, we were on the phone. We were probably more active than if we had a pick.
Yeah.
In some years we didn't have a pick, but they didn't make a pick, and he was like, we were more active than some other drafts, trying to move up, move down, all that kind of stuff. So I thought Dallas getting Tyler Booker was massive for them because we talk about and joke about Dallas all the time. Like, Jerry wanted to draft Johnny, turned into Hall of Fame guard. Thinking about drafting Ted McMillan, and that would have been a good pick. It would have been a good pick for them, but he went to Carolina, so now all of a sudden Dallas pivots, and now they're looking squarely at Tyler Booker. Smart move. Zach Martin moves on, and you're like, dang. So that's Will McClay. Will McClay knows what he's doing.
Knows
driving
ball.
that draft. Yep. He knows ball.
Yep.
And they're the guys that can tell Jerry, no, don't draft Johnny. Draft the future Hall of Famer. You guys better be right about this. And they were.
Yes.
And so that's why Jerry trusts them and said, okay, Tyler Booker, done. Instead of Matthew Golden, who would have fit very well, you better be good up front. And you're not going to do it with Brock Hoffman. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Brock Hoffman taking strays. Sorry.
Yeah, no disrespect. Sorry, Hoffman family, if you're listening.
It's not.
All right, let's go. Brooke Kirchhoffer is keeping an eye on things going on up in Green Bay with the draft. Brooke, what's the latest that you got for us here?
Yeah, so just to answer John from earlier, that Kansas City Chiefs trade was with the Steelers. So the Steelers traded pick 156, 164, and 226. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just selected the edge rusher out of SMU, Elijah Roberts, at 157. We're about halfway through the 5th round, and the Texans, as we know, have nothing until the 6th and 7th round.
That's right. The 11th pick of the 6th round is the next scheduled pick for the Houston Texans. All right, Johnny, so I'm going to be doing the hot tag to Mark Vandermeer here in a second. Vandy is going to take all of you the rest of the way here in this chair. As we look ahead, Johnny, here, what are, from here on, we're halfway through the 5th. We got a 6th and a 7th round where we're going to be very active over these next couple hours. At the very least, using picks, if not moving around or moving back in to use picks. What are you still feeling here? We're 5 players in, 4 on the offensive side, 1 cornerback. As far as how this thing is unfolding, is there anything you're feeling acutely here for the Texans, or is this just they just need to make good decisions here? Best player available.
It is good decisions, but when you step back and look at the team needs, I still think offensive line is going to be in play. We drafted a tackle who might be able to play guard. Maybe you draft a guy that plays center guard. There are some guys that are still out there. Guard from LSU, I really like. Miles Frazier is still out there. That would be, I think, a steal at this particular point. I wouldn't rule out tackle to just add more to the offensive line mix. I think if it's anybody outside of defensive line, it's going to be a guy with a focus on special teams to find more guys that can go down and tackle in space. So it wouldn't surprise me to see safety linebacker types, linebackers, things of that magnitude. I don't think edge rusher, but, maybe it's an edge rusher that's, bigger that they maybe could put some more pounds on and maybe turn him into defensive tackle. So I think quarterback's off the board, obviously. I think running back and wide receiver are probably off the board at this point, just given they've already drafted 2 wide receivers and then they drafted, obviously, Woody Marks earlier, tight end.
I was just going to ask you, is there anything floating around at tight end here that you see right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Mitchell Evans isn't a wide tight end, but he gets it up. But the guy I think that I've earmarked for a long time is Jackson Hawes. I mentioned him earlier because he was a Yale graduate, down at Georgia Tech. Really impressive as a physical inline blocker. At the Senior Bowl, day one, showed some pretty soft hands.
Yeah.
Saying every single guy that's been taken was at the Senior Bowl.
All five.
Yeah. All five.
Yeah.
So that could be in play. And then interior defensive line. I'm trying to look right now and see if there's anybody size, like of size that I have. Warren Brinson from Georgia, I think would be a good pick. He's 315 pounds. He can mix things up. He's a violent player. Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia as well. Cam Horsley from Boston College, not as big, but you're talking 312 pounds. Dude that can move inside, played for OB, and did some good things. Here's another guy that gets really interesting, and I don't think he's gone off the board yet. Brooke, check me on this. I don't think he's gone off the board. J.J. Pegues from Ole Miss. Now, J.J. Pegues was at Auburn as a defensive tackle. He transferred. No, I take it back. I'm sorry. He was a tight end. Transferred to Ole Miss. They put him on the defensive side of the ball. But then when they get Wildcat, they put him at quarterback. When he was at the Combine, they took J.J. Pegues, and they had him run fullback routes. Like, he is an athlete. That might be a guy on the interior defensive line you look at. Now, he's a little different from some of the other guys. I don't look at him as like, yeah, he's a run stuffer. No, this dude is athletic. He can move. So maybe J.J. Pegues is a guy that they take a look at a lot. So I like some of these defensive linemen. I love Peyton Page from out of Clemson. He's a little undersized guy. I think we have enough of that. I think we need 310 and above on the defensive line.
All right, that's John Harris, the great John Harris, NFL draft expert extraordinaire, Texans sideline reporter. Johnny, I always enjoy this every year. It's one of my favorite days. Yep. Appreciate you, man. As always, Brooke, enjoyed working with you as well.
Great working with you.
Hopefully not the last time. That's Brooke Kirchhoffer, and she's going to continue to keep an eye on the board for the remainder of the draft. We got about a half a fifth round to go and the sixth and a seventh to go, so keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. We're going to be here as long as it takes to get all the picks and all the conjecture and reaction and press conferences and things like that nailed down. That's John Harris. That's Brooke Kirchhoffer. I give the hot tag over to the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer, for the rest of the afternoon today. So until Monday morning, 6 a.m., I'll be back on the air. Payne and Pendergast, Seth Payne and I will be reacting to everything that we've seen this weekend. So join me on Monday at 6 a.m. Until then, have a great rest of the weekend, and Mark Vandermeer will take you the rest of the way. This is Texans Draft Live. Stay there.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and Ranch Lover's Flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesar's Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas, Portland, or bet big on table games at Horseshoe Bossier City. With Caesar's Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesar's Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips. Like to family dinner the next town over. Or to a family wedding the next town over. Or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma, especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS top safety picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's Best Warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million On with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The Houston Texans are proud to partner with Kroger and the Houston Food Bank to tackle hunger in Houston. Huddle Against Hunger, presented by Kroger, is a free, downloadable curriculum that includes activities designed to teach empathy and understanding around hunger in elementary, middle, and high school students. Parents and teachers, join the huddle now by visiting HoustonTexans.com/huddleagainsthunger.
Want to win a free trip? That's right. Test your luck by predicting the 2025 Houston Texans season schedule releasing this May and play the Schedule Challenge. Presented by Caesars Rewards. If your picks are closest to the actual schedule, you have the chance to win a 2-night stay at a Caesars Rewards property and 2 tickets to a 2025 Texans home game. What could be better than that? Head to HoustonTexans.com/schedule to make your predictions from now until Tuesday, April 29th, and you might just be the lucky winner. Good luck. Age restrictions apply.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a ranch flavors and large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and ranch flavors flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
Elvis has left the building. Sean Pendergast. He's leaving the building, and he was awesome doing the first 3 hours of Texans Draft Live here on Saturday as we are buzzing through rounds 4, 5, 6, 7 to wrap it up today. 3 days of picks, craziness, trades, Shador Sanders talk. It's all happening. And I'm Mark Vandermeer with John Harris, of course. Johnny doesn't get a break. He gets to stand up every once in a while and stretch. Brooke Kirchhoffer is with us. Brooke, how's it going?
Good. Thank you for having me.
All right. Yeah, sounding great. I've been listening to the show, and I haven't heard every split second of the program, so there's some things I'm going to want to revisit. But we have been tweeting out on my Texans Voice Twitter account, X, the reactions, Johnny's take on the pick, some of the reactions as the pick is made throughout the entirety of the draft. Started out Thursday night, of course, and Woody Marks goes to the Houston Texans.
Woody Marks
goes to the Houston Texans.
If Woody Marks takes one at the house like 75 yards, you got to say, Joquavius Marks. That's his first. You got to do it. You got to do it.
I
Get
read
the approval
story
from him.
Oh, yeah.
Get the approval, but you got to drop Joquavius going to the house.
Well, I read the story of why he's called Woody. His mom, he was at youth league games, and the PA announcer kept mispronouncing his first name. So his mom just said, just call him Woody. Call him Woody. I don't know if she said it with clenched teeth the way I just did it, but I'm imagining it might have been that way.
I see it happening.
Yeah, because it's your kid, and you want to go clenched teeth when it comes to your kid's name pronunciation. So she said, just call him Woody. So he's Woody Marks, and I kind of like that name. It's a good football name.
As luck would have it, now, a little peek behind the curtain here. Down here in our studio, we have a bathroom over here that's near us. It's near the media workroom. There aren't very many people in the building that know about it, so we call it the secret bathroom. Oh, yeah. There's one person who does know about it, and I just ran into him, and that's Danny Barrett.
Okay.
Associate head coach and running backs coach. And I was like, Coach, you got some new toys. And he just, very cool as Danny Barrett can do, is like, I like my new toys.
Yeah, and he's been around here for a while.
Yeah,
he's
Danny's been around. He's seen some things.
A lot of different toys to play with.
He's seen some things.
Yeah. Wait, when did he – all right, so let me look.
What are you thinking?
When did Danny Barrett start coaching running backs for this organization?
I feel like it was 20 – I don't know why 2018 is stuck in my head.
Yeah, so he had Lamar Miller 97-yard touchdown run.
I'm pretty sure.
Carlos Hyde, he definitely had that.
Yeah, he definitely had Carlos Hyde. He's definitely for that.
Yeah.
I feel
He's
like
in year 7 as the running backs coach.
So this is year 7? So
Yes.
2018.
Do the math. 21, 20, 19. So maybe 19 was the first year.
Okay.
I know he's made it through.
Yeah, because Charles London.
Yeah, Charles London
him.
was here for a while.
Okay.
So maybe it's 18. But either way, I can imagine they're pretty excited. I was pretty excited. I get excited for that. Somebody on Twitter was like, "Girl, man, reacting that way." Yeah, I react that way because it's my team.
Oh,
pays my
somebody
check.
said that. I love this. The reactions to everything. Why is Nick doing this? Like, people drop in for the draft.
People react to me reacting. Like, what? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
So,
well, they're reacting. You know what, though? It's sports fans. The older I get, the more in it I am. The more I'm thinking, hey, just be passionate. Have your reactions.
This is our team, Mark. Last I looked, this team signs our paychecks. Now, in a digital world, I don't know if they actually sign them, but you get the point.
They stamp
You
them.
get the point. It's
They
our
press
team.
send.
We don't just work at 6'10".
Well,
which I get a lot of times. They're like, no. I work for the team. That's my team. When I did my draft needs, that's how I put it on Football Takeover. The team building the 2025 New Orleans Saints. But when I got to my team, I put my team.
Wow.
Building the 2025 Houston Texans, which if you want to see, I'm 5 for 5, Mark. I'm 5 for 5. On my draft needs, I had a group of players to watch for each position.
Yeah.
I have all 5 drafted Texans in my document, footballtakeover.com. So go check it out.
Very nice.
5 for 5.
Very nice.
Now, that's going to change very soon, but I'll take 5 for 5 to start.
Well, you got a running back.
Yeah.
You got a
Had
couple
Woody
of
in that mix.
receivers.
Yep.
Got a tackle who could play guard, right?
I think he could.
We'll see.
That's going to be
Nick
that's
left
gonna
the
be
door
development.
open. Nick left the door open, didn't he?
Yeah, Nick's going to leave a lot of doors open.
Yeah. He'll leave every door open
Yeah,
as a
as he
possibility.
should.
Why not? Yeah.
That's it, because the second that he said, nope, he's just a tackle, and then all of a sudden he's at guard, everybody's up in arms. Well, you told us he said, no, you keep the doors open.
Well, to me, and this is a Texans thing, a lot of teams are like this, but there's familiarity with these picks because Nick knows Matt Campbell well. Obviously, Iowa State has been a source before with X.
Right.
But now you have Higgins and Knoll from Iowa State. They know each other. You know the coach. You get great intel. You can evaluate all the tape you want, but you can't always know who they are as people. It's difficult sometimes, and now you do know who they are as people. And then you look at Ursery, you look at Woody Marks, the USC familiarity with Smith, Marks, Bullock.
That's 3 Trojans in 2 years.
Yeah. So why not? Because obviously Kalen knows these guys well. You mentioned Zeke last night, one of the scouts, having gone there. So there's great connections involved, and you get to know them as people. So you want that thread running through. You mentioned D'Amico being at the Senior Bowl for the first time. It seems the first time. Whatever. He was at the Senior Bowl. The first 4 picks went to the Senior Bowl.
First 5 picks.
Oh, so Woody was at the Senior
All
Bowl
of them
too.
have
Oh,
gone
that's
to the
right. You
Senior
said he
Bowl.
was the best receiving running back at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I think he's the best receiving running back in his draft class.
That's outstanding.
So Brooke pointed out 47 receptions last year at USC. So it turned out, like, when he went to Mississippi State, he went to go play for Mike Leach. He's going to catch the ball in the backfield. But then in his last part of Mississippi State, he goes out to USC, and he's, again, a perfect fit in that offense. Now, the quarterback play this past year was kind of all over the place. Miller Moss, Mayava. They didn't play all that well, but he still had 47 receptions. He's got some juice. I love everything about Woody Marks. But it really, to me, was about a toughness level that I love. And I saw that in him. I got a text from Cole Kublik, who covers the SEC, does a great job, radio show down in Birmingham. Name drop him, that's okay. And he asked me, he said, how much wide stretch you can run? And I was like, I don't know. We got new OC, not sure. And he goes, you run a lot of stretch. He's perfect. Yet, when I watched him at USC, they did some gap stuff with him, and he seemed to fit into it pretty well. So there was a lot to really love about it, but the person, too, the toughness, all that swarmy stuff we talk about, it's evident. It's evident.
You know what else is evident? Getting a young player who matches up well with an older player on this roster. We talked about last year getting Lassiter, but you brought in Henderson and Okudah. You didn't know if Lassiter was going to be ready.
Right.
Clearly he was ready.
He was ready.
You bring in, you mentioned Dario Gunbowale, who's your third down back last couple of years. Well, now you bring in Woody Marks, who might win the job, might not, but at least you have insurance on both sides, and you have competition. You have the young bucks coming in, challenging the older players. Let's get into that some. Ursery, same thing at the tackle spot. Who's going to play tackle? I can't tell you today who's going to start at tackle on either side safely. I cannot definitely tell you. September, opening day, wherever that might be, Blake Fisher's got a good shot at right tackle, but I could be totally wrong about that. Maybe they work him over in left, where they had him in training camp last year when Laramie couldn't practice.
Okay, let me ask you right now. It's April 26th. It's April 26th already?
That sounds crazy.
Damn, Rent's doing a few days. What's the starting five? We played a game tonight.
Tonight is different from September. But
I know.
Tonight I still feel like it's the vets because the rooks aren't ready.
I want to know what you think the offensive line should be right now, April 26th.
Left to right. Robinson, Titus. Mm-hmm. I'll go, I'll go Patterson, Juice, and then Blake. I'm playing tonight or tomorrow. That's it. But I think that changes between now and September after rookie camp, OTAs, training camp, etc., preseason games. I believe I will not pick that 5 to start in September, but I will pick them. I'll select them to start this weekend in this fictional game you laid out.
Yeah.
See?
I think Ursery's got a really good chance. I think that competition for
left
right
tackle.
guard. No, guard.
Even though he's always played left tackle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's the thing, and I said this earlier. I said it last night. He hasn't played a lot of football in his life. So it's not as if he's built up all these bad habits. I'm not saying he's got them, but he hasn't built up all these habits to where he can only play tackle. Like he's still really, introduced to the game. Now, I would think left tackle in the future. But who was our left tackle last few years? With Laramie Tunsil. Mm-hmm. What position did he play when he was a rookie? He played guard. Laramie Tunsil strike you as a guard? No. But that was Miami's way of getting the best players out on the field. And if Tay Ursery is one of your 5 best linemen, you put him on the freaking field.
Hey.
And they know that.
I got to get used to that. Hey.
Tay.
Okay.
Keonte, I like, but Tay is easier.
Yeah. Keonte, I don't have to say.
I hope you don't have to say his name for the next 10 years.
I know, it's true.
I really
hope.
Say
it in starting lineups, and then we'll talk to you later. We'll talk to you during the week.
I hope that's the case.
I hope to be able to interview offensive linemen this year. That's one of my big goals.
Oh, big goals in it?
We really didn't interview offensive linemen this past year because let those guys kind of work out their issues, and we'll talk to the D-line guys who were just a lot of laughs. It was great.
We got a lot of DBs, a lot of rookies, and a lot of defenders.
Brooke, what do you have going on the board as we get back to the 5th round here? What is happening?
Yeah, interesting that the Carolina Panthers went with the tight end out of Notre Dame, Mitchell Evans. And, John, you were talking about it earlier. Maybe the Texans go with the tight end. They have 4 currently on the roster, which, of course, includes Irv Smith Jr., who just re-signed. Maybe that's something they're looking at. And then right after them, it's the Steelers with Yahya Black, the D-tackle from Iowa.
Again, doesn't have to change his jersey, just like Caleb Johnson. Same thing. But, Black is a Steeler. It's funny now that I think about it. Man, I don't know if I put them in the Steelers draft needs, but it's like, he's a Steeler. That just makes the most sense. Like, you look at the Steelers draft when it's done, and you're like, this just fits.
Yeah, and the Ravens have
just
that
like
too.
they have a type.
But this team is getting to. We have a type too.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans have a type.
Yep.
And you want to have that where it's automatically known, where the brand of player you have is a known thing. A Raven. You know who a Raven is.
Right.
Chiefs, I hate to say it. You know who the Chiefs are. Often they have records. No, never mind.
No, you're right.
Not sports records. Anyway, the Steelers, you said it. Steeler type. Texan. Yes. We're starting to really define this in this new era of Houston Texans football, what a Texan is. By the way, if you heard Brooke, you're thinking, she sounds pretty good. Brooke knows the NFL. She covered the Saints extensively for a long time. She lives here. She's done a lot of work with Rice, UH, a lot of different stuff, freelancing, whatever you're doing. But it's great to have you with us on this draft coverage.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and it's good to get back into the NFL. Being away from it for the last year was hard for me to not be talking about it. I was able to get Tyrann Mathieu on a call just to preview the Super Bowl. But before that, it was all Saints coverage in 23.
We know Tyrann Mathieu.
Oh, yeah.
I love Ty, man.
We love talking to him.
Listen, he has only good things to say about his time
Really?
in Houston.
That's good.
Actually,
I miss him,
that is
man.
the truth.
I'm sure he misses us. I don't know that.
Every time.
Mark Ingram, too, another former Saint,
Loved
turned
Mark
Texan.
Ingram.
Great media friend.
I just didn't
as
like
well.
it that he left. I didn't like that. I know we traded him for a 7th rounder, but that was a wink, wink, hey.
I talked to Mark. When did we play the Saints? Preseason game, right?
Preseason number 3?
In
2023.
Yeah, because that's the one Juice got hurt in.
Yeah, we
and
practiced.
Kenyon got hurt in that game, too. But I remember, I think Fox called that game, and our guy, I don't know if you remember, he was like, hey, man, we talked for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, look, man, when you came to our organization, we were not in a good way, but you brought a tremendous spirit. You were always positive. You're always great with us. And, I mean, he was just like, man, John, that's awesome. So, I mean, I was like, I wanted to hug him. I was like, he's such a good ambassador of the game.
Yeah.
You know, I love that about Mark Ingram, and I wish he would have been here for a little bit longer. But Ty, every time I'd see Ty, I just run up, give him a hug. How's his boy doing? You know, Tyron's been one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite college football players of all time. He's one of my favorite people. I mean, he's incredible. And I cheer for him no matter what. No matter what,
Yeah.
I'll cheer for Tyron Matthew.
Yep,
Love
great
that
dude.
guy.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, if you remember, too, when Mark Ingram first joined up with the Saints, him and Alvin Kamara had that boom zoom. They brought the energy in that way. That was their nickname, and then the Honey Badger always can add a little flair to any team.
That was a big topic when he was here about the nickname Honey Badger. Does he like it? Does he not like it? Does he want it anymore?
And then we asked him about it. He was kind of
I have
like,
an interesting nugget about that.
he was kind of like, yeah. He had gotten to that point where we had heard he didn't like it, and then we asked him, and he was like, yeah, you know. It was just kind of his reaction.
Or was
to
he
it
not
when we
being
asked him.
honest, Brooke?
I'll just say this, and you guys make an assumption, what you will. When we got onto that Zoom call to preview the Super Bowl, Eagles-Chiefs, a few months ago, you know when you type in your name when you join a Zoom call?
Oh, yeah.
He typed in Badger.
He did.
So I'd like to think that is a name that he does enjoy.
That's
I think if you shortened it to
Yes.
Badger, like I think he'd be okay with
Yeah.
that. That, you know.
What's wrong with honey? It's delicious.
It is, I
It's a
know,
good
but
describer of
but
Badger.
you want to be like in football, and part of your nickname is Honey. Like, you're
But
the
the honey
bear.
badger, the reason why he has the nickname is because it's a vicious beast.
We know that, but it's just that honey connotation. Just call him a badger because a badger's a badass dude.
Honey
just
badger,
on its own.
dated reference, is the closest thing to the Monty Python rabbit in the Holy Grail movie. I mean,
Either way.
that's a vicious little animal.
Tyrann Mathieu is a certifiable badass, and again, he was a guy that had a draft night. I don't know what you want to call it. Difficulty. You know, third round, he ends up getting the call. You know, from Phoenix, from Arizona Cardinals, and he goes to the right coach, the right time. You know, Bruce Arians was perfect for him, and he's been a dude wherever he goes. So
You're
yeah,
right.
Tyrann Mathieu,
that's
and I
right.
never call him Honey Badger. Whenever I see him, it's always Tyrann.
Because
always.
Tyrann to me, because I was proud of the way I was pronouncing his first name correctly. Tyrann, not Tyrann.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never understood that. Why people had a hard time saying
People have a
Tyrann.
hard time with a lot of names. Like Amon Green is not Amon Green.
Like
it's
Blair
Amon.
instead of Brooke, like I
Yeah.
did a little bit earlier.
That's all right.
Yes.
Brooke,
From
Blair,
now on,
Kirchhoffer.
as when I see you the first time, I will always call you Blair, just
works.
as a reminder of today.
Of the time we had together today.
Yes.
All right, so how far are we away from the next Texans selection?
Long time.
A long time. Because so what do we have left? Brooke, set the Texans board for me because Nick's been busy. How many trades is that? Is that 6?
That's 6. So coming up, there are 2 rounds, and as it stands right now, 3 in the 7th. And that first pick in the 6th round is 11 picks in. So we will see. And then the Titans, interesting to note, just selected an offensive guard in Jackson Slater, Sacramento State.
Oh.
We've been mentioning that might be still a need to fill for the Texans.
He's one of the guys that I thought this would be a good spot for them. He's a really good player. FCS guy, so take that for what it's worth. But the Senior Bowl, he was really good. Guard center. That's a good pick for the Titans to pick him here in the 5th round. That's good.
All right, we're getting closer to the end of the 5th round because let's see, the Eagles selected Drew Kendall, and then you go to the Bears, Bills, Patriots, Vikings, Bills again, Cards, Seahawks, Ravens, and then you're done with the 5th round. So we go to round 6. What's the time between picks in 6 and 7? Does it shrink?
I feel like it's 5.
Did you read that Goodell wants less time between picks in the 1st round?
I could see that.
Because he wants a better TV show.
Yeah.
I say go
That's
7.5
exactly right.
and
Yes.
call it a day.
I think they could shrink all rounds.
Yeah,
You have so much time.
These later rounds could be 3 minutes and
Yes,
we're done.
exactly. And look, I understand what goes into it, all the work that gets into it.
No, but
these
at
guys
this
know who
point-
they're picking within a minute once it gets to them at that point.
At this point, it's almost an auto draft for them. Because, all right, here's our board. Here are the players we like, these 4. Whoever's, whatever happens, when our spot comes up, the best guy in this group, take him.
I think max. Shorten it to like 7 minutes, but then give the teams an option. They need a 2-minute extension
to call a timeout.
You can only use the 2-minute extension once, and then you can't use any more.
Yeah, but
I was like,
once per draft. Because
I don't know. I just saw that part. You can have an extension. Like that's all I saw. So I just thought it was
cost you
interesting.
$100,000 for 2 minutes, and it goes to charity. Boom.
Ooh, now that's nice.
Yeah, but you know what? They'll all be challenging each other to do it. Like, we took ours, and we monkeyed him, and then, oh, my gosh. Here we go. Just give the money away. Let's have a quicker draft.
Could you imagine saying that to Belichick?
Yeah.
Could you imagine saying that?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Bill, here's what we got. No, I'm good. So we've got the Bills are on the clock at 170. We'll finish at 176. The Texans' next pick is 187 overall. So it's 221 right now, I would imagine, within the next 45
Yep, that'll be good. And you know what?
Maybe.
Jaylen Smith was picked last by the Texans last night. He was the 4th pick in this draft in the 3rd round, the corner from USC. We never got to his interview, so maybe we'll play that coming up. You did hear from Woody Marks earlier today, but a little bit later on, we're going to play that one again for you because the audience changes over. I get it. So we'll get to all of that. And my take on the big national story of the day, it's all happening next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice cold Mark of fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales. Just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at verizon.com/access.
Hi, Lady Texans fans. Want to take your fandom to the next level? Join the Battle Red Ladies, presented by Ashley, for free and enjoy endless, exciting opportunities. Together, Lady Texans fans chat about football, exclusive contests, have the chance to be the Battle Red Lady of the Month for additional prizes, and so much more. Let's get together. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
In football, we're always looking for the winning edge, right? Well, you want that same winning edge when you go to buy a car. Mark Vandermeer for Sterling McCall Hyundai. I've driven a Hyundai for years. They're safe, reliable, they're good looking, and the high-tech stuff will blow you away. I've sent so many friends and family members into Sterling McCall Hyundai. They love the service, the selection, the price, and those beautiful Hyundais. Just inside the Beltway northbound feeder of 59, SterlingMcCallHyundai.com. Sterling McCall Hyundai.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Turo's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Turo's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and more through football examples. The program has proudly reached over 1 million students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Texans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
And we're in the 5th round, bottom of the 5th. Sounds like a baseball situation. And then we'll go to the 6th, top of the 6th coming up. And then, obviously, Mr. Irrelevant. And then Nick Caserio delivers his press conference, which will be carried live right here, as you will find out what he has to say about the entirety of this draft. Now, so far today, just one player picked by the Houston Texans. That's Woody Marks, the running back from USC, who Johnny says is the best receiving back in this draft. Other things happening we'll get to, but there was a player picked last night, Jaylen Smith, cornerback from USC, and Jaylen Smith and Drew Doherty had a nice visit. We never got a chance to play that last night, so here's Jaylen Smith, new Texans corner who can do a lot of things in the defensive backfield and on special teams.
Well, the Texans finished their Friday night with a bang. They get USC defensive back, USC cornerback, Jaylen Smith. Jaylen, first things first, congratulations. Looked like you were having a fun time there celebrating, and you were celebrating with a guy who's a former teammate and who's now a teammate again in Kalen Bullock, weren't you?
Yes, sir, man. It was a great time, man. Great experience, man. Something that you're going to always remember, man, for the rest of your life.
Yeah, in addition to him being there, who else was there with you for the big moment?
So, I had friends and family. My DC came, Coach Lynn. My defensive backs coach, Coach Belk. It's a lot of people, man. Coach C-Roll, Chris Rowland. He's now plays for the camp. A couple guys showed their face, man. It was great, man. A couple of my teammates, man. It was just great to see their faces, man, for sure.
Well, a happy evening indeed, and it's come to fruition because you're a pretty darn good football player. For those who might not have seen you play much in college, who are you? What type of player are you?
Yes, sir. I'm a super versatile player. Can play at any position at a very high level. Can fit in the run. Can play excellent man coverage. And can also do a lot on special teams and just be a lot of energy shifter. A great player, a selfless player, a team first player. But ultimately, man, just getting a competitor all in one.
A lot of times when we do these interviews right after a draft, the pick says, well, I can do anything. And yeah, he can sometimes, but you actually walk the walk. I mean, you've played cornerback, you've played both safety spots, you've played nickel corner. I mean, I think you probably could sell hot dogs, build houses, do everything. You're a very versatile guy. So with all that in mind, how exciting is it to join a defense like the one the Texans have? I know Bullock has told you a lot about it. I'm sure you've seen a little bit of it over the year or so he's been here.
Yeah. No, they get after it. You just watching film, being a football addict like me, man, I just like to watch film. And, they do a great job of playing together, with Derek and Kamari, Jalen Petrie, CJG, all those guys, man, they come together for real. And I just think, man, it's going to be great and a lot of energy in the back end for sure. Just can't wait to get out there and, build that bond, that brotherhood for sure.
Yeah, you bring up that energy, and it's driven in large part because of the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. He's a former defensive player at Alabama. What have your interactions with him been like, and what do you think of D'Amico Ryans?
Nothing but great vibes. And, my first time meeting him, it was nothing but great vibes. You can tell how genuine he is as a person. And when you have a conversation with a former player, it's nothing but love. Just understand they have a different sense for the game as you, like just how you have it. Same view, same clear-eyed view. So just talking to him was just great, man. He's super energetic, and you can tell he loves the game of football. Being a Bama guy, coming from Bama and stuff like that, it was just great, man. You can tell he has that grit and that hunger, to win. So it's just great to be a part of it.
All right, so what's next for you?
So right now, man, we're just going to hang with the family, man. Just enjoy this time, enjoy this experience. I got my little brothers. My twin sister just had her baby like a couple days ago, and she made the trip. So I'm just going to hang with her and just enjoy this family, man, enjoy my time.
Did you say your twin sister?
Oh, yeah. So, yes, I have a twin sister. I'm older by 2 minutes. I always have to put that out.
So you're baby A. I like that. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So I got a little nephew as well, my nephew Jace. So I want to welcome him. It's a special week, and just excited, man. Ultimately, just excited to be a Texan.
Man, it is tough to top that. You got a nephew. You got a new home for your job. That's exciting stuff. Jaylen Smith, we're really happy that you're a Houston Texan. We can't wait to see you here in town. Go celebrate, live it up, and come see us soon, okay?
Yes, sir, most definitely, man. Appreciate y'all, man. And, hey, man, Houston, we got a problem.
All right. That's Jaylen Smith. Houston, we got a problem is not exactly the thing to say in Houston.
Okay.
But it's okay.
Got to work on that.
It's okay. He's new here. That's
what
one
are you
thing.
new here? Yeah.
That's one thing you got to learn when you come here. It's not cool to say that in Houston. But if you're not from Houston, it's going to come out. It just is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the phrase, if you had to pick an H-Town phrase that is the most recognizable national phrase related to this city, there's no question that's it.
There's no question, but don't use it.
Don't use it. Don't use it locally.
Yeah, don't use it locally.
There's certain things that are no, it's fine. Jaylen Smith is fine. He's an outsider. He's trying to relate, which is great. The phone call video with him, with D'Amico, is outstanding.
Because he's in there with Kalen. They're in there together.
He's just like, yeah.
Kamari, Kalen, and Jaylen, those three are going to be thick as thieves, man.
Yeah, and Kamari and Kalen are already good friends. Now you got Jaylen in there. I mean, and you got the three Iowa State guys. You got the Bama boys here. You got a lot of tight groups, and they're not cliques. They're all going to be together.
So let me ask you this. Part of the trade-up was giving up one of the thirds from next year.
Yeah, I'm fine.
How'd you feel about that?
I was fine.
I'm totally fine.
It's funny because I went upstairs to get some stuff because Sean's on for the first 3 hours Saturday because, I don't know, Johnny, you do all 16 hours. I feel like that's a good little break for me early on Saturday. And Sean, I love having Sean do anything with the Texans as well. He does the pregame and the postgame. He's awesome. So, great. But I'm going upstairs. I look at the monitor. Texans are on the clock. Of course. All it takes for Nick to do a trade is for me to walk out of the studio because this is how it happened during the Watson deal.
Yeah.
For CJ, I didn't leave the broadcast post, but I mentally not checked out, but I was like, okay, we're not picking again for a while. There's no way he's going to move up to 3. Oh, wait a minute. And he moved up to 3. So, there's probably not going to be a trade for the next 15 minutes anyway. No, of course, he makes a trade with Miami. And I knew it was going to cost him. In fact, as I was in the elevator, I was thinking, man, if Nick wants to move into round 4, I literally thought this. If Nick wants to move into round 4 right now, he's going to have to give up a 3 for next year. You got to give up a round ahead for next year at least. And now I know there was because what? He has 3 6s now and 2 7s, or is it 3 7s and 2 6s?
3 7s and 2 6s.
Okay. So he made the deal. I'm fine with it. He's got another third next year. It's not like you're vacating the third round for 2026. You still have a third-round pick next year. And they don't do this kind of thing unless they love the player. So if you love a player, go ahead and take the player. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But if you love the player, we went over the third, fourth round, actually the first 4 rounds success of the Nick Caserio drafts last night, and it's really, really high batting average stuff for a general manager.
He's getting predictable. I'm going to tell him that. Like, you're getting predictable.
In a good way.
Like, we laid it a whole situation out. Yeah. Like, there's too much distance between now. God dang it, Jackson Hall's go to the Bills. Brian Gain, damn it.
You could not sweat out these picks right here. You just can't do it.
Yeah, you could sweat them out because Jackson Hall's would be a great fit for us. We need a line blocker. We need a blocker at the end of the line of scrimmage. And look, Irv Smith, who was brought back, as Brooks said a little while ago, he's brought back. He's the fourth tight end in that group. I mean, I don't know if you rank him or whatever, but Irv's the guy that can give you something at the line of scrimmage. Irv can block a little bit. That said, Hawes is one of the 2 guys. Matavao from UCLA is another one that I feel like their responsibility is going to be, hey, you're going to be another tackle. Even though both of them have pretty soft hands and can do something in the passing game, but, like, your focus is to be right next to one of these tackles and run block your butt off. So seeing him go to Buffalo is frustrating. But Buffalo does all that 6 offensive lineman stuff. And Buffalo's got those 2 tight ends, but they're not in-line-wise. They get Hawes. Now, Hawes, that's a good pick for Buffalo. I'm just mad at Brian Gain.
All right,
I'm mad at him.
Brooks got something.
Well, you mentioned they had the 3rd-round pick next year. Yeah. Remember, they did give that away in the Miami trade.
Right, but they have another one.
Yes, they got their own.
They do have their own, but just want to make sure we noted that they did give one away to Miami. Okay,
right,
okay.
Right.
And that's what I was asking Mark about, giving up that 3rd to get a 4th this year. I mean, I would say it's common practice, but look, that's why you build up the coffers. Okay, we build up the coffers for next year, but is there something we can pull? You didn't give up next year's 2nd. You didn't give up next year's 4th, but that 3rd felt right to be able to move up and get a guy like Woody Marks. And so accumulate. It's the pick at 25. How's that start? 25, you move down 9 spots. You get 34. You get pick 99, and then you get next year's third. So 99 turns into a pick, and then the next year's third helps you get Woody Marks. So come out of there at 25 with Jaden Higgins and Woody Marks.
I don't mind spending a third from next year, especially when you already have a third to work with.
Right.
So,
exactly.
So let's
Plus
go.
you have 2 2s and 2 4s. So you got that.
And I like this because on a very much smaller scale, it reminds me of the Will Anderson situation. Look, get a good player, help accelerate the growth of the franchise. Continue to get better. Yeah. You don't have a fourth and a fifth this year. You know this. He tried to swing some other deals to get fourths and fifths. Couldn't do it. Didn't do it for whatever reason. Too expensive, too pricey, whatever. Here's what I want to know. Is he thinking, I got 5 picks left, I don't want to use all of them? Or is he thinking, I want to use all of them because I don't want to have to woo my undrafted free agents. I'd rather just pick them.
I think there's
it's
a couple
not
ways.
all the undrafted free agents because you're going to have a rookie camp with invites and all that other stuff. But you know what I'm saying here? We talked about this last night. You have 3 7ths, so go ahead and draft your undrafted free agents instead of signing them as undrafted free agents and having to convince them to come here.
Right. And not getting
that's
those,
not automatic.
Not getting those bidding wars.
Yeah.
But if you draft a guy, it's automatic.
It was late last night when we mentioned Steven Anderson. Once upon a time, tight end. You all remember him. He came here. His mother made a weird sound from the stands during games. Remember that?
Yep.
It was
I remember.
What was it?
I can't even mimic it, but I would hear it.
It was weird.
I could hear it. I was like, oh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
To that end, Mark, I joked about this earlier.
Oh, I didn't finish the story, though.
Oh.
They had to outbid, now not by much, but they had to convince Steven Anderson that coming here was the right call. I think the Patriots were the play.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it was the Patriots.
Here instead of the Patriots. He ultimately ends up as a Patriot anyway after being here. But the point is this. Draft them, and then they have no say in the matter. They just have to come here.
Yeah, exactly. So in that realm, 2 of those 7th-round picks are actually in round 8. So you look at what's after pick 224. They got 2 of them, 241. So basically, they're going to be drafting 2 guys they would like to sign. So I think he'll stick with them. I think they did that last year with their 7th-rounders, Darius Henderson, Solomon Byrd. I think they did it with those guys they drafted last year. Marcus Harris, defensive lineman, was one of those. And do they all work out? No, but those are guys that you would sign as undrafted free agents. So you just go ahead, have those 7th-round picks, just go ahead and there's not – maybe you could package them and move up a little bit earlier in the 7th. I don't know. But once you're in that round 8, as I say in air quotes, that's why you've got those 7th-rounders. So go ahead and use them in the way that you will. Okay, which they're going to know by – so 241 is the first one. They're going to know by 241 who's going to be an undrafted free agent and who's not.
Sure.
And that, I think, could end up changing. I remember reading a story. This actually – it was from a South Dakota newspaper because, remember, in the undrafted world last year, the Yankee Twins.
Yeah.
So in reading what the Yankee Twins had relayed to the newspaper was that we were going to draft either Taj Washington, who was a wide receiver, or one of the Yankee Twins. We were going to draft one of those. Then Miami took Taj Washington. And so instead of drafting Yankee, they decided to go ahead and draft, I can't remember who it was, draft somebody else, figured they would go negotiate with the Yankees, and then that went through a whole thing, and they told the whole story about that, ended up signing the Yankees, both of them at that point. And our room apparently was kind of mixed on them. They're like, hey, let's just sign both of them. But they had decided that they were going to draft one of those. It was one of those 2 that, I'm sorry, take it back. The Texans were going to sign one of those 2. Then Washington gets drafted. Now they got to work on Yankee. They got it set up where they got both of them, and it just didn't work out here. But it's just the way that, going about it. It was interesting reading that story, how the Texans, approached that whole thing, having an idea in the 7th round what you want to do. So
every time you say Yankee, I think of the Yankees, and I get a little
Yankee.
disgusted. Okay,
yeah, I'm sorry.
And that was actually a Dutch thing because John Cheese is Yankees in Dutch. So it became this thing, the Yankees.
Oh.
Yeah, so because, the
interesting.
Dutch used to own New York, but
They
these
did.
are my ancestors. The idiots gave it up for $24 or something. And was that what it was? I don't know. Or maybe they bought it for that, but they just ended up not being able to hold the ground. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, enough on U.S. history, done badly. Let's get back. to the draft. Bro, tell us where we're at now on the board.
We have 2 picks left in the 5th round. Then we get to move into the 6th round. Which
We're not out of the freaking 5th round
yet?
yet?
Out of the 5th yet.
Let's go.
So we have 1 pick left now as the Seahawks just drops in, drafting the tight end from Alabama, Robbie Oots. Before that, it was Denzel Burke, the corner from Ohio State, going to the Arizona Cardinals, and Jackson Hawes, the tight end that is from Georgia Tech, going to the Buffalo Bills. So the Jets will round out this round, and then it's 11 more picks away unless Nick Caserio jumps up, but I don't see that happening as he's just 11 picks away now.
No, we'll go to the 6th. The Jets have the last pick in the 5th, and we'll reset the board, and we'll dig into what is going on with the enemy, the rest of the AFC South. It's coming up here on Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree to make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Fun and adventure at 3 great parks all year long. Downtown Aquarium, Kemah Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier offer thrill rides, games, food, and fun for everyone. Whether you're experiencing the thrills on our roller coasters, taking a journey through exhibits, dining at waterfront restaurants, or soaking up the sun at weekend festivals, there's something for everyone. So come have fun at the Downtown Aquarium, Kemah Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier. Adventure destinations the whole family will love. Buy weekend adventure passes and tickets online now.
This is a public service announcement for hard seltzer lovers. Neutral Vodka Seltzer has arrived. Made with simple ingredients like vodka, seltzer, and real juice, Neutral tastes good. Like real good. So good that you'll never want to drink another artificial tasting seltzer again. Neutral's light and refreshing taste will show you what a vodka seltzer can be. Try Neutral, proud partner of the Houston Texans. Neutral. Keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral. Flavored vodka and carbonation. St. Louis, Missouri.
Martin's famous potato rolls are now being served at NRG Stadium. What makes Martin's potato rolls and bread exceptional? Martin's rolls and bread products are made with only high-quality ingredients that provide a sweet, buttery flavor and soft, pillowy texture that perfectly complement burgers, barbecue, hot dogs, or your favorite sandwich. When only the best will do, be sure to serve Martin's famous potato rolls and bread. To find a store near you, visit PotatoRolls.com.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at CDW.com.
H-Town, the Houston Texans are looking for the next Houston Texans cheerleaders to join our incredible team and bring the energy for our fans on game days. There are only a few days left to apply for Houston Texans cheerleaders tryouts. So if you or someone you know is a dancer or cheerleader, 18 years of age or older, and has a passion for H-Town, don't wait on this dream or it might be too late. You have less than 1 week to become a Houston Texans cheerleader. Visit HoustonTexans.com/cheerleaders now.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
All right, we got a serious situation in studio here where there's only one cookie and 3 people. And,
Cookie thief, Mark Vandermeer.
No, I just broke a piece off to have a bite. Now you can have the rest of it. And I broke it off cleanly while the cookie was still in the cookie sleeve. See? That's what we're doing here. See, we've been at the draft for a long time. This is like we're hunkered down in the room. We're in the basement. Delivering the draft.
You think I'm worried about what you did that cookie? We eat dessert every week that we go for a road game.
spoons.
And brownies and chocolate
Am I
sauce.
double dipping this spoon? I forgot.
I don't think I'm going to worry about half a cookie.
Yeah, I know. We've lived through a lot together. Brooke Kirchhoffer is with us, helping us out with these picks, keeping us updated on trades and the board and everything else. Sean was in earlier today. Johnny in for the entirety of the draft. It all started Thursday night at Avenida Houston, George R. Brown Convention Center. Draft party presented by Modelo. It was great. There was rain. We went inside. It was a wild night. Nick traded out of the first round. First time ever that at a draft party we vacate the first round. Texans have had first rounds without picks before, of course, but never the night of where it's like, nope, we're out of here. And for good reason, though. Pick number 25 arrived. Didn't like what he saw. Stockpiled more picks for later, but 4 players taken last night. 1 so far today. That's it. I mean, here we are, 2:45 Central. We've been going since 11 a.m. Central. 1 player taken by the Texans. Now, had they not made that deal earlier today, we'd still be pickless. That's a word, pickless.
Right.
On today.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. It's been 1 pick.
1 pick.
1 pick.
Woody Marks,
that's it.
running back. 1 pick.
That's 1 pick more than we had on Thursday night.
That's true. All right, so let's get to this now. We're in the 6th round. What was that last pick by the Jets who traded
Tyler
with the
Barron.
Okay.
From?
Tell me.
The U.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we missed out on a hurricane.
I'm a little surprised that he
Tennessee
went this
transfer,
far.
too.
Yeah, he transferred from Tennessee and went to Miami. It was kind of a long, arduous road to get to Miami, but then played pretty well, I thought, for Miami this year. So,
how surprised are you, if at all, that Isaiah Bond is still on the
not.
Really?
Yeah, because those charges, whatever those charges are, teams are like, no, we've
charges.
got. I don't know what they are for.
Without the charges, where's he going? First 3 rounds?
He's gone by now. No, I think he's probably in the late 3rd, 4th, probably.
Okay, so Buffalo's pick is in to open up the 6th round. The Texans have 2 picks in this round, and as Brooke said, when do they pick, Brooke?
They pick 187th, and that's from Minnesota, and then 216 from Cleveland, and then they've got 3 in the 7th.
Okay.
187, so we're talking.
So we're about 10, 11 picks away. Yeah. So we're almost there. Now,
finally,
tell me something. Before we get to the AFC South, Cleveland has to be the Hard Knocks team, right? There's no.
They won't
question.
go back in there though. They were there for the
division.
for the season, for the division thing.
Oh man, it's too good, Johnny. It's too
I know.
good.
I know.
Hard Knocks, quarterback room only.
Yes,
Cleveland Browns.
That's the next evolution of Hard Knocks. Is just a position
group. I mean, we've done it with the Netflix thing: quarterback, receiver.
Yeah.
But do quarterback room of the Cleveland Browns. That's all we want to see. That's all we want to see.
It is going to be unbelievable. Okay, you weren't here with us when that all happened. Sean and I gave our thoughts on it. Then he goes to Cleveland. I said, he goes to Cleveland. He could, like, his range of, he could get cut after training camp. He could start. Like, his range is wide in Cleveland.
Right.
Your thoughts about this whole thing?
Try not to be too facetious because it's easy to.
I wasn't being facetious.
No, I know. Me. I'm saying trying, comma. All right, let's just look at it from a serious football standpoint here. You know what? If this whole thing flames into a disaster, so what? We're taking him so late. It's the 5th round. But they took Dylan Gabriel. Had they not taken Gabriel, I think it makes a lot more sense.
Right.
You know, he's lasting this long. Let's just go ahead and scoop him up now because this is not a no-risk situation, but so low risk. But having taken Gabriel, my question to the Browns is, what are you doing? What's the plan? Is this – no one could have foreseen Shador dropping like this. Mm-hmm. Had you taken him earlier, you would have said, okay, they're taking Shador Sanders. Okay, quarterback, they're going to give it a go. It might not work. It's like anybody else.
Yep.
I know Dion has said what he said before. I mean, you're looking at the ultimate helicopter dad potentially here.
Yep.
I'll say potentially because maybe he does back off, but he hasn't talked like he would previously. You know, he was talking as if he's going to have a lot to say about where his son plays, how the team is doing. I'm paraphrasing here. But having Dylan Gabriel already, and it's not like he's a highly rated prospect himself. Shador's got a lot more on paper and on-field talent, let's be honest here. But you're getting the whole package with Shador.
Mm-hmm.
And he was about to give a speech when he was finally drafted. I think it's fascinating. Kenny Pickett is there. Deshaun Watson is still there. What if Watson wants to play? Hey, I have seen the error of my ways. I have seen that maybe I shouldn't post from Gucci land. I shouldn't be in the Mediterranean. No, hang on. I shouldn't be in the Mediterranean posting posting stuff about me in sandals in the Mediterranean because I'm a teammate. Yeah. I've seen that that's probably not the best thing to do, and I'm ready to fully focus now and show you that I can play. What if he decides that? Can they keep him out?
I don't think physically he's going to be ready to play. He tore his Achilles in January.
Did we have that? So he tore it again, right?
Yeah, he tore it again.
It's incredible.
So, I mean, you're dealing. So that's the point.
He's out this year for sure.
And
they'll cut him.
I mean, let him rehab. Just the whole thing of, do you want him in a quarterback room? I don't know. This is a dynamic. I don't know. Do you want him in a quarterback room when they're doing meetings and all that? Like, do you want him?
Is he showing
advising
up?
Shador or advising? I just think it's it feels kind of very Cleveland Browns Hunger Games-ish sort of thing.
It's so good. So Flacco's there. Flacco's going to start.
They drafted 2 running backs. They drafted 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks.
That's crazy.
And they got Jacksonville's. To me, it's kind of like Cleveland. It's like they do a couple things. I'm like, yeah, cool. And then a couple other things where I'm like,
well, it makes you wonder who's
and Dylan Gabriel one last night is the one that got me. Like, I don't know.
Here's the thing. They just made a huge mistake with the Watson deal.
Yeah,
huge.
Horrible.
Now they get Shador, but they get him for nothing in the draft. It's not like they took him with a second-round pick even. Just try him out, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They could cut him on Tuesday, and people would say, okay. But, and I'm being facetious there, I hate to say I don't mind it, but why'd you take Gabriel? And then decide later on, like, you know what? Right. This screams of Haslam coming in saying, let's take him now. Or they changed their minds because he's dropped so far that they decide, okay, now let's take him. I figured that would happen. Once the bottom totally drops out, somebody's going to say, let's just scoop him.
But Shador Sanders is going to walk in that building thinking he was the number 2 overall pick.
Really? He didn't learn anything from this experience? I hate to give – well, I don't hate to give it, but I tend to give people the benefit of a doubt.
How
maybe
did we
too
get
often.
Here? You think over 21 or 22 years of life, all of a sudden he's just going to change?
Oh, my gosh. Somebody posted the video of Deion getting drafted and the interview in his home, and he's wearing the gold chains.
Yeah, you remember what he said?
Tell me.
If Detroit had drafted me, I was going to ask for so much money, they were going to have to put me on layaway. That was his famous comment in the draft.
Yeah, he wanted to go to Atlanta or Tampa.
It's like,
and he
looked
goes
like
to
the
Atlanta.
NFL put Shador on layaway.
Yeah.
Well, it felt.
These are your role models. But Deion's, I want to say Deion's different now, of course.
Said it. But whoa. Head coach Deion, I think, is. Helicopter dad Deion
yeah, it's a different animal.
Was worse.
Yeah, different
and that's
person.
what I said earlier.
Sure.
I think that's a big problem. And I also said this, Mark, and I think it bears repeating, especially in this situation. And this doesn't just go to Deion Sanders. It goes to a lot of former players that you hear opining about. I know how. When was the last time you were in an NFL building?
Yeah.
15 years ago. Well, I can tell you it's changed 5, 6, 7 different times in that 15 years.
Yeah, but at least
things are different.
As opposed to a lot of other helicopter dads, he has played at the highest level. And he's coaching in college at the highest level, sort of.
Right. But does he know how things are going in an NFL building?
Okay.
Does he know?
Okay.
Does he know exactly how things are?
Yeah, he makes too many big claims and everything
right,
like that.
Exactly. That's kind of my point.
It's a fascinating story, though.
That's why.
Further proves the NFL is the greatest reality show on the planet.
No doubt.
And
everybody was tuned into this. I guarantee I'm going to go home and my wife is going to say, hey, did Shador get drafted? Like, she's going to want to know.
That's the first question, not how the Texans do.
Yeah, and not how am I doing.
Brooke, what do you
got? She
got?
wants to know.
Well, to round this story out, too, Mike Tomlin was just live on NFL Network, of course, being asked about none other than the Aaron Rodgers situation, because a lot of people thought that the Steelers might select Shador Sanders if that was not going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. And he said they've had really productive talks with Rodgers, but he did decline to discuss the hypotheticals. He said, we feel good about our plan at the quarterback position. He said he understands the angst in the media community and the community that also supports them. But I think the fact that he was even willing to say that they have had productive talks with Aaron Rodgers, was especially how closed off Mike Tomlin is, that's positive.
All right, well, you know what's not positive? There's a saying in sales, and all salesmen know this one. 99% sold is 100% unsold. So whatever Rodgers and the Steelers have discussed, Would anybody suddenly said, you know what? I was in the darkness for a couple of days, and the darkness told me that it's time to go dark on my NFL career. So now, what is the Steelers' situation at quarterback other than Mason Rudolph? They haven't drafted another one. They should have drafted Dylan Gabriel. I don't know. Exactly. They're going to have to trade for somebody. They call Nick for Davis. You can't have him because Case Keenum is now in Chicago, and I don't want to go looking for another backup. And you have a lot invested in Davis Mills. I'm keeping Davis Mills.
What if Aaron Rodgers says no and Tomlin calls you and offers a first-round pick for Davis?
That is not – welcome back to planet Earth. That is not happening.
Remember Sam Bradford? Remember Sam Bradford a few years ago?
Yeah, but that's Sam Bradford. All right, no, give me a more
I
realistic
know,
one.
but
say he offers you a 2.
How? What's different than Sam Bradford and Davis Mills?
No, I think – so Matt Schaub once upon a time was acquired by this organization for 2 2s, and he had played 3 games. Mills has 25 starts.
Right.
But, all right, so
you're proving my point.
No, I'm proving your point to the effect. It's not going to be a 1. Let's say it's a
2. You're proving my point.
Let's say it's a 2 next year and a 3 and 27. Do you do it? It's tempting.
I love Davis, but I'll have to give him a going-away gift. Yes. Are you kidding?
It's tempting.
Oh, yes. And okay, I say this all the time. I care about these guys. I want to see them do well. I would love to see Davis go get an opportunity to be a starter again. He deserves it. He's been busting his ass, staying quiet, not being a drama queen.
Handled it great.
He's handled it tremendously.
He's got 25 starts.
And when we've needed him, he has stepped up and done some good things.
Yep.
So, absolutely. Let him get an opportunity. So, what did you say, a 2 and a 3 next year?
No, it's a 2 and 26. Yeah, because a 2 this year doesn't do you much good.
Yeah.
I'll give you a 2 in 2023, 2 and 26, and a 3 and 27.
Done.
Okay.
Sorry,
I don't think
Davis.
it's happening. This is just
come back in the
hypothetical.
summers. You can live here in the summers, or in the springs, winter and spring. You can go to Cultivar. Yeah, just no doubt. I'm doing that in a heartbeat. And listen, I don't want to make a backup quarterback expendable, but I feel like I can probably find a backup quarterback, but I'm getting a second and a third.
That would be the offer, though. I mean,
it would have to be an offer like that.
I am being totally unrealistic.
I know.
It'd be more like a 4, and you'd say
I'd
no.
have a hard time
No,
with.
I wouldn't do it because what am I going to get in return?
Well, that's what we have to find. We have to find that. We have to find that line of where would you go, where wouldn't you?
Yeah.
What are you willing? A 1? Yeah. A second and third like you? Yes. A 4? Nope.
Brooke?
That's my line.
Brooke, what do you got?
Well, and speaking of quarterback, they're not going to be able to go get Kyle McCord out of Syracuse because the Eagles just selected him. And before that, I'm sorry, John, but J.J. Peegs has gone to the Raiders, the Ole Miss tackle that you were mentioning the Texans might have their eye on.
Well, I was hoping they had their eye on him, but also Ollie Gordon, All-American running back from 2023, taken by the Dolphins.
Taken by the Dolphins,
That's
and
interesting.
that was pick number 179. We're 6 picks away from the Texans selecting. That pick is next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio 610.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting, plus 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS top safety picks this year. offering a little because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's best warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
This season, fans attending games at NRG Stadium can walk right through entry screening without stopping or emptying their pockets or bags. This new improvement, which is powered by Evolve Technology, the preferred fan screening provider of the Houston Texans, delivers a superior experience for Texans fans while maintaining best-in-class security protection, full of convenience and security where you gather to work, live, learn, or play. Visit evolvetechnology.com to learn more. That's EVOLVtechnology.com. Evolve Technology.
H-Town! The summer of gold is almost upon us. The 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup Final is happening on Sunday, July 6th at NRG Stadium, and we want you to watch in luxury when the champion is crowned. Book a private suite to enjoy the final with your guests or party it up with other fans, clients, or friends in a party suite. But hurry, suites are going faster than expected. Secure yours today and visit lsse.net to speak to a representative now. That's lsse.net. Don't wait.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Brooke Kirchhoffer. You gotta hit the brakes after you say Brooke when you say your last name because it's back-to-back K sounds.
I apologize.
These are the things I think about as an announcer. All right, we're here delivering the NFL Draft. In round 6 right now, Texans have 2 picks in this round, 3 in the 7th, so 5 selections to go. They've only picked once today. They have to move up into the 4th round in order to do it, and the most notable part of that trade was getting one of the thirds from next year. They had 2 thirds. They used one to swap with Miami and move into the 4th round, among other things, and nab Woody Marks, running back from USC, running back in the draft. At Texans Voice is my Twitter account, and you can go there for all the John Harris breakdowns, the immediate reaction breakdowns from John Harris on these picks. So check out those vids as the Texans have 5 players selected in this draft. All 5, Johnny tells me, have been to the Senior Bowl this year. That's where D'Amico was, obviously Nick. So they get up close and personal looks, great familiarity with the players. They know Matt Campbell well. They know USC well, and they feel really good about what they've done so far. Now, you're going to hear that from every team so far in this draft. We feel really good about what we're doing, and they usually do, right? Nobody says, I don't really like this draft at all that we just put together. Holy crap, this will be a real miracle if these guys do anything. No one's going to say that. But I believe the Texans have really evaluated this well because they've got a great track record. Think about this in this administration's history. It goes back to 2021 with Caserio, 23 with D'Amico. They are hitting some home runs and some solid doubles and singles here in the first 4 rounds. No question about it. Very few errors. And compared to most teams, really hitting it out of the park here in the NFL draft in these last 4 years. So let's see what they do. They're a few picks away. Brooke is going to update us on the board. We missed a pick or 2.
Yeah, the Tennessee Titans just selected Marcus Harris, corner from Cal at 183. Damn. Before that, we have our first kicker selected in this year's NFL draft. Miami's kicker, Andreas
Borealis.
There it is. And before that, the quarterback, as we mentioned, Kyle McCord. goes in.
Kyle McCord put us with good numbers. He's kind of sneaky high.
Kyle McCord had a good year.
It's a homecoming, too. Apparently, he prepped at St. Joe's.
Yeah, he went to St. Joe's Prep. He's from Philly. Yeah, I mean, he started at Ohio State. Ohio State ended up going with Will Howard, and that's fine. He went to Syracuse, and I know their offensive coordinator ended up interviewing here because they had done some good things at Syracuse. So McCord had a really good year. I mean, there's so much pressure in being an Ohio State quarterback. I remember when CJ came here for the very first day, and he's like, there's no, basically the Ohio State quarterback takes more grief than anybody. He goes, oh, wait, other than LeBron. He joked about that, which got a good laugh, but he's right. The Ohio State quarterback takes grief. And Kyle McCord wasn't great, and he's got to follow up CJ. So he gets out of there because they're not totally bought into him. He goes to Syracuse. He had a great year. He's got great numbers. McCord goes ahead of Will Howard. He goes to Philadelphia where he doesn't have to play right away. In fact, I think this is where I had the Eagles, if they did look at quarterback, I thought they'd look at Kyle McCord. So he gets to go back to Philly. He's got a good opportunity to learn from Jalen Hurts and that offensive staff. And, you stick around this league long enough, you're going to get an opportunity. You're going to get your shot. And so at some point, Kyle McCord is going to end up getting his shot. So the one that, for me, is Marcus Harris going to the Titans. Cal has 3 guys now drafted, and Marcus Harris was transferred from Idaho, not Idaho State, Idaho. He goes to Cal, and I'm watching Noel Williams, and I'm watching Craig Woodson, and all of a sudden I see number 5, and I'm like, this dude's a badass. Oh, my gosh. Keep watching, and I thought if we were going to take a corner, I thought this is about where we do it. And so I thought Marcus Harris might be in the realm for us. He had a really good game against Miami, and now he's with Tennessee. And those are the ones that burn me, are the ones that my guys, my draft crushes, end up with teams in the AFC South. And Marcus Harris was one of those. As you see Devin Neal go to Devin Neal going to New Orleans, damn, that's a good pick. So that's a great pick at 184, man.
ESPN, by the way, when you have a video highlight package up of a certain player, you might want to have their name on the graphics because you have the pick is in underneath. Right. They're showing a different name. I'm like, wait a minute. Devin Neal did go to Miami, and no, they're not showing that. So anyway, Devin Neal got picked. Steelers pick is in. Then it's the Ravens and the Texans. So, Johnny, how do you feel about any one of the following here?
Okay, go.
Clay Webb.
Love him.
Okay.
No flair, just no gloves,
guard?
Tape, center. Guard and center,
Jackson
but I think center.
State.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jacksonville State.
Oh, Jacksonville State.
Jacksonville State. Not to be confused with Deion's old stomping ground,
right.
Jackson State. Jacksonville State. Absolutely. Clay Webb, you can hand him to me all day.
Logan
Next.
Brown, and again, we're in the 6th round here, so I know the curve is different in the grading process.
Sure.
Logan Brown, tackle from Kansas.
I think it'd be great value at 187. In fact, I was literally just watching Logan Brown this morning, and going back, I watched the Colorado game, a game in which Devin Neal went off. But Logan Brown, I'm watching, and I'm like, I've kind of come around on him because at the Senior Bowl, I didn't love it. I didn't love him. I was like, I don't know. I don't have to worry about that. I don't think he'll be kind of in our sights, whatever. But knowing where we are in the draft, thinking, okay, now he's a tackle. He's a tackle. I don't think he's a guy that can move into guard. He's a tackle.
It's not like Ursary, who you think could be a guard.
I came out of there thinking, after our watch this morning, like, boy, would we get could we get him in? I started thinking we had 179 at the point. Like, could we get him at 179? I was like, nah, I think he'd be gone by then. So I think 187 would be fantastic to add another tackle to the mix. He's a really good player. Next.
Cameron Williams, tackle, Texas.
Project. Major project. However.
6th round.
6th round, 20 years old, long arms, looks athletic, but his game is completely raw. Still raw.
He's a year older than my kid. Okay, Brooke, what do you got?
We were just talking about the Steelers needing a quarterback. They get one in Ohio State's quarterback, Will Howard at 185.
That feels like a Steelers pick, too. I mean, I hate to say this. I don't know, maybe whatever.
I was talking about him earlier today out in the hallway.
Will Howard
the show out in the hallway that nobody hears.
Yeah.
I was talking about Will Howard going to the Steelers.
He's a Pennsylvania guy. And obviously I know there's a difference between the Pittsburgh side of life and Philadelphia side of life.
Oh, yeah.
But Will Howard going to the Steelers, listen, is Will Howard your starter? No, I don't think so. But it feels Pittsburgh-esque, I guess. So
they had to have something. They had to take a quarterback.
They had somebody, yeah.
Because if Aaron does go to the darkness and says no, you need, not that Will Howard's going to play necessarily, but you don't want to have to start Rudolph. Like we said, they're going to have to trade for somebody going.
McCord being trade here, that might have been the sign of, hey, we might need to do this here. And so I think that's probably what they're doing. Look, I don't think Will Howard starts, but it's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, if you said to me, hey, of these rookies, which ones do you think start? I think that Will Howard's got as decent a shot as any of them because he's going to a place where there's opportunity.
Right, and he's played in some big games.
Yep.
You know, the guys.
A lot of big games and won a lot of big games. And when he lost, he learned a little something from that.
All right, I like that. The Ravens are up next. So after Will Howard,
we're on the clock, baby. We're on the clock.
We are on the clock. Is the Ravens pick in?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But yeah. Ravens pick is in, so we're on the clock.
In. Brooke, try to get the Ravens pick from Schefter or somebody because
no updates yet there.
No updates yet. So the Texans keep reading, keep scouring.
Refresh.
We got Rappaport, Schefter, the rest of them, because the Texans at 187 are going to make their second pick of the day.
Potentially coming in, we only have one report on it right now. The Texans draft Penn State defensive back Jaylen Reed.
Wow.
That is only one report out.
Yeah, but it's wait, go back.
Aaron Wilson.
Yeah, he probably knows. Jaylen Reed is a hell of a player to get in the 6th round, man. Penn State playmaker. And what did we say earlier? You've got to find a guy that can play on special teams. Jaylen Reed will play on special teams. No question. I think that's, you at the 6th round, this is a guy, hundreds, I think. So I love this pick. The fact that you're getting a guy that from Penn State, another big program. We've talked about that a bunch. Play on special teams. Earn your stripes on special teams. Shut your mouth and earn it. Get some time at safety. And look, guys have been banged up at safety, right? He's a little bit more of a strong safety type than he would be a free safety type, but we kind of don't look at it that way anymore. But kind of old school convention, that's the way I would kind of look at it. He'll come up and hit you now. He's physical, but he's also a playmaker. He will go take the ball away. I like this pick. This is, I think, as good a pick as you can get at 187 at the safety position. This is really good. In fact, I don't know that I have many safeties ahead of him if I were to go back and look at it now. I think he's up there pretty high. So I like this for the Texans. He's from Detroit, which I always love.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a little bit of that chip on his shoulder. I had him at 104 in Harris 100. So he's a good football player to get here. And, again, Frank Ross has got to be just absolutely thrilled. 6 foot, 211, ran the 4.49 range. Just a good football player that has played with some good safeties at Penn State, some guys that have gotten drafted. So to get him at 187, man, I love it. He's coming to start right away? No, I don't think any of the next how many ever picks we make, I don't think any of them start. But could you see Jaylen Reed as a 6th-rounder, making it on the special teams, being a guy that flies down on kickoff? I guess, can we say that anymore on kickoff?
How many Jaylens can we have on one
Oh, my God.
Right. I mean, we have 3 in this draft. 3 Jaylens drafted.
But the 2 Jaylens are I-N. This Jaylen is E-N.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the way I prefer to spell it. But,
should have seen it coming. But
Jalen Thomas, tackle, is on the roster.
Oh, that we already have.
Another
Jalen Petrie.
Jaden Peavy also already
Defensive
on the roster.
line. Jalen Petrie in the secondary. Yeah.
Training camp will be fun.
Jalen, 5 guys look at you. It's going to be that kind of thing. But
who's the DB we took from Penn State a few years ago? Took a DB from Penn State. Didn't work out.
We drafted him?
It was late. I'll find it. Anyway, Penn State.
Are you sure?
It was in the O'Brien era. It might have been the 2020 draft.
Oh, John Reed.
It
was a 2020 draft. Yeah,
okay.
that didn't work out. That didn't work out. This has got a better chance of working out because we needed John Reed to be a player, and there was something off with that whole thing. I don't know what it was. I think there was something that was not whatever. Something was not right.
Something didn't work out.
Yeah, something didn't work out. So I like this pick. And again, it's not going to get my Woody Marks reaction, but when I saw Jaylen Reed, I'm like, wow. I kind of forgot he was still on the board at this point.
Yeah.
It's one of those picks. It's kind of like Xavier Hutchinson a few years ago. Like, X, I remember sitting here like, wait, we got X? How did he get to the 6th round? And I think Jalen's kind of like that. How did he get to the 6th round? And so from that standpoint, him here.
Very cool. We're going to hear from him soon enough as Drew Doherty will catch up with him. So we'll get the exclusive interviews on the air here on Texans Draft Live. Texans, this pick has not been announced yet, but that is reportedly the pick, Jaylen Reed from Penn State, defensive back, as the Ravens pick is in right before the Texans. And Will Howard, the quarterback from Ohio State, went to the Steelers right before that. So, interesting. After the Texans, it's the Titans and the Colts. We've got an AFC South run here of Texans, Titans, Colts, and Colts. So the Colts are going to pick twice in a row, and then we'll march on through the rest of the fifth round here. Sixth round. The Texans will have the last pick in the sixth round as well, and 3 in the seventh. Tyler Loop. Hey, Brooke, another kicker.
Yeah, this one's not that surprising given Justin Tucker's status is still up in the air with an NFL investigation. So the Ravens, just a little security blanket there with drafting the kicker from Arizona, Tyler Loop.
Boy, great point you just brought up there, because Tucker in hot water in Baltimore, and you don't draft a kicker just for kicks. Sorry.
Good one.
In the sixth round.
Dad joke in the sixth round. Nice.
A dad joke.
Nice. It tells you how the last 3 days are a little tired, a little punchy. Got dad jokes now.
Now I feel like every joke I say, I have to evaluate. Is that a dad joke? Did I just do another one? Is that all I have left in life?
No.
Is dad jokes?
It's okay if you have dad jokes. Dad jokes are okay.
I went with the eggplant emoji joke last night. That was not a dad joke.
The what?
Never mind.
Okay. What emoji?
We're not going to get into that. It was a phone emoji, and I thought it looked like something
else.
that
was pretty funny.
That was no dad joke.
It was
a dad joke. You know
was
why?
Not a dad joke.
It had dad joke origins because I couldn't tell what it was because I didn't have my readers on. So there. It actually has a little bit of dad jokeism in there. All right, so the Texans will have the last pick in the sixth round here. We got a long way to go before we get to that. So next up, more evaluation on the Texans draft. We still have to get to the AFC South. How's everybody else doing? And this run is going to tell us even more because we have the Titans and the Colts picking twice right after the Texans. It's all happening here on Texans Draft Live.
More Texans radio draft coverage is on the way.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Amegy Bank and Milton Frank Plumbing and Cooling work together to put the us in business banking by taking advantage of some serious fraud protection tools. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank. And together, we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by keeping a watchful eye on your company's finances. Here, we collaborate. Here, you Graham Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting, plus 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
Is it football season yet? The 2025 Houston Texans season cannot come soon enough, and we're already daydreaming about the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium. Though the dates and times won't be announced until May, our home opponents are set. C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley Jr., Nico Collins, and the rest of your Texans will face off against opponents like the Broncos, Raiders, Bills, and 49ers. Sign up for the 2025 priority list, and you'll be one of the first to have access to tickets when they become available. Visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets now.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger.
for appetizing ingredients. And no matter what tasty choice you make, our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, you get over $600 in digital coupons each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump and points. At Kroger, you always get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
We are right back to it. Let's reset that board as the Texans just picked in round number 6. We're getting deeper into round number 6 here. The Texans with 2 selections in this round. They'll wrap up the round with pick number 216 and have 3 selections in the 7th. But the Texans have selected Brooke.
Jaylen Reed, the safety from Penn State. And just after the Texans, the Titans have selected a running back from Michigan, Khalil Mullings.
Okay. So the Titans get a running back from Michigan, and the Colts will go back-to-back. Their first pick
Titans got Mullings?
Yeah.
They got Hassan Haskins 2.0? All right, good.
That means it's not going to work. Haskins hasn't worked out.
Yeah, Haskins had to go back out to Los Angeles to play for Harbaugh.
And the Colts have the next 2 picks. The first one is going to be the quarterback, Riley Leonard, going to Indianapolis.
Oh.
Man, talk about opportunity. I mean, that's a pretty damn good opportunity for Riley Leonard. If he can learn how to throw a football between now and September, he might have an opportunity. Tough.
What does that say about Sam Ehlinger?
What does that tell you about Sam Ehlinger?
Yeah, that's some competition.
Sam Ehlinger's already gone, I think.
I thought he was still on the roster. Let me check this
No, I think Ehlinger's off the roster.
What?
Sam Ehlinger's somewhere else.
All right, let's find out.
Yeah, it's Jason Bean.
Oh, you're right. Where did Ehlinger go?
I did 32 teams draft needs.
All right, okay, thanks.
I can't remember where Ehlinger went, though.
Yeah,
I don't remember that. Falcons?
Broncos.
Broncos. Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Riley Leonard going to Indianapolis.
And yours is still on the board.
Yours is still on the board.
Okay. Who's better, yours or
Do you want to follow
Ehlinger?
up the question? Am I surprised? A little bit.
A little bit.
But he was all over the map. Look, I've said this
You surprised
numerous
Riley
times.
Leonard before yours?
Not entirely.
Okay.
Not entirely. I think I had Quinn going ahead of him. You know, Quinn played through some stuff at Texas, but ultimately all these quarterbacks more highly flawed than maybe even the most critical analyst would think. I mean, I felt like I was very critical of them. I didn't like really any of these quarterbacks. So I probably bumped them up a little bit higher on my Harris 100 than I wanted to, but I knew their quarterbacks are probably going to get drafted, and that really hasn't come through. I mean, to Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord, and Will Howard all going in the 6th round, they played like it. They played like 6th-rounders, I think. Kyle McCord didn't. I think Kyle McCord played like a 5th-rounder. I thought McCord this year played pretty well. Riley ran it well. I don't think he ever threw it well at Notre Dame.
Okay.
So, and I thought Will Howard did some good things, but, when you're throwing to Emeka Egbuka and Jeremiah Smith, and you got those 2 studs at running back, you don't have to do a whole lot. So even Will Howard, as much as there was kind of this Will Howard blitz on the last 3 weeks before the draft, I didn't feel like, okay, yeah, he should go in the 3rd round because he did well in the Gruden show or whatever it was. Like, nah, I don't know. So it's not surprising that quarterbacks have just, even Shador fallen to 5th round. I mean, nobody saw it coming. I mean, I thought he should go in the 2nd round. I had a 2nd-round grade on him. But once you got past the 2nd round, then it obviously ended up being, well, teams are not going to draft him because of all the other stuff. He's going to be a backup, et cetera. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
But this quarterback's just not that great in this draft. Next year, that could get kind of exciting.
Okay, let's get to this year. The Colts draft. The Colts, the nemesis, the evil empire as it once was. Yes, they seem dormant, but you never know. They were 9-8 2 years ago. Last year, obviously not, but always a threat. And I will never be happy until they're completely destroyed. Brooke, wait, do you have something first?
have another pick also going to the Colts.
Okay, so Johnny, they started out the draft party with Tyler Warren, night one, the tight end from Penn State. We all agree he's a hell of a player, and that could be a real problem as far as the Colts go. JT Tuimoloau. Thank you. From Ohio State, edge rusher. He goes in the second round. Justin Wally, corner from Minnesota, in the third. Fourth, Jalen Travis, tackle from Iowa State. And in the fifth, DJ Giddens from Kansas State. We just told you about Riley Leonard and Tim Smith going to Indy. So what about that Indy draft so far?
Warren's really the only one that sort of scares me. I like Giddens. Giddens was the running back I was hoping we were looking at, but I really like Woody Marks, so I'm very happy with that. Giddens a little different type. He's a guy catch the ball at backfield, compliment Jonathan Taylor a little bit. He's not a power back, very smooth glider with speed. So we're going to have to contend with that. There's no doubt about that. He's a good compliment to Jonathan Taylor. Tim Smith, you look at this guy, he's a Greek god. Well, that's a Ballard kind of defensive lineman. So they need some help on the interior, get some depth behind Buckner and Stewart. So I think Tim Smith, it's a good, solid pick here in the 6th round, but it just kind of fits the profile. Other than Warren, and really Warren, you won't get the best out of until you figure out the quarterback situation. So now you throw Riley Leonard into Jason Bean, Anthony Richardson, and Daniel Jones until you get that figured out, whether it's one of those 4 guys or whether it's somebody else next year. They got to figure that out to get the full Monty on that. I mean, think about it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But what would happen if you put C.J. Stroud with Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, and Tyler Warren?
That's a good group right there.
Right.
That's
right.
a good. And you have
exactly.
Jonathan Taylor running the ball.
Yes.
Behind an improving offensive line.
Right. It's
Thank
like
God
you've got
they don't
this
have a quarterback.
It's like you got this awesome starter van, and then you're going to take, some rando to drive it.
Yep.
You need an expert to drive it.
Yep.
And they don't have that expert. Maybe Riley Leonard turns into that. I don't see it. I don't think he throws it that well. So I think that's going to be an issue.
What a chance for him, because you know what?
But it's a great opportunity for him.
That's the best place to go. Because,
absolutely.
Because they are not going to play politics there. If you are the best guy, you're going to win that job, period.
Yep.
They're not married to anybody at this point, including Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, first-round pick 2 years ago. They don't care anymore. They just want somebody to play and win. So if you're the guy, you're the guy. There's no politics holding you back.
There's opportunity for Riley Leonard in Indianapolis. Absolutely. Now, he's going to have to strike and strike fast. And so what I would advise him, and I'm sure he probably knows this, but I think what changed things for Deshaun, when I think about Deshaun Watson here in Houston, that offseason between OTAs, minicamp, and training camp, every single day, Deshaun was learning the Texans' offense so that when he got to training camp, he could hit downhill, ready to go right now. And I remember OB talking about that, like hit the difference in knowing what he was doing in minicamp versus what he was doing. It was perfect in training camp, but you could see how much he learned, and he made himself a viable day one starter. Didn't start day one, but he came in the second half, and then obviously we went from there, was because Deshaun knew that playbook backwards and forwards. That's what Riley Leonard's going to have to do. Yeah, this is going to be a whirlwind over OTAs and minicamp, but when he comes back for training camp, if he knows that playbook backwards and forwards and he starts dominating with the threes and he's really making it, he's going to get an opportunity in one of these preseason games because either Daniel Jones is going to get hurt or Anthony Richardson is going to get hurt, and he may move up a notch and, wow, this is impressive. Let's give him more reps with the twos. Hey, maybe give him a series with the ones. Let him go with those number one wide receivers and see what happens. And that's how it can all build. But if he's sitting there, mind flying, doesn't spend the time to learn his playbook, never going to do it. And I kind of hope he does that. I hope he just goes this summer and goes down and hangs with OBJ on a yacht down in Miami and doesn't learn it. But if he does, I think Riley Leonard's got as decent an opportunity as anybody else.
All right, Jags draft. Travis Hunter, they move up to get him second, and then they don't pick again till the third. Caleb Ransaw, corner from Tulane. Wyatt Milam from West Virginia, a guard. Bashan Tutton from Virginia Tech, running back. And Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame, linebacker. That's the Jags draft so far. They still have, 4 picks left on schedule. What do you think of the Jags?
And they're making one right now. Their pick is in at 194, 18th pick of the 6th round. I mean, look, it's all about Hunter. And we've talked about this, I said Thursday night. There are very few elite players most years. in a draft. 2023, I knew the Texans would get one, but could they get a second one? I had 4 that I thought were elite. This draft, I felt like there were 3 elite guys. Jacksonville went and got one because they weren't going to get it at number 5. We went and got our second elite guy in getting Will Anderson Jr. So getting elite players, I mean, it's obvious, right? You get elite players. Now, a guy can develop into an elite player from anywhere. George Kittle was a 5th-round pick with the 49ers. He turned into an elite tight end. But for the most part, guys get drafted in the first round because they are elite talents, or at least it's thought to be that they are elite. Some guys are elite right now. Travis Hunter is elite right now at 2 different positions. How they split up those reps and what they do, we'll see. But Travis Hunter is a legit star at 2 spots. And so I'm sure the Gladstone and his ecosystem is talking about how, well, we basically got 2 players for the price of 1. Well, you gave up a lot in the trade, but you're getting 2 players. To me, that's what Jacksonville's draft comes down to. How does Travis Hunter, how does Bashal Tutin, how do those guys help Trevor Lawrence become the best version of himself? And if he's not, maybe they got to take a look at the quarterback and whether Trevor Lawrence is that guy or not.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's where you can really gloat that day.
Yeah, I know, and I plan to.
And you should.
Plenty of that coming
up. That's what
up.
you should.
And I think Hunter, while a great player, might not have been somebody you gave up that much to get, because I don't see it as a 2-for-1. I think that's diminishing returns after a while. In this league, I think it's a lot to keep up. Practice, play, all of it. But we'll see, because we're going to see him twice a year. It's going to be fun to talk about time and time again. So we had that AFC South run. Brooke?
Yes, and speaking of the Jags, they just selected Jalen McLeod, the linebacker from Auburn, and he's kind of an interesting one, too, because is he going to play inside or outside linebacker? There's a lot of different opinions on that he might be a better fit at inside linebacker. What do you think?
He's a better pass rusher than he is an inside linebacker at this point. Like, he's a hell of a rusher. He was at Appalachian State, and that's when I saw him against Texas A&M. And I'm like, who the hell is 30? Holy crap, he is destroying A&M. And they beat A&M down at College Station. It was a tremendous, tremendous effort by McLeod. He ends up going to Auburn. He's kind of a tweener size-wise, so he's like 230, maybe if he's lucky. And so he can – but the thing is, we've seen a lot of that now. Now, I know there are other names, but like Bill Carter was a stack linebacker who played the edge. Micah Parsons was that. Jalen Walker is that. McLeod is like that. He can play off the ball, but he really is a problem when he rushes. So in the 6th round, you're probably not going to have a plan right away for a guy like that. You're probably thinking, nope, just play on the outside, or on the inside. If he proves that he can handle that, all right, what can we do with this guy? We kind of like him. Let's see if we can get 3rd downs out of him. We hear Nick talk about this all the time. Which downs, first down, 2nd down, 3rd down, 4th down, which downs can you impact? You know, if you're a nickel guy, you impact 3rd down and special teams on 4th down. A guy like Jalen McLeod, 1st and 2nd down, he plays stack. 3rd down, he goes to the edge. 4th down, he might be on special teams. He might impact all 4 downs, and so you get a good player here in the 4th. But just a good athlete with pass rush ability for Jacksonville with McLeod.
Okay, Titans draft as we round out the AFC South selections so far. Cam Ward, of course, #1 overall in this draft. Then Olu Oladeju, the UCLA edge player. Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State. Chimere, is it DK or Dyke from Florida?
DK.
See, I knew it. Gunnar Helm, I was guessing there. Gunnar Helm from Texas, the tight end. And Eric Ayomanor from Stanford.
Elic Ayomanor.
Very close.
Yep.
Wide receiver from Stanford. And believe me, if we were playing a game, I'd have this right. So he rounds out the selection so far. Wait a minute. Where's their 5th rounder? What happened here? What is happening?
I know they had some. They've been.
Oh no, I got more. Jackson Slater from Sacramento State. Brooke told us about that one.
Yep.
Marcus Harris from California. So Cal corner Marcus Harris going there, and Khalil Mullings from Michigan.
I don't think enough was said about Cam Ward and what the Titans got there. Look, I don't think he's the elite quarterback or the generational talent everybody wants to say. But it's a dude who's gone through adversity.
He's going to win games for them. You put him in all those games Levis played, they're going to come out with a better record.
Absolutely.
Let's put it that way.
Oladejo, I think, at 52, I thought it was a little high for me. But he's an interesting guy off the edge. They need some edge guys. Kevin Winston Jr. was the Penn State safety. A lot of people, whereas Jaylen played all year, made a lot of plays, 3 interceptions, led the Penn State team in tackles. Kevin Winston had an injury. But Titans believed in him, and I think he's going to be a good player when he's healthy. DK can fly. So they needed some speed. Helm was a guy at Texas. A lot of people around here know. Didn't test exceedingly well. But I feel like Gunnar Helm kind of follows in that Anthony Ferkser kind of that kind of thing. And Cam Ward was at Miami. Now, it'll be a different offense. But Cam Ward at Miami loved those seam routes to Elijah Arroyo. Right. Helm is that kind of guy, just not that kind of athlete. Ayamanor is going to be a surprise.
They still have a Conquo for him to throw to.
That's right. So now they got a Conquo and Helm, so that's interesting. Ayamanor going to the 4th round might be one that to keep an eye on. I've not been a big fan. I'm not a fan of Ridley. You know that. I'm not a big fan of Ridley. Right. So,
but he's a streak shooter.
But he is.
He can get on fire.
Yes. Ridley is Jamal Crawford.
Yep.
He's Jamal Crawford.
Perfect comp.
If we get him on the wrong day, he can go 10 for 180 and 2 touches.
Yep.
Yes, perfect.
He can do it.
Slater's a great pick in the 5th round.
Brooke.
They added at least 4 starters in that draft. At least 4.
They had vacancy in the hotel for them.
They did.
So they have to be good to
That'd be a little different
really
if it was for us because we don't have a lot of vacancy, as you would say.
Yep.
All right, surprise, surprise. The Texans have moved back up once again. Trade with the Denver Broncos. They will receive the Broncos' 197th pick, and they will trade away 216 and 241.
Dick, get rid of those 7th rounders.
Yeah, you got wise to it. All right, so, okay.
So, wait, they're on the clock
they're on the
then.
clock. The Lions' pick is in. They're getting an edge rush.
Oh, Hassanin, an Egyptian CrossFitter who saw American football and decided, yeah, I think I want to try that. Went to Boise State. That's a hell of a pick in the 6th round.
Yep.
A hell of a pick in the 6th round for them. He's a really fun guy. They were at the Combine. And you know how all the guys cycle through? Yeah. So the coach is like hyping them all up as he gets there. And so Hassanin's about to go down in the stands, and he gets in the coach's face. He's kind of clapping. He's getting all excited. The coach gets excited. It's like this 30-second interchange. I love this guy. I was kind of hoping he'd be there for the Texans, but edge just doesn't seem like a spot. Watch us take an edge pick here. But it doesn't seem like a spot that the Texans would draft. But he's a really fun player. I like he's going to Detroit. I really do, because I think Campbell will love him. He is a knee biter for sure. All right, what do we got?
What do we have?
We do have that pick. The Texans select Graham Mertz.
What?
The quarterback
I
from
know.
Florida, for those that do not know.
Interesting. Interesting.
Whoa.
I just didn't think they would take a quarterback. Look, Mertz started at Wisconsin and had been at Wisconsin and then transferred to the University of Florida. So when he went to the University of Florida, you're like, okay, this guy really hadn't shown anything at the University of Wisconsin. Like, he was thought to be like Wisconsin, the next coming at Wisconsin. Like, he was going to be that guy. Didn't turn out. So he goes to Florida. I'm like, I don't know what to expect from this. First game, they go play Utah. And I'm like, he's making some throws. He's an athletic guy. Is he now in competition for number 3? Is he a guy you just bring to training camp and you kind of figure out, like, what you've got in this guy? Is he a guy that, you know, there were some other teams, you just had an eye on him, you think, hey, we think there might be a little something here. All right, you know, take a guy and develop. I think a lot of teams over the years, a lot of Patriots teams over the years, took quarterbacks in later rounds and developed them. I did not think that they would take a quarterback. This is the first pick in which I did not have. When I did draft team needs, I didn't even put a quarterback. Part of it was I was trying to get everything done, so I didn't even think of a quarterback. But I see the upside there with Mertz because going from Wisconsin to Florida, some adversity. He can move. I think he's got a pretty solid arm, but injuries were a part of his maturation process.
Well, you're developing him, right?
Yeah, that's all you're doing here. That's
do you want to develop him
pick.
or Keaton Slovis or what's going to happen with Mills? Right. Ultimately, it's a one-year deal with Mills.
Right.
And you brought it up yourself, Johnny. What did the Patriots always do?
Yeah.
They always took a quarterback.
Always.
And they took a quarterback high. I mean, Ryan Mount was a third-round draft choice. Mm-hmm. Where did Hoyer come in? Was he 5th or undrafted?
No, Hoyer was undrafted.
He was undrafted. All right, give me another. Cliff Kingsbury went to
Garoppolo in the 2nd.
Garoppolo in the 2nd.
In the 3rd.
Jacoby Brissett, 3rd-round pick. So they always looked for somebody to be the backup, and maybe they could trade him one day.
Right.
And maybe, God forbid, if something happened, they would have him ready. Matt Castle was on the roster. We all know what happened when they went 11-5. They went 11-5 as a team. He went 10-6 as a starter.
Right.
Or 10 they had to do better than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They always had capable backups or tried to on the roster, and clearly the Texans have Mills, but a one-year deal for Mills. Would they sign him again going into 2026? Probably not, because you have to pay the other guys. So you might as well develop a young player along with Slovis and see how it works out. This is a very low-risk proposition.
Yeah, and, with quarterbacks, I mean, look, we've talked about it all. I've talked about it. I didn't love any of these quarterbacks. I really didn't. Any of these quarterbacks. But I'm completely okay with the philosophy of developing a good athlete who's been through some adversity. And when Mertz was healthy, here's where it got tricky for him at the University of Florida, is when Florida went out and signed DJ Lagway from Willis. Lagway's one of the Lagway in 2 years we'll be talking about as a top 5 pick in the draft. As long as he develops and stays healthy, I think he's on track for that. So Graham gets kind of caught in that situation at Florida where he's the starter, but everybody wants to see Lagway. Kind of like what was going on in Texas with Quinn Ewers, and I'm sure we're going to probably get that question about Quinn Ewers versus, versus Graham Mertz. So we'll get that question. I think Graham is much cleaner. I think he's a little bit better athlete than Quinn Ewers. But, look, Quinn Ewers came up with some big plays at some big times in a lot of really big games.
Ewers would have been a popular pick.
He would have,
He would have
exactly
popped off the marquee, but so what? It's a third-string quarterback-type pick.
Right.
And, again, developmental, so you have to go for the best possible player here, and they feel it's him. 6'3", 212.
They're good size.
Yeah, no question.
Good size. He's good size. He's got a good arm. He's got good athleticism.
Plus, you might be thinking, well, they have Slovis and Mills already. They had 4 quarterbacks last year. They had Boyle.
That's right, yeah.
So they went with the 4 quarterbacks in camp throughout OTAs, all of it. It's going to be tough for Mertz to get reps. I don't know how they do that between Slovis and Mertz, but they'll figure it all out.
Yeah, you put him on practice squad. You figure out which guy, and look, it's a 6th round. I mean, it's happened before where you draft a 6th rounder and he doesn't make the roster. You drafted 6 rounders at 197. They're just showing Tom Brady on the screen. He turns into the greatest of all time. No, I'm not saying Graham Mertz is the greatest of all time because I could just see Harris said he's the greatest of all time or he's going to be. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that you never know what you end up doing in the 6th round with quarterbacks. Sure. Developing a guy and when that opportunity might come. You're going to get, look, there are 3 preseason games. You're probably going to get at least a half in one of those games, maybe a quarter in a couple others. So from that standpoint, I don't mind. I just kind of shocked. Like, I just didn't think a quarterback would be a guy that you would take here. So we go back. What did Nick say in his press conference? We draft 4 best available.
Yeah.
And to them, they think Graham Mertz is the best available here. Now, for some reason, my tracker's not. It's not showing.
Well, they haven't announced officially.
Yeah, they haven't
Texans
announced
pick
it
yet. We're way ahead with these picks. It's like, it's definitely, we knew about this pick. They got this pick in well before 5 minutes to go between picks.
Sure.
So there's a backlog here as getting notified that the team before you has made their selection, and they must know who it is. That's how these things leak anyway.
Right.
And then you can turn yours in like, yeah, we know. So if Goodell wants to speed up the draft, go ahead and do it. It's easy.
Here's what needs to happen at that point, because whenever we've watched all these behind-the-scenes videos and all that of all the teams, you hear a voice in the room that'll say, the Texans have selected Graham Mertz. The Packers are on the clock.
Look at the graphic for the Texans. It's this Texas map bizarre thing. And, can we go to the podium? Can we go to the podium?
Byron, can you go to the podium.
If you have it, Byron. Oh, it's Ashley Acclam, U.S. Women's National Flag Football Team member with the She's Next
That's awesome.
gear. And the Texans.
That jacket is awesome.
Oh, yeah. It's an awesome battle red jacket with the H-Town blue H. She's Next on it. Hannah loves this stuff.
There are a bunch of She's Next T-shirts over in the team store.
Oh, it's awesome stuff.
Awesome. It's so cool.
And girls flag football being played all over the city today, by the way, as the Texans are engaged in getting this sport to be a UIL-sanctioned sport. And obviously with the Olympics coming up in 2028 and the flag football participation, men and women, it's a huge deal. So let's go, as it's announced that Graham Mertz,
I wonder that took a little while,
from Florida, is coming to Houston to be a part of the mix here.
You wonder why, too. Why in front of Green Bay? Was Green Bay maybe interested interested. It's just
Yeah.
where the Texans felt they had to move up to.
They moved up to get Mertz. I think Nick just feels like,
know.
hey, I want to get Mertz right now. Let's just go for it. Besides, what did he give up again, Brooke? A 7th rounder?
And this is the 7th trade, by the way. 7th trade for Nick Caserio this year. They gave up 216, which I believe is still in the 6th round, and then 241, which is a 3rd round.
So
they
216
have 2
was their pick in the 3rd. That was the last pick in the 3rd round. Now Denver has it. And then we go to the 7th, and you said they gave up, what, 2 in the 7th?
No, I think they only gave up, so they gave up 216, which I believe is in the 6th,
Yeah,
and
in
then
the 6th.
241, and that's it. So
So they
and
still
a
have
7.
2
they still
picks
have
left.
2 7s.
Yeah. You know, he still has plenty of time to make another deal, move up a little earlier in the 7th, right? Because he has the 3rd to last pick in this draft at 255. 257 is Mr.
So we got to
Irrelevant.
hang around to that.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got to hang around until he does his press conference.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
I know that.
Everybody lock in here.
So,
I know that.
Lock in.
Not going anywhere.
That's it.
Graham Mertz, your newest Texan.
So the next pick will be, what, the 8th
So we
pick
made,
in the 7th round.
we made 3 picks today, right? Got this right. Woody Marks.
Yeah.
And then Jaylen Reed.
Yep.
And now Graham Mertz.
Yep.
Okay. I just got to make sure my numbers are right. So 4 yesterday, 3 today.
So 7 picks. And you have 2 left. If he makes them. If he makes them. Anything's possible, as Kevin Garnett once said. Okay, we'll reset the board. We'll reset our lives. All of it coming up next here. It's Texans Draft Live.
To draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of our friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Right now, during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale, save up to $600 on top brands and get a free adjustable base. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Wildcat Golf Club is Houston's premier 36-hole golf facility, featuring the Lakes Course and the Highlands Course, located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Airport Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, along with a driving range and on-site dining at the Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
Want the Houston Texans to get your kids ready for the upcoming football season? Boys and girls, ages 6 to 14, can now register for our youth football camp presented by Chevron on Saturday, June 21st. In this one-day action-packed tackle or flag football camp, will learn about the official Texans practice facility. Your children will have a blast learning from the pros and meeting Texans special guests like players, legends, Toro, and more. Spots never last long for this popular event. Visit HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball to register now.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Here in our draft room, which is not the draft room, it's the Hyundai Texans radio studio for Texans Draft Live, presented by Modelo. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. And Brooke Kirchhoffer with us, giving us the updates and all the rest of it as we are well into round 6. Nick Caserio has made 7 trades. Count them, 7 trades in this draft, 7 players. Finally, the number of trades matches the number of players for the Houston Texans, as they took 4 players last night, nobody in the first round. There was a trade involved there, as you know by now. And then you have 3 players selected today. The most recent, Mertz, the quarterback from the Florida Gators, coming here to provide depth at the position, develop the guy to be a good backup, whatever. Hey, see, you never know what happens with quarterbacks. See, once upon a time I took Drew Henson, see?
I want to be very nice how I say this.
What?
I hope Graham Mertz never takes a snap in a regular season game or playoff game for the Texans.
Please, yes, no.
No offense.
No way. I don't want Mills to take a snap. I love Mills, but come on.
Yeah.
You want CJ taking every snap.
That's right.
No question, but you need insurance. And
absolutely.
Like I was just doing the voice of Charlie Casually, original general manager for Once Upon a Time, and you can turn these players into picks sometimes. We mentioned the Patriots situation. They've done that as well. They traded Ryan Mallett to the Houston Texans on Labor Day weekend prior to the 2014 season. These things happen. You can get picks out of them, or they become good players, and you can rely on them in case of emergency. Let's not have one.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a really difficult question, but I think if anybody could do it, I think you could do this.
Okay.
I want you to name in order.
Oh, gosh.
The Texans drafted quarterbacks.
I thought you were going to say general managers.
No.
It's going to be tough. Obviously, David Carr.
Then Ragone.
Ragone was the second year, third rounder. In the third year, they did B.J. Simmons comes in there sometime.
He was drafted, right?
I think he was drafted. I think he was drafted.
I think B.J. Simmons is next.
You know, Alex Brink was drafted.
Brink was 2007.
Because they didn't draft Schaub. They didn't draft Rosenfels.
Right.
Was there anybody else in there?
No.
Brink was a 7th rounder, I think, or
then
something
Brink.
like that. Okay, do you have the list in front of you?
No, I don't. I'm kind of going with you on this.
Was Yates the next one after
Yates
Brink?
was the next one, I think.
In 11?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it gets
Savage.
even more interesting. They didn't draft Case Keenum.
They did. You're right. They did.
Case Keenum was an undrafted free agent.
Savage in 14.
4th rounder in 14.
Uh-huh.
And I actually had him in a Vandermock, so I was kind of...
Deshaun in 17.
Nobody between Savage and Deshaun. Okay.
Right?
I'm trying to think about this. Backup situation. Okay. Davis, 3rd rounder,
then
2021. CJ and
then
now
Graham
we got
Mertz.
Yeah, it's not too many.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Missed
That's
anyone?
Yeah, I'll check it, but I'm pretty sure that's.
Here, I've got the list. You got David Carr in 02.
Right.
Dave, how do you pronounce it? Ragone in 03.
Mm-hmm. Before you were born.
B.J. Simmons in 04.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Yeah.
I was a little older than that. Let's see.
So B.J. Simmons, we were
Alex
right about
Brink
him.
in 08.
Yeah.
That was 08, not 07, 08, yeah.
Okay.
TJ Yates.
11.
Tom Savage, 14.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Watson, 17.
Yeah.
Then
wow, it's a short list, though.
Davis Mills.
Through 24 years of franchise history.
C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
And Graham Mertz.
Yep, that's it. Okay. Good job.
Not a lot. Not a lot. How many of those guys ended up being the full-time starter and played?
One.
Carr.
Ragone played 2 games in 03, but because
I'm
Carr
talking,
and Banks were hurt. Or like the starter that you'd prefer, not because of emergency.
Or played a half a year or a year, maybe.
Where does Yates fit in? I mean, Yates was an emergency.
I would count Yates.
Okay.
I would count Yates.
Okay, but
because you got to count him 11, 15, 17.
I
That's
understand
enough.
that.
That's
yet
enough.
all 3 of those times were because break glass in case of emergency, get TJ Yates out.
True.
And
Carr,
that's why they played him.
TJ,
right.
Deshaun,
Mm-hmm.
CJ, Davis, CJ.
Davis definitely Davis gets 25 starts.
5 years.
Although
or
if
5 starters.
Tyrod Taylor does not get hurt in 2021, it becomes interesting because they might win 6-7 games. They might have won that Cleveland game where he got hurt at the half.
We might have won a couple more games and then not had a chance to draft one Derek Stingley Jr.
Or maybe Culley keeps the job.
There are a lot of things that could change.
There are a lot of things that could have changed.
Remember that Browns game, man? We were cooking.
Playing well. Tyrod just ran
takes
it
that
in.
touchdown in, and I remember, I'll never forget this. We went to a break, and we're like, this is awesome with it. And I was like, you want the bad news or the bad news? And you're like, no, I don't want bad news. I'm like, well, Tyrod just limped off the field. And it was like, oh, boy. I blame you. I feel so bad because I'm the first one that has to see all that.
Yeah.
I see it all.
Guys limping around, guys getting carted off, guys going to the locker room. Don't want to see any of that. Worst part of sports fandom, injuries and contract negotiations.
So the final pick is 257.
Yeah.
So we're about 53 picks away.
Okay.
So, yeah, kind of cruising right along the 7th round. I would like for all the general managers, when they're at the annual meetings, they go into a room and they have a pact. Look, guys, when we get to the 7th round, it's 1 minute.
It's 1 minute.
Now, it's not officially a minute, but it's a minute. Can we all agree to this?
Well,
everybody shakes hands. We're good. Yeah, you got a minute. Let's roll.
I don't think there's any problem. You would have no problem getting that done with the general managers. However, you have a TV show going on ESPN. Is this on ABC also today?
On ESPN.
13.6 million people watched on Thursday night.
What?
13.6 million people watched on Thursday
my
night.
God.
Now, that is not a primetime game rating that you'd love, but it ain't bad at all.
For names being called.
Exactly.
Jeez.
You know, who was it? NFL meme? Somebody had the tweet. The Super Bowl doesn't make the NFL king. 250,000 people standing in 48-degree weather listening to names being called makes the NFL king.
That's exactly right.
That's it.
That's right.
That's
when
what
there's
makes
nothing
the
being played. That's the thing.
It's
unbelievable.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, think about how the NFL has taken the schedule release and made that must-see television. All you're doing is finding out when. That's it.
And you know what they did this year? They finally announced a date well ahead of
May
time.
14th.
For them, this is well ahead of time for the schedule release. Usually it's like the day before. Hey, you know what we decided to do? Come out with the schedule tomorrow. Get ready. Okay. Now, you knew the target range, but now it's May 14th.
May 14th.
You are going to have the schedule come out, which is later than ever, and I really feel for Clay Hampton in this building and his staff and all the staffs around the league trying to book hotel rooms in the September and October and November, December months.
Especially if we end up in Indy. They got like 8,000 conventions going on.
You know, you're there with
the Raceway convention.
The plumbers and pipe fitters and whoever else. And
yesterday at or Thursday night at the George R. Brown, there was a coffee expo.
Specialty coffee expo, Johnny.
And now that's what you run into in Indianapolis.
They had the gall not to be open when we were there inside. I was like, I'd have some specialty coffee.
Bad word for them, but I can't say them on the radio. You should have been open. It could have used some caffeine that night.
Brooke, get us updated on the board, please. We know the Texans picked, and then we had that AFC South run. What is going on in round 6?
A lot more picks after that 197th pick with Graham Mertz, the quarterback out of Florida, heading to the Texans. Just rapid fire. Georgia defensive tackle Warren Brinson is going to Green Bay. Pittsburgh offensive tackle Branson Taylor going to the Chargers. Navy safety Raywan Lane III is going to the Jags. Kobe King, the Penn State linebacker, going to the Vikings. Vikings had the next picked as well. They got Gavin Bartholomew, the tight end from Pitt. And then the Ravens, LeJonte Wester from Colorado, wide receiver. And the Cowboys just recently picked, I'll let you pronounce his first name.
Ajani Cornelius, formerly of Rhode Island, transferred to Oregon. It was the opposite, was the right tackle, whereas Josh Connerly Jr. was the left tackle. They had a pretty good group. He might move to guard. There's some talk about that, so we'll see what the Cowboys do. But that's a good pick in the – are we in the 6th round? 6th round still.
Sixth round.
Good pick by the Cowboys right there. The Cowboys, I said this earlier, Mark. Cowboys draft is really damn good. I hate to say it, but getting Booker early was big. I mean, that was huge. That just kind of sets the tone. You know, I like a trenches draft, and so they get Booker, Cornelius at the end. As Araku goes to the next round, Shavon Ravel going at pick 76 was amazing. Jalen Blues giving some speed in the backfield. Shamar James was the captain for that full pick, and then Cornelius goes at pick 204. So I don't love to give credit to the Dallas Cowboys, but I do love to give credit to Will McClay because he runs that draft for the Cowboys, and he does a hell of a job. Like, he does a really, really good job.
You know, Nick Caserio said something pretty interesting, too, after day 2. He kind of leaves little breadcrumbs of what they might do in the draft. Of course, it's always going to be follow the grades, and he felt like day 2 was a good example of that.
Right.
He also mentioned, don't be surprised if we go and get another wide receiver. Is there still a wide receiver on their board that they like?
Yep. Oh, wait a second. Did I see him go already? I can't remember. Yeah, there is one. And I mean, if we're sticking with the theme of, but I can't remember. Have we seen Tez Johnson picked yet?
I don't think so.
I thought I saw him at least.
We're sticking with the theme. We're sticking with the theme of the Texans drafting comp players to Texans. My comp for Tez Johnson was Tank Dell. So
Tez Johnson's still available.
Okay.
Ooh, but we got a ways to go. In fact,
Yes.
before we get to the rest of the 6th round and the 7th round to wrap up the 2025 draft, we will take a break and be back with it all here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. It's Texans Draft Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and Ranch Lover's Flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
It matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS top safety picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's Best Warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Toro's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Toro's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and more through football examples. The program has proudly reached over 1 million students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Sign up today at HoustonTexans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win and up to one. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and Ranch Lover's Flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Houston Texans select.
Your front row seat to the NFL Draft is right here on Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
Great spirit, a lot of energy in the building.
Also brought to you by Mattress Firm, Sky Vodka, and Community Coffee.
All right, we have a lot going on here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, draft expert, on for all 16 hours of our NFL draft coverage, with the Houston Texans making 7 picks so far last night and today. Nothing on Thursday after trading out of round 1 at pick number 25. Brooke Kirchhoffer is helping us out as well with the updates on the board. Texans selection, well, you all know that last night they went to work with Jaden Higgins, the receiver out of Iowa State. Outstanding body type. Nico Collins, the comp, according to John Harris. You're looking at size, speed. He develops well. This could be really interesting. Tay Ursery, tackle from Minnesota, goes in the 6th. Decides to trade up. 3rd round, Jaylen Knoll, Iowa State receiver. So 2 receivers from Iowa State, and the first Jaylen off the board for the Texans this year, because there would be 2 more in this draft, at least, for the Houston Texans. And also in the 3rd round, Jalen Smith, USC cornerback. So you have Knoll and Smith, back-to-back Jalen's, and USC. That would be a theme, because today the first player taken by the Texans would be Woody Marks, a running back from USC. Nick Caserio trading back into round 4 to get that pick and get Woody Marks, who Johnny Harris called the best receiving back in this draft, had an outstanding Senior Bowl. And then we had to wait a while. No 5th-round pick, got it to the 6th. Jaylen Reed from Penn State, safety. He's coming to Houston. And a surprise, quarterback Graham Mertz from Florida. Again, we're in round 6. You're going for the best player available, probably Mertz. They do need a developing quarterback. They have Keaton Slovis on the roster, former USC signal caller. After Tim Boyle was, did they release Boyle? They just didn't.
They released Boyle, I think.
Yeah. So Boyle was gone. They brought in Slovis at some point. He's still in the building here, but Mertz joins the fray as well. But speaking of Reed, the other player taken in the 6th round, Drew Doherty, had a chance to catch up with the Penn State defensive back. Here's how that conversation went moments ago.
The newest member of the Houston Texans is safety Jaylen Reed from Penn State. Jaylen, first things first, congratulations. You're a Houston Texan. What was it like here?
Appreciate it. Thank you. It felt amazing, you know. Just a team that I always wanted to go to since I started the process. I said something about the team at the Combine. And, you know, I told the coach when I was at the Combine, like, it would be a blessing just to have the opportunity to play for that team, you know. And it was just a great feeling, you know. I felt like this draft, it was a little crazy, this draft. I felt like I was slept on, and all I needed was one opportunity. And I feel like the opportunity came, and now I'm going to do what I got to do with it.
Yeah, and once you get here, what do you think you can do on the field for the Houston Texans?
Hey, man, I feel like I can do everything, you know, but I just feel like I'm just going to contribute to everything that the Houston Texans provide. You know, if they need me to do whatever they got to do, I'm going to do it.
Safety is the position, so what type of safety are you?
I'm a versatile safety. I'm an aggressive safety, you know, and there's a lot of safeties in that room that I'm ready to learn after and learn from. You know, I'm ready to learn from these safeties that's in the room and all the guys that's there, so I'm ready to see what it's about.
You're part of one of the better Penn State teams of all time. They win 13 games. They go all the way to the national semifinals and play in 16 games. That's a lot of football experience for you. That's got to be a good thing as far as what you've seen, what you've been through, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So what's next for you today? How do you celebrate?
I'm about to literally go with my family, you know, chill with my family and make sure I got a lot of people around me and make sure I have a good time with them. You know, it's been a long day, 3 days, and it's been a long time. So I'm ready to chill with my family and have fun.
Let's talk a little bit more about DeMeco Ryans and this defense. What impresses you most about the head coach?
It's not specifically just the head coaches. The head coach, he does a great job. I feel like they got a young, talented team, and that's what they're doing a lot of. I feel like they got a lot of young, talented players that's ready to develop. A lot of them starting to get paid. And I feel like that's a great view as a player trying to come into the NFL and see a young team as a young player. It just gives me hope and opportunity. That I can blend in well and do whatever I got to do for the team. So.
Yeah, you talk about a lot of young, talented players. There's also a lot of young, talented rookies whose name starts with J-A-Y. You got Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Jalen Smith, and now you, Jaylen Reed. What's going on with that? What do you think?
I don't know. The Jalen's must be the best thing going right now.
It's a great name. It's a great name for the Houston Texans in 2025. Well, Jaylen, we can't wait to see you down here in Houston. Go celebrate with your family. Have a great time, and best of luck.
For sure. Appreciate it.
Where'd you go to college?
All right. Jaylen Reed, defensive back from Penn State. Drew said one of the better Penn State teams of all time.
Well, they got to the semifinals.
All right.
Well, they have 2 national championships. So
Exactly. But, I guess it's one of them, I suppose. I mean, since they've, rebounded from post-Joe Pa, whatever.
Post-Joe Pa, yes.
Fine.
I'm glad you said it that way.
Yeah, all right. I'll say it that
Can I
way.
read you something weird?
Read it.
This is a tweet.
Okay.
First UDFA deal. Jaguars are signing UConn DB Jordan Wright.
Wait a minute.
Exactly. I know. What the hell is this?
What
is going on?
Who reported that, Johnny? Who reported that?
Ryan Fowler of the Draft Network.
Wait, Fowler reported that?
Not Jeremy
Fowler.
Fowler.
Semi-credible, right?
I don't know.
The draft.
The Commanders, I think.
Okay.
Former Commanders.
Wait,
now
is this in
Draft
case you
Network.
don't get drafted?
I have no idea what this is.
I want to go ahead and draft him now.
Yeah. You don't get him, Jaguars.
This is like when teams would agree to the NIT when they know they're not getting into the NCAA tournament.
Right.
Like North Carolina had a bad year. You
Yeah.
know they're not getting in, but we'll take the NIT.
Right.
And
They'll take
that's
that
happened.
before the NCAA is announced.
Well, that was back in the day.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
shouldn't have referenced North Carolina. But a decent brand name team that knows they're not getting to the NCAA tournament, going ahead and making a deal with the NIT, because there was a time when you get NIT games on Monday night after Selection Sunday because they had it all lined up, ready to go between two, pretty good brand name teams. This is when the NIT was still a thing. Now they played at Butler.
So Andrew Brandt said, this is a great story going along those lines. He said, once signed a player, then saw in the media he signed with the Eagles, then saw he signed with the Cardinals. Called him, asked what he was doing. He said he thought he could just go to camps and decide afterwards. I said, no, it doesn't work that way. He went to the Cards. He lasted a week. These undrafted free agents, they don't
know.
They don't know. This whole process is different, but which always, you and I, we're on the air as some of these signings are leaked out. But there have been so many times over the years. I think there was one signing one year for the Texans. I want to say it was tackle or safety. I was like, I kind of got excited about that. Then you find out, no, he's got like some issues or something. He can't sign somewhere. I'm like, what? Okay, just wait. We'll just wait. It's fun to look at the names, but then you see a lot of this of a guy signing with one team. Oh no, he's going to go to a tryout. That's what a lot of guys end up doing. Like, hey, we're going to bring you for a tryout. They'll go for one tryout, then they'll sign to go to the next tryout until they can maybe end up making it. So I've seen that before, but
will they have time?
We're not even to the 7th round.
A lot of the I know.
We're not even
crazy.
7th round and
That's
signing
crazy.
guys. You know who signs the undrafted free agents down in Jacksonville, right?
Oh, it's Tony Khan.
It's Tony Khan, yeah. He's got work to do. Does he have the AEW tonight? He's got to get these signings done.
Is Gladstone?
Sean, if you're listening, let me know.
Is Gladstone allowing this to happen?
I don't know.
Can he allow it or not allow it to happen?
Is it allowed? I have no idea. I don't know.
No, but is Shad still okay with Tony signing the UDFAs? And because they picked up who? James Robinson once?
Yeah, James Robinson, Illinois State. Yep.
Yeah, because they picked him up, that's like they're shining. Oh, look, I know how to spot talent as a UDFA.
I once worked with a person in my accounting days. She found fraud on one of her first jobs.
Oh, so she felt like she was a hound.
Oh, she was working
Bloodhound.
on house money for 8 years.
Oh, yeah.
I got there.
Oh,
She
yeah.
was in year 8. She was like crocheting one day on the other side of the table. I'm
This is like
what the
Sean
hell?
Payton, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, name another, who won a Super Bowl a long time ago, and they've been living off that ever since.
Right.
Not that they're bad. bad coaches. Had they not won those Super Bowls, there would be a lot less patience for the lack of deep playoff runs out of these guys.
Preach.
And Mark, did you just say Ravens? Yeah, the Ravens, as great an organization as they are, I'm putting this all in air quotes, they get so much love for doing not that much.
How many divisional round playoff wins do the Ravens have since they won the Super Bowl?
One AFC Championship game.
That's it,
Look,
and they beat us.
I would love to have one AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I'd love to have one AFC Championship game.
I'd take it all day long.
I want to have more than one, but I'd love to have at least one by this point. So, okay, this is high-level criticism because they're there a lot. They're right there at the doorstep a lot. But they get a lot of love as a great organization, but how often do they go beyond? The Bills have been there a couple of times. The Bills have won a stink load of playoff games since we beat them in 2019.
2019. That's right.
Since then, they've won like 8 playoff games or something like that.
The Bills have played in
and 2 AFC Championship game appearances.
The Bills have played in some incredible playoff games since Josh Allen took over.
Yeah, they have. They're very entertaining.
When you know the Bills are in a game, you're like, oh, I'm watching this one.
Even though they have defense, they kind of remind you of the old Dan Fouts Chargers, which
a little bit,
went to back-to-back AFC Championship games, could never get into the Super Bowl. But
they
were really entertaining in a playoff situation.
Right. And there was always talk about Fouts and
could he do it?
Air Coryell.
Yeah.
And it was like the defense would let him down. I think the Bills' defense. I think Bills' defense is going to be pretty good here in due time. I think they've had a pretty good draft.
And Don Coryell, the head coach, is in the Hall of Fame. But when it's all said and done, if the Bills don't go any deeper than where they've been right now, there's no way Sean McDermott's going into the Hall of Fame, but Josh Allen will eventually. So there.
Sean texted us and said, if any exec were to accidentally sign a UDFA a round too early, it's Tony Khan.
Yeah.
It sounds like a wrestling work. He's done this.
Right.
Maybe that's what Ryan Fowler missed. Maybe this defensive back is signing with Tony Khan's AEW and not the Jaguars. Maybe he's getting it wrong.
Could you sign is it even allowed? I'm throwing it out there.
I don't know.
Are you allowed to? No. Are you allowed to sign a deal? Hey, if I don't get drafted, I'm definitely coming to your place.
We should ask AI.
They don't know anything about sports.
AI would know.
You know, it's funny because
AI doesn't know jack squat.
Because sports, always use something you know about to test the credibility of some source or AI in this case. Because Ask AI, I ran by AI a few months ago before, it was around the Combine. I said, hey, Gemini, what are the top Texans stories this offseason? And the first couple were on the money, but then it got a little cloudy.
Yeah.
AI was unaware of who was still on and off the team, things like that.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is AI. I don't know if you saw this. The other day I woke up and kind of went through all my emails real fast, checked everything. Okay, nothing pertinent. All right. I go to the ESPN app.
Yeah.
On the ESPN app, the top line, the Bills and Bengals made a trade. Oh, man, what's going on?
Yeah.
I go, look, it's a trade from 2013.
Oh. Yeah.
There was a trade from 2013.
Okay. There it is.
12 years or whatever it was after the fact. It showed up on their page. Like, what is that?
AI, this is
that
not
bizarre.
Facebook. This is not Facebook with time hop memory stuff.
Yeah, it was not a Throwback Thursday.
We need to be current here. We need factual, up-to-the-minute information. All right, Brooke, update us. What's going on the board?
Yeah, taking a look at some of the Texans' opponents for this year. They're going to be hosting the Ravens, who just had
Going
two
to Baltimore.
picks.
Going to Baltimore.
I
got that wrong the other day, too.
Yeah, for some reason that they were coming here. So they just drafted a cornerback out of Rutgers, Robert Longerbeam. But before that, pretty big D tackle out of Virginia Tech and Aeneas Peebles.
Going to the Ravens?
Going to the Ravens.
Good pass rusher. He's definitely a Raven. A lot of Virginia Tech guys end up with the Ravens. Longerbeam's, he's a good player.
He's a Haloni
good player.
Jr.
Yeah. Peebles is smaller but quicker. But Gray Zabel gave it to him at the Senior Bowl. So
okay,
there's that. But Aeneas Peebles, good pick for the Ravens at that point. Sixth round.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Yeah, we've got
Robert Longerbeam.
4 more picks left, and then the Cardinals also took the guard out of Texas, Hayden Connor.
Oh yeah, good. It's a good solid pick. Cardinals need guard. I mean, that's one of these 6th-round picks you look at and go, yeah, I could see it. Played a lot of good football at Big 12. Cardinals need some help, man. So I think he's the only offensive lineman they've taken, and they needed a guard badly. Like you always, I do this when I see picks go by, and I'm like, okay, that's a depth pick. That's a depth pick. Okay, I don't know why they did that pick. And then every so often you see a pick and you go, ooh, that. I don't think they have a guard. Connor's got a good chance as a 6th rounder to step in there and play. And it invariably happens that there's always 1 or 2 guys that stand out in that way, just given the fact that where they're going, there's a lot of opportunities. And so I think that could happen for Hayden Connor. That'd be a good for him. And we'll see the Cardinals this year at NRG Stadium. And we'll find out when, which matters, May 14th. That's the day.
That's the day of the schedule release.
May 14th,
and we'll be on live
release.
that day
That's
to
right.
give you the schedule release pregame show, and then the schedule release itself, as we'll be podcasting and giving you all the information at 7 o'clock when it comes out on May 14th. And we're all curious about international participation. The Texans will no way host an international game. They'll have 9 home games here at NRG Stadium, but you always have the chance to be a visitor. Now, there's some buzz that Kansas City might be playing the Chargers in Brazil. We thought it might be us because you're scheduled to visit the Chargers in L.A., and, hey, with 9 home games, one of them gets transplanted to Brazil. There's also the Colts possibility in Germany. And there's the Jags possibility in London. You never know. Because you were thinking that the Texans, it's time to do another Mexico City game probably.
Yep.
It was 2025.
That's a year away, I think.
Because, well, they
Maybe
decided that Estadio Azteca was not ready yet to host anybody because, I mean, come on, it's not ready yet, okay? You get the World Cup.
What I thought about that. I don't want to be the guinea pig. Let the World Cup be the guinea pig.
Yeah, you want the World Cup to play there first because let them breathe down their necks as they renovate that stadium.
That's right.
I'm eager to see what it's going to look like.
I am too. I would
imagine the locker room situation will be a lot better than what it was when we were there in 2016.
It has to.
Which was bizarro world.
To.
But we'll see.
Look at the Raiders. This is a fun pick.
And
Tommy Millott from out of Washington, Montana State. And what are the letters in front of Montana State, Mark? W-R.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. This is Brady. This is Brady.
Oh,
Tommy
this is
Millott.
Edelman.
This is Edelman.
Yeah.
That's exactly. Tommy Millott was quarterback at Montana State.
Yep.
And ran a 4.39 at his 40. And there was just all this, like, you're not going to play quarterback, but you're too good. You're too athletic. You're too smart. He's a 4.0 engineering student for us not to dive in. You'll learn the playbook, but we're thinking about slot receiver for you. That's what we're thinking about. And he goes to the Raiders, where Tom Brady is, I would imagine, in the, he's in that mix. So Tommy Millott goes to the Raiders. Good for him.
This has Brady written all over.
Absolutely.
Brady and Spy Tech talking.
Yes.
And Mark
Absolutely.
Davis is just so happy.
Yes.
Probably got another haircut. And you have the ball being thrown to them by Geno Smith, Pete Carroll coaching. Kind of fun.
It is going to be kind of fun. You a little surprised the Raiders didn't draft Shador? That the Raiders.
So they come here.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the one team now when I hear they're coming here, I'm kind of like, dang. I'd like a trip to Vegas.
If Brady's going to be this involved, Johnny, why be a broadcaster too?
I agree.
Pick one or the other. Be a football executive guy or be a broadcaster. Don't be both.
I'm paying him $375 million.
I'll take the money and I'll just show up and talk ball. Fine. I'm not as good as Greg Olsen, but I'll do it anyway.
But that's the thing. It's kind of like he gets his cake and he gets to eat it too. But I'll go off on this again. I just don't know how the NFL can allow him to do it. It doesn't make sense to me that he's allowed to do that.
Speaking of sports and involvement, my basketball team today has a 6:25 tip-off. I'm not going to make it. I have a dad, starting off the game.
Yeah.
But I might be driving a tad rapidamente out of here to get there as soon as possible to coach my guys. I'm just throwing that out there. In other words, can I get a police escort back to the land of sugar? Just kidding. Chargers, after the Raiders take Tommy Millott, the Julian Edelman type, we believe, and the pick is in for the Chargers, followed by the Raiders again, and then the round mercifully comes to an end with the Denver Broncos picking at 216, a pick formerly occupied by the Houston Texans. This is the trade that moved Houston up to take Graham Mertz, the quarterback from Florida. So they moved up to take Mertz. That is going to be interesting. That's a question, not the question, but a question that I want asked to Nick Caserio. And Caserio's press conference will be live right here when this draft is done, when this baby is over. You'll president and general manager on this draft. Plus, Johnny and I will have a visit with him this week, so he'll be on Texans All Access as we carve up this draft, talk about it more with Nick. And before you know it, we'll be back to doing D'Amico Ryan shows, and I can't wait for that.
Man, I can't wait for that. Went down to get a drink a little while ago, and a few of the coaches are popping in and just grabbing a bite to eat while they're in there. And I can only imagine what that's got to be like for those coaches. Like I saw Dino Vasso earlier today, and he was getting like breakfast or whenever I saw him, and I wanted to sit there and pick his brain, like, hey man, you got a nice little, new, like I asked Danny Bear, like, hey, new toy, with Jalen Smith coming aboard, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, there's got to be a level of excitement when they showed the draft room. After Graham Mertz was drafted, you saw Gerard. Gerard was standing next to Nick Caley, and they were all kind of shaking Gerard's hand. They were all kind of hugging and dapping each other up. So love to be a fly on the wall for all of that, but obviously glad that we're down here. And the Chargers take former Aggie son, Ray Mickens.
Yeah.
Great defensive back for the Aggies. His son, R.J. Mickens, who played at Clemson, goes to the Chargers.
I like the name, too.
Yeah.
You want Mickens against Pickens, and you want Mickens to pick the pass intended for Pickens. See? These are the things I think about.
We'll play the Chargers this year out, presumably in L.A., maybe in Brazil.
Yeah. Sean is convinced it'll be in L.A., but anyway, go on.
I hope it's L.A.
So
you know why.
It could be L.A., and wouldn't that be cool?
How good is that team this year?
The Chargers?
Yeah.
Look,
how much, I'll put it this way, how much, what's the right way of saying this? Is there a hangover having that loss to us in the playoffs that hangs over them in 2025?
Well, it showed that Herbert is human.
Right.
And we knew how human he was going into last year.
Yeah.
But Harbaugh definitely brought out another level. But they ran the ball. They played a different kind of style.
Right.
And they were a little bit more ball control.
Yes.
He didn't turn it over. Look, not turning the ball over does a lot for you in this league.
He went 13 weeks without throwing an interception last year.
This just in. I mean, it's just a field position game sometimes. And when you don't turn it over, force your opponent to play in the long field, come up with a stop or two. I mean, it just makes life so much easier.
Sure.
They won 11 games. Had that rule or that policy been in place where, hey, the team with the better record is going to host even though you won your division, Texans would have been playing out there, right? So how does that game go in L.A.? Now, you might just win it anyway. You might win. You might have all that pressure. But there's something magical about this building in the postseason.
Yeah, no doubt. And I don't think you go up – I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to – I don't think you go up against too much of a home court or home field advantage when you're playing out there.
Of course not, especially with the Chargers. Even with the Rams, no. But with the Chargers, especially no.
Right, exactly. Greg Bedard, who covers the Patriots, tweeted exactly what I told you. Brady gets his Edelman in Tommy Mellott going to the Raiders.
Yeah. Well, and then, look, they draft a quarterback from North Dakota State.
Cam Miller.
Cam Miller now.
Cam Miller is – I like Cam Miller.
Yeah.
Going to the Raiders. So the Raiders, they get their backup. I mean, if you're going to draft a backup, Cam Miller is the type of quarterback you want to have as a backup. He can move. He's tough. He's not going to be a problem in the locker room. And he won some championships at North Dakota State, so he's got all that. So, yeah, good for the Raiders. Raiders had a nice little draft.
So they get Geno Smith in the offseason. They get Genty in this draft. They're having a fun draft. Again, this team will be here at NRG Stadium.
Yeah, we get to see Genty. How about all these rookies we get to see?
They have Besh. They have a fun draft.
Yeah,
These are fun stories. Now,
exactly.
Fun now in April doesn't always translate into fun in September. So we'll see. But it's fun to cover if you're a Raiders media member, a Raiders fan. It's just fun to follow.
Yeah.
But, again, you got to win when it counts.
How about this?
Yeah.
Cam Miller drafted before Quinn Ewers.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
I was going to remind you that Shador's already been drafted today.
Yeah, I know.
If you join the show later, if you've been out fishing or something, you're not aware, Shador Sanders in the 5th round went to the Cleveland Browns. What? Didn't they draft Dylan Gabriel last night? Yes, they did. But Shador Sanders is going there anyway. Hey, is Watson still out? Yes, he is, but he's recovering from Achilles surgery. Allegedly had another injury in January, so we'll see how all that plays out. And don't they have Kenny Pickett? Yes, they do have Kenny Pickett as well. And don't Flacco, yes, he's also part of the team, so it'll be fun. And we lobbied for Hard Knocks to have quarterback room only with the Cleveland Browns. but I doubt. Not round 6 yet.
I don't think so. I think there's
One
one
more
more
pick.
left. The Broncos. Come on, Broncos. Come on, Paytons. George Payton, Sean Payton. Let's get this pick done. Let's get to the 7th round. Let's get this thing moving along. Texans have made a number of picks, but still.
7th round, by the way.
2 in the 7th round?
4 minutes between picks is the official count in the 7th round.
Unofficial 1 minute between picks. These
Unofficial,
guys have to have a gentleman's agreement.
Unofficial, do it like the supplemental draft. Just turn in your names and just, all right, this looks good, and we're done in 10 minutes. Good.
Right.
Done.
You turn your names in ahead of time, and if somebody has taken that, you just have a secondary name ready to go.
Yeah. You turn, everybody turn in 10 names, and we'll see how it goes. And
we'll just give them to you in order. That would make it fun, man. Can you imagine that? Because then the teams don't even know who they get. That would be a hell of a 7th round.
Johnny, you just stumbled
That's
on
an
something.
idea. That is an idea.
7th round mystery.
Yes. That would be fantastic.
Then you bring the commish back.
Submit. Here's where you sit.
Right.
No trades.
Right.
You submit your names for that particular pick. You've got, in order, 5 names. And you don't know who you're going to get.
Yeah, but I think you need more than 5.
Maybe.
Because those
Maybe
5
10.
could come off
Either
the board
way.
real quick. I think you go 20.
We're just idea guys here. That's all we're doing.
That's all we're doing.
That's all we do.
Now you bring the commissioner back and he starts reading the names. And it becomes sort of this draft
Right.
lottery of sorts.
That's right. Exactly.
So instead of Mr. Irrelevant being a big deal, because they'll bring Mr. Irrelevant's family out there and all that, or whoever the guy is who came up with Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
And you know what? Do we really need to keep doing this? I mean,
Do what? Mr. Irrelevant? I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to. Yeah, and then Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Then forget about it.
And then it was like, bring it back. Let's go.
The Texans have had 2 Mr. Irrelevants in history. All right, so the Broncos pick is in. Do we have any word on that? We're looking.
They got fans taking over the stage. 15 minutes of fame, and he's going to take them.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a content creator, Kurt.
No way. Content creator. And
a job that didn't exist when I got in the NFL in 2014. Well, maybe not in that realm.
It didn't exist.
We have a punter.
With that title. We have a punter.
Wait, the Broncos took a punter?
Being selected, Ohio State's punter, Jeremy Crawshaw, as the 216th pick to end the 6th round.
So I'm going to say something controversial about punters and kickers, which I know if you've listened to me before, you probably know this. I think you are reaching when you are drafting a punter or a kicker.
This punter's from Australia. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, what if he's
They're all from Australia.
What if
They're
he's
all
one of
from
these?
Australia.
He's one of these like
hey, you can walk into a Sydney bar and say,
hey, the
you play
Thomas
rugby?
Morsteads out there still deserve
Yeah,
a little bit of
no,
slack.
listen, that's, whatever. I mean, everybody's got an Australian punter. Right. Tommy's not Australian.
You know what the sad thing is? The fans who are there in Green Bay, the Broncos fans, because they usher them into the paddock when the
they
pick
have
is
to get
being
all
made.
excited about a punter.
They got to get excited about a punter.
Yeah, punt. I mean, I know Frank would get really, really mad at me for what I just said.
No, I know. But even he would admit that it's not the sexiest thing. You're looking back deep, and and you get Tommy unloading a 75, 80-yard bomb.
I'm not
and you're
saying
pushing
punters
it
don't
back.
have value. I'm just saying I don't want to draft one.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'd go undrafted free agent-wise.
I
mean, Justin Tucker, for all of, obviously, his issues, and you could say he's the greatest kicker of all time. That's what I think. Undrafted free agent. So you can find Justin Tucker. Yeah, it's hard to talk about these days. Sorry about that. But you get my point. Like, undrafted free agent, to me, that's kind of the way to go. All right, we're on to the 7th.
Cowboys on the clock,
Final
8 picks away from another Texans selection. I think it's time for a break. Let's pause here and have the Texans pick for you next. I believe it's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio draft coverage is on the way.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
you deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across it, expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips. Like to family dinner the next town over, or to a family wedding the next town over, or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma, especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
The wait is finally over and tickets are officially on sale for the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup Final on Sunday, July 6th at NRG Stadium. 16 nations, including the Gold Cup reigning champions and first-ranked team Mexico and fourth-ranked USA, qualified to compete in a series of matches across North America this summer to be crowned the ultimate champion. Who will win it all right here in H-Town? This is where they show the world. Get tickets now before they're gone at lsse.net.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
All right, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer with you covering the NFL draft. We are in round 7 right now. Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys, who kick off the 7th round, followed by the Falcons, Giants, Patriots, Texans picking 8th in this round. Brooke, what do you got?
It's been a really deep draft for defensive tackles, and that's who the Cowboys go with to kick off the last and final round here in the NFL draft. Last day, Jay Toya.
Good enough.
Toya, I think
we're going
that's
with
where
it.
we're
Jay
going.
Toya.
UCLA defensive tackle, 6'2", 342.
Yep. Falcons pick in, then the Giants go. So the Texans, Johnny, Logan Brown, that tackle from Kansas, is still there.
Out there. Like him.
Okay.
Yep.
Clay,
Falcons just took a tackle, Jack Nelson from Wisconsin.
Okay, Clay Webb, interior offensive lineman, Jacksonville State. He's still out there.
Like him? Yeah, this would be a good spot for one of
I'm
those.
going to predict no way DB, no way. Although, way.
Yeah.
What tight ends are out there? Is there anybody left?
If we're looking at an inline guy, Matavao from UCLA, it's a big dude. Let me see who else is out there. Thomas Fidone, I don't think he's gone from Nebraska. Matavao, Jake Briningstool from Clemson. Luke Lache, Iowa, was banged up in 2023, came back in 2024. More of an inline Y. CJ Dupree is an interesting dude. 6'5", 256, ran 4.69. He's kind of a mix of a Y and an F. I guess you would call him a U tight end. He's still out there. Rivaldo Fairweather, Auburn, kind of an F tight end. I don't think that's kind of what we're in the market for. But Matavao is 260. Dupree's 256. Those are a couple of inline Y guys that I think you could look at tight end if you went that way. Logan Brown, you mentioned, still on the board. John Williams from Cincinnati. My man Chase Lunt from UConn, he ended up going earlier.
What about this Thomas Fidone, the second?
Oh, he goes to the Giants. There you go. He's off
right.
the board. Washington State, here's a guy interesting one. And I'm not totally sure that I'm going to say this right, but Esapole from Washington State, 6'7", 319. Saw him at the Shrine Bowl and really didn't, I'll be honest, didn't watch a whole lot of Washington State other than watching my man Kyle Williams. But watched Pole at the East-West Shrine game, I'm like, damn, moves really well, probably stays at tackle, very controlled.
Where are they playing that these days? East-West Shrine game?
Frisco.
Okay.
So they had a bunch of rain, so they moved to North Texas so they could go inside. Esapole would be an interesting guy at this pick in the 7th round. But you got Logan Brown from Kansas still on the board. Josh Fryer from Ohio State is still on the board. I don't believe Dalton Cooper from Oklahoma State, the Texas State transfer, I think he's still on the board. So there are a few guys at tackle, interior offensive line. I know who's still on the board that I like. And I had heard a rumor that the Texans liked him too, and it really would fit with what they've done in drafting Jonah Monheim, the center from USC.
Okay.
I would love him. Love him. And he moved from tackle to center, played the whole year at center, and I thought it was okay. And I saw him at the Senior Bowl up close, and I was like, you think about USC offensive linemen, it's, I don't know. I have this impression of them being kind of finesse guys. Yeah. Monheim was feisty as hell. He wasn't getting in fights, but he was ready to throw hands. He was physical. I'm like, man, I would like him at this point, especially in the draft. I thought we could have taken him as early as a 3rd round. A USC guy that is not finesse on the offensive side of the ball. So Jonah Monheim is a guy that I would absolutely think about at this particular point. But I said it about Thomas Fidone. He goes off the board. But the Patriots took Jared Wilson, so I don't think the Patriots are going to take a center. So maybe just Jonah Monheim from out of USC. And I had heard through the grapevine that our guys liked him, so we'll see.
Okay, so
we'll see.
Patriots took Jared Wilson, you say? Brooke,
earlier.
Way earlier. Right, but they're on the clock right now.
Yeah, and they are selecting the Missouri tackle Marcus Bryant.
Okay.
Right here with the 220 pick.
We're flying through the 7th round, by the way. That's the 4th pick of the 7th round, and they're definitely going inside of 4 minutes on these. Even ESPN, it's like the pick is in, they're posting the selection, they're just flying. They're flying now. So very cool because the Patriots with that pick, then you have the Jags, Raiders, Seahawks, then the Houston Texans. All right, we have a quickie here, conversation with new Texans quarterback. I guess I got to say it that way. He's on the roster, or at least he's going to get a shot. 6th round draft choice with Drew Doherty, Graham Mertz.
The Texans have taken a quarterback. His name is Graham Mertz. And Graham, it's great to be with you. You played at Florida the last 2 seasons, started your college career in Wisconsin. Very, very accurate when looking at your stats. What's it like getting your name called and finding out you're headed to the NFL?
Man, it means everything. I think for me, just especially a place like the Texans, I went on a visit there and obviously met with everybody, but it's just great out, know what you're going to get with the team. Top to bottom, everybody just enjoys being in Texas. So hearing that to Houston really fired me up.
A year or so ago, 20 touchdown passes, just 3 picks. When you're at Florida, north of 73% both seasons as far as completion rate. Being an accurate quarterback, one of the things that's made you who you are.
Yeah, I think anytime you think about playing the position of quarterback, that's the biggest thing. It's accuracy, it's anticipation, it's being able to really dissect the defense and attack their weaknesses. So, I think that's something that you want to try to hang your hat on as a quarterback, is being an accurate person, not only on the field but off the field. And that's what you strive to be. And it's a formula, man. It's through the work, and you got to trust the work.
No doubt. Now tell me about this offense you're joining. It's got a new coordinator in Nick Caley, but what do you know about it, and what do you know about quarterbacks coach Gerard Johnson?
So obviously I got the chance to meet him, and it was awesome. Just being able to talk ball with him, kind of see the direction that they want to go with the offense. I loved it. And then I've actually known Gerard since I was a young buck, coming up through Elite 11, the little grassroots program. Wow. So I've known him for a while. But no, I'm very excited to get in that building, get to learn from him, dive into a new playbook, and really just try to provide value and bring value every single day in any way, shape, or form.
No doubt. And, this is a room that has a Pro Bowler in C.J. Stroud, a guy who started a lot of games behind him in Davis Mills. It's a room with a lot of experience, a lot of talent in there. It's going to be fun, and I'm sure you're going to learn a lot from them.
No doubt. I mean, I think that's the special thing about a quarterback room is you get in that room and it gets really close. And whoever's playing, you support them and you try to help them out in any way, shape, or form to go out there and help the team win. And I think that's what really makes these quarterback rooms special. And what I'm excited to get into is just trying to, like I said earlier, provide value in any way, shape, or form. If that's when your number gets called, you got to go on the field and go win a game. You got to do it. And if it's during the week of prep, knocking out cut-ups and trying to help out as much as possible, that's your job, and you got to do it to the best of your ability. So it's going to be fun to get in that quarterback room.
You're now the third member of this draft class to be drafted who's from Kansas City. What's going on in the water there? What are you guys drinking?
We got some speed. I didn't really tap into the speed column of Kansas City, but no, we got some talent up here, man. Kansas City high school football, it's been on the rise, and we got a lot of great coaches up here. I'm lucky to have my high school coach here today, but it's definitely a special place.
That's really cool. You bring up your high school coach being there with you today. So who all is celebrating with you at the party, and what's it gonna be like the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, I got a bunch of people. I got my girlfriend. She's actually in season right now. She plays professional volleyball. And then I got my entire family, and then a few high school buddies, coaches. We got a really good crew. I just had a new nephew, so being able to have my little nephew here, first one of the family, being able to experience that as an uncle was pretty special. So I'm glad that he was here for that.
Uncle Graham is headed to the Texans. Well, that's fantastic news. Congratulations, though, on joining the franchise. We can't wait to see you very soon. Go party, go have a great time, and come see us in the next week or two. Sound good?
Let's do it. Houston, baby, come on. I love it.
Hey, Graham Mertz sounds like he's got swarm ability. Drew Doherty with a new Texans quarterback taken in the 6th round. The Texans are actually on the clock as the 7th round is in hyper mode right now. Raiders pick is in at 222. 223 is the Seahawks. Wait, they're on the clock, Johnny?
Yeah.
Seahawks have picked?
The Jaguars at 221 took my guy I just talked about, Jonah Monheim.
Yeah.
Raiders took Cody Lindenberg from out of Minnesota at 222. The Seahawks pick is in. We don't know it yet, but the Texans are on the clock.
Beautiful.
Texans have made the pick. We need to keep our eyes peeled.
Yeah.
Because this is usually, that we're 4 minutes. We're behind something here. So
yeah. Well, the monitor is behind. They're trying to maintain some kind of TV show on NFL Network and ESPN.
That's two of the last 3 picks, guys I've talked about. I thought would be good for the Texans. I talked about them, and they get drafted by their team. So I'm gonna stop talking for a few
Johnny,
minutes.
just talk about like your favorite TV shows and stuff like that because you're just killing us.
I know.
They're listening in. In a certain other era of Texans history, a head coach would be blaming you for tipping off the other team.
That's 100% facts. That's facts. There's no doubt.
There's certainly some potential for that. Get that John Harris off the air.
He's talking about the pick we like. Well, I didn't get it from you, homeboy. I got it from my brain.
I have just stoked the fire.
Get away from it. You got a running back to the Seattle Seahawks at 223. Damian Martinez.
Okay. Nice.
That fits. That tracks, as they would say.
Formerly of Oregon State.
Yeah, Oregon State. But from Louisville, Texas.
Okay.
Went to Oregon State, and then he ended up going to University of Miami.
Who's
all right,
not from
Brooke,
Texas?
you got anything?
Yeah, so we've got the Texans pick at 224. It's the defensive end, Keonte Hamilton from Rutgers.
Yeah, I had seen that he had come for a visit. This was, when was this? Probably about a week or so ago. So I didn't think they would go with an edge player, but Rutgers had a really good defensive line. And so when you watch he's a very good athlete. Again, in the 7th round, this is pick 224, so it's true 7th round. You get a guy when's the last time we took a guy from Rutgers? Have we taken a guy from Rutgers? I don't know.
I'm trying to remember right now.
I'll
look it up.
I don't know that we have. But here's the thing about Rutgers every year. Why are we drafting a guy from Rutgers? Rutgers is never any good. Every single year, Rutgers has 2 or 3 guys that have NFL draft potential.
Kenny Britt, Ray Rice. I mean, Rutgers has
Robert
had some
Longerbeam
players.
just went a little while ago to the Ravens. Hamilton, they got Holland Pierce, who's still out there, a massive tackle. But Hamilton, 6 foot, 300 pounds, kind of fits 6'3", sorry. 300 pounds right in the mold of what the Texans have brought in their defensive tackle room. And so they get the interior defensive linemen. I mean, at this point, there's so many interior defensive linemen off the board. I can't even keep track. So finding Hamilton here in the 7th round, I think is good value. You bring him here, you let him compete, and see what you got. Now, the one thing about drafting a guy in the drafting a lineman in the 7th round, is more than likely you're not going to get special teams out of him. So that's I'll say you lose that, but if you look at what they've got already from the guys that were drafted, Jalen Knoll can be a punt returner. Jaylen Reed is going to contribute on all special teams. So you've got that.
What about field goal block special teams?
Could be. I mean, Danico Autry's got that down to a science. Will Anderson blocked the field goal. So those are the last 2 guys to block field goals for us, right? Danico in the playoff game, and then Will in Jacksonville in 2023. So those are the 2. So
that was a huge game in week 3.
Yeah. So Hamilton not invited to the combine, but look, you get to this point of the draft, there are a number of guys that, like Tommy Millott, had an incredible pro day. He got drafted, 20 picks ago, going to the Raiders. He was not drafted. He didn't go to the combine either. So there are plenty of those. And Rutgers always has 2-3 guys at a minimum they get drafted. And the Texans get one here in Keonte Hamilton.
And the last one the Texans drafted was Raheem Orr back in 2004. He was drafted in the 7th round at 210. He's the former defensive end. But other than that, the Rutgers player to draft.
All right, good pull. We're going to take a quick break, talk more about Hamilton, the latest Texans draft choice. As we are getting through round 7 here, the Texans have one more pick on the board. It'll be down the line, pick number 255, third from last in this entire draft. It's Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership is better than ever. Save up to $1,100 each year on gas, groceries, delivery fees, and streaming options. With double fuel points, unlimited free delivery, and exclusive savings for members, there's so much to love about Boost. Sign up for a Boost membership today. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale. Save up to $600 on top brands and get a free adjustable base. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Hey there, I'm singer-songwriter Lainey Wilson. On my Whirlwind World Tour, I've lost count of the miles, the roads, twists, turns, pit stops, and drive-thrus we've been through. But wherever the road takes me, I'm never too far from a taste of home, thanks to Whataburger and my favorite, the Honey Butter Chicken Biscuit. Open all day and all night with food that makes us feel like we're from here, wherever here is. Say it with me now. What a burger!
In football, we're always looking for the winning edge, right? Well, you want that same winning edge when you go to buy a car. Mark Vandermeer for Sterling McCall Hyundai. I've driven a Hyundai for years. They're safe, reliable, they're good looking, and the high-tech stuff will blow you away. I've sent so many friends and family members into Sterling McCall Hyundai. They love the service, the selection, the price, and those beautiful Hyundais. Just inside the Beltway northbound feeder of 59, SterlingMcCallHyundai.com. Sterling McCall Hyundai.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Sugar, best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey, H-Town, if you're not a Houston Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list now for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available this upcoming football season. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like exclusive invites to special events, last-minute Texans ticket opportunities, priority access for future playoff tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. All the picks, all the info. It's Texans Draft Live. Presented by Modelo.
And we're grateful for the sponsorship of Modelo for this draft coverage, which began on Thursday night at Avenida Houston, the George R. Brown Convention Center. We went inside the convention center with the rain hitting. And then we went inside last night, the Hyundai Texans radio studio, where the Texans picked 4 players. And here we are on day 3 of the draft with the Texans getting a lot of selections here. Nick Caserio's made how many trades, Brooke?
7.
7 trades for Nick Caserio. Amazing stuff. And now the Texans have 8 players selected, 1 more to come, and I doubt they can trade that last pick. I mean, if he wants to move up, I guess he could, you know? What's it going to cost him to move up several spots here in the 7th round?
No,
and if there was, he would have taken him already.
6 from next year, probably.
I mean, what? So we talked about this. This is drafting your undrafted free agents. So instead of having to woo them, sign them after this is all over, go ahead and pluck them right now, like Keonte Hamilton, who they just got. And I wish his first name was 4 syllables so I could do some sort of Alexander Hamilton play on the name if he makes a big play, because these are the things I think about.
Fit.
Nobody consults me with what would be the best names for play-by-play. Probably the best thing to do is for them not to consult me, because that's not good football. But it's good radio. Anyway, Brooke, what's the board saying to us right now?
Well, we've got 20 picks before we hear from the Texans again. But
they're
since the
flying.
Texans, they are moving pretty quickly. Since the Texans pick, the Cardinals have selected a safety from Nevada, Keaton Crawford, and the Steelers just picked Washington linebacker Carson Bruner. And now these San Francisco 49ers are on the board. But it has been very quick. I'm sure we'll wrap up here shortly.
It's interesting, Johnny, because
did Mark Bruner ever play here? Why do I feel like he did?
Mark Bruner definitely played here.
That's his son.
Oh my God,
Carson Bruner, that's his son.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a moment. That's Mark Bruner's freaking son, because he
Mark
went
Bruner's
to UW,
son.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he played. It was a Steeler forever. Then he came here.
Yeah.
Wonderful guy.
I thought he had been here. Yeah, that's Mark Bruner's son.
Wonderful
Carson
guy.
Bruner.
Loved having him here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where he lives now. I don't think it's here. We would know about it. He would be.
Carson Bruner.
UW, right?
Yeah, he went to UW. Yeah. But he is from. I put down their high schools.
Maybe it's Pittsburgh. Maybe
I think he's
there.
from. No, he's from Redmond High School, Woodinville, Washington.
Okay, so he went back there.
Yep.
Mark Bruner, excellent blocking tight end.
Yes.
That'd be a nice guy to have around, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Back in
he's
his
the
day,
perfect guy to have around.
Great
to be honest with you.
Steeler, part of some outstanding Steeler teams, and then he came here to finish out the career. And again, a wonderful dude. If he lived here, we'd be seeing him at appearances all the time. And
Yes.
everything. Just so personable, so nice. And that's his son getting drafted. Okay.
Yeah, it
That
must
is
have
his
been
son
passed
getting
down, too,
drafted.
because he was the captain for the 2024 season. So
Yeah.
clearly that mentorship
And the
from his father
and
is
the
passed down.
defensive coordinator in Washington was Steve Belichick.
Yeah. Wow. Wait, is he at North Carolina
Now he's at North Carolina.
Okay, how's that going so far? Just off season.
Depends
spring
on if you like
practice.
Jordan Hudson or not, I
Yeah,
guess.
I know.
That's all I'll say about
noticeable
that.
out
That's
there.
all I'll say about that.
So Bruner now, San Francisco. Curtis Rourke goes there, who is a quarterback.
Quarterback from Indiana.
Played 5 years at Ohio, 4 years at Ohio, then ended up going to Indiana, led Indiana to playoffs last year. And, a developmental guy like a lot of these guys are, but we have yet to see Quinn Ewers.
Jeez, you have the kind of year he had with the Hoosiers, and here you go in the
And this guy played on a torn ACL, it's saying, in 2024. So he's a guy who can
Rourke?
hang in there. And
Yeah, he's banged up by the end of the year.
I guess they don't like Logan Brown that much because he's still on the board, meaning they, the Texans. But they already took a tackle in this draft, and you said Logan Brown's just a tackle.
I think he's just a tackle.
Right.
That's
my
thought.
In fact, let's take a gander here if we have a moment, and we do. Actually, we'll do this after the break. That had to be a quick segment because we were a little behind on breaks with the Texans selecting here in the 7th round where they take Keonte Hamilton, defensive tackle, out of Rutgers. So when we return, the Texans, did they hit all their needs in this draft? They have one pick left, but we're here in the 7th round. Did they, I know they don't draft for need, but did they get what they need? We'll address that next here on Texans Draft Live.
More Texans radio draft coverage is on the way.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka. It's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business win. Things like hard work, dedication, and knowing how to make a big play. It's how teams win and how businesses succeed. And to secure your success, adding a committed, dedicated team member like Amagi Bank. Because when you do that, there's no way you can lose. We're here, ready to work. Amagi Bank, we put the family in business banking. Amagi Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Fun and adventure at 3 great parks all year long. Downtown Aquarium, Kemah Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier offer thrill rides, games, food, and fun for everyone. Whether you're experiencing the thrills on our roller coasters, taking a journey through exhibits, dining at waterfront restaurants, or soaking up the sun at weekend festivals, there's something for everyone. So come have fun at the Downtown Aquarium, Kemah Boardwalk, and Galveston Island Pleasure Pier. Adventure destinations the whole family will love. Buy weekend adventure passes and tickets online now.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all compact equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
Wildcat Premier 36-hole golf facility featuring the Lakes Course and the Highlands Course, located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Airport Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, along with a driving range and on-site dining at the Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants, some signed by your Houston Texans. Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
Looking for hot, new Houston Texans merchandise to rep throughout H-Town? Look no further than the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium. Whether you're looking to make a statement with our popular collection of Rep in the H merchandise, or you're shopping for a little one, the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium is your one-stop shop for anyone looking to rep the Texans in their own way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop to learn more and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
And now, back to the draft on Texans Radio.
Here we are in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Mark Vandermeer with John Harris, Brooke Kirkchuk. Schaffer, keep it into round 7. The Texans selecting a quarterback in round 6. Before that, Jaylen Reed, a DB from Penn State in round 6. Earlier today, Woody Marks, running back, who gets picked from USC in round 4 after Nick Caserio dealt with the Dolphins to get that 4th-round choice. And now in the 7th round, Keonte Hamilton, defensive lineman from Rutgers. And we are moving up fast as the Texans have one more selection in this draft. Before we get to the Texans, did they get what they need? Only one pick left. Brooke, what's the board look like?
Right now, Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia, just got selected by the Detroit Lions. Before that, it was Dante Kent, Central Michigan cornerback to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then the Chiefs picked up SMU running back Brashard Smith. That is the latest.
Yeah. Well, the Lions had that pick. Did they trade it? Maybe they traded it. Okay, the Dolphins are on the clock, and their pick is in, so we'll find out soon enough. There's not exactly a lives hang in the balance anticipation for this, but the Colts go next, and the Texans, I'll say many picks away, but again, they're flying. The board is just cruising along here in the 5 o'clock hour Central Time, round 7. Okay, Johnny, the Texans. You said you did team needs on footballtakeover.com.
I did.
So what did you have for the Texans in terms of need coming into this draft?
Okay, so this is how I did this. I went with I went by position. Of course, I'm trying to get it up, and it's not. Maybe I'll hold on here. Give me a second.
Such a bad sentence. But anyway, go on.
Yeah. So I took each position. I labeled it low priority, medium priority, high priority.
Right.
And then I kind of split it. So at quarterback, I didn't have, I said none. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I just thought, all right, this is where we are, away we go. Hey, Quinn Ewers just went to the Miami Dolphins.
I was just about to cut you off because I know you've been looking for him.
Yeah,
he finally comes off the board.
Running back, I said the priority was medium to high because I had Joe Mixon. Joe's advanced another year in his age. I just felt like that was something that they had to look at. I had a number of running backs that I thought they were looking at, and one of them was Mr. Woody Marks.
Okay.
Wide receiver, I labeled medium to high as well. Just here's what I said. If Tank was healthy enough to make it back for 2025, ... How would you finish that? If Tank were healthy in 2025 and you go out and make the Christian Kirk deal, how do you think that changes going out and getting Higgins and Knoll?
I think you get at least one of them.
Yeah.
And I would think it would be Higgins because –
yeah, I think so too.
Because Tank being healthy, if Tank were healthy for the start of 2025 for sure, or what we would know, all right, I'm fine with Tank, Nico, Kirk. That looks great. It doesn't look as sexy as Diggs being the third guy in that big three, but that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
However, we all know what happened, and you need more.
Yes.
You need more because Mechie hasn't blossomed the way you want, and I'm always here for it, but it just hasn't worked out just yet. Will it ever? We don't know. Just, again, his story, we don't have to dive. Maybe there's a really explosive quantum leap by him coming into 2025. And, again, we're all here for it.
Yeah.
X makes plays for you.
Yes.
Real good worker, makes some big catches, and we can list them.
Special teams.
But is it always going to be there consistently at the level
Right.
you need to be a big 3, big 4 guy on this particular team? So, yeah, I want to draft another guy where he could blossom into
I
Nico
2.0,
or, it doesn't have to be Nico, but he could be almost as good, and that would be wonderful for this squad.
Tight ends, I put medium to high. Said this is what I said. Said tight ends did not have a tremendous season last year.
But I don't know. It sounded good.
Schultz wasn't near as effective. Brev missed nearly the entire season. Stover suffered through the typical rookies' ups and downs.
That was the but.
Schultz can rebound. Jordan appears to be healthy for 2025, and I think, in my opinion, Stover's ready to break out, in my opinion. So I feel like it was a solid, and I said there's a solid tight end class, and I felt like there were a few. So I had probably 8 prospects. Of those, Malaki Montevallo from UCLA, Luke Lache, Iowa, C.J. Dupree from Alabama are still on the board. Those are 3 that I had to watch in that group. Interior offensive line, I said, was high, even though they added Ingram and Tomlinson, trying to kind of figure that position out. They end up not. They looked like they wanted Booker, but it didn't come to fruition. So they ended up passing on that, and they moved into tackle, which I said was medium to high. And that was, they went and got Cam Robinson. They got Trent Brown. That's where they got Ursery. So, again, Again, can Urshard find out whether that's actually going to be part of the mix or not.
Couple of things before you go any further. Do you buy that 105.3, the Fan in Dallas, the Odyssey sister station, them saying that the Texans definitely were talking to the Cowboys, but they could never make a deal? They lowballed the offer or whatever. Do you buy that?
Yeah. Because if you match up that with what Nick said, that, hey, we were calling.
I don't doubt they were calling. I question, though, if the Cowboys were going to make a deal with the Texans, I guess they'd need to be blown away. Because if you like Booker and you're Dallas, you're going to take Booker right there. You're not going to lose him to the Texans if he's your guy.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, Dallas had it down to Booker and Walter Nolan, and they had a big discussion the day before.
Okay.
So maybe they weren't so hot on Booker. Well, I should say not so hot on Booker, but maybe they were just had everything under consideration.
Not Booker no matter what.
Right. Because if it were, they'd be like, no. And again, sometimes we get this, well, this team called that team. We don't know. We don't know. We just
talk all the time.
We know they were just they
you can almost say anything, it would be moderately right.
Yeah. Defensive line, I said medium to big sized.
Okay.
Now, Hamilton at Rutgers played someone on the outside. He's 300-something pounds, so my guess is he's going to be a defensive tackle permanently going forward. But he did play on the outside, like Danico Autry has done.
Right.
Now, he's a little different than Danico. Danico does that with some badass levers. Hamilton's a former wrestler, so I think he gets on the inside. He's going to, torque strength and things like that. I think he's going to be an interior player. I don't think he's going to be an edge guy. I'm not drafting an edge guy. I said that was a low priority. I think you're going to do it.
Right.
Linebacker, I said, was medium to low. I thought if they were going to draft somebody, it was going to be special teams oriented. And then 7th round, that's what it would be. So
EJ Speed plays special teams, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Nick Neiman.
Special teams.
Special teams, for sure. Okay. Jake Cashman.
What?
I mean, Jake Hansen. What am I thinking of?
But you got Blake Cashman and Jake Hansen.
Yeah,
you did a mashup.
I know. I combined the two, which would be a hell of a player.
It was like
Jake
you did
Hansen,
Lincoln Park and Jay-Z
Listen,
matchup.
It's the 7th round. It's hour number 16.
I've actually kept it together thus far. I'm
more
a
than
little
I
surprised. I don't need you melting down now. Safety, I said, was a medium.
Meltdown.
Safety, I said, was medium. One of the things about safety is, we don't know Jimmy Ward's full status and health. We don't know that yet.
That's big.
If Jimmy is not quite ready to go, you only have 4 safeties in the building. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, M.J. Stewart, Rush East. That's it. That's all you've got.
So that's a UDFA target right there.
Right. But you went and drafted Jaylen Reed, who was one of the prospects I said to watch. He was the 3rd one on my list at that particular point. Corners and nickels, I said low because you got Stingley. You just paid him. You got Petrie. I put the nickels in there. So Petrie, you just paid him. You brought on Tremont Smith and Ronald Darby. But then you have an opportunity to draft Jalen Smith, who was on my list. I had 2-4. Jalen Smith was one of them. And so
nickel potential, young.
Nickel potential, special teams, swarmy as all get out, tough as hell. Feel like it's a really good opportunity to go and draft the guy. And I go back to that Dallas game. I go back to the Jets game when Jalen's Petrie is covering Devontae Adams. I just don't think that's how we want to line up. I think we want to have, if we're going to play man and we're going to bring the house, I think we want to have at least 3 cover guys on the field covering the 3 wide receivers for the other team and feel pretty good about that. And so I think Jalen Smith kind of offers that opportunity. Feisty as hell. I thought he had some really good one-on-one reps at the Senior Bowl, and I think he was only there for 1 day. So good to see that. And look, Jalen Smith, good friends with Kalen Bullock. Bullock and Laster, we know, are great friends. That's going to be, a threesome that, runs around together. I love the Jaylen Reed pick as late as we got him. I mean, that was huge. To get a safety that, plays like that. And when you watch him, you kind of get a Petrie vibe on him. I mean, that's how hard he plays, how physical he is. But he can find the football, and he's going to be, a factor on special teams. So I feel like as far as draft needs go, we had to get better offensively. We had to get an offensive lineman that had potential at tackle or guard and potentially center. You went out and got both Cyclone wide receivers, two totally different type of wide receivers, but guys you know are going to make plays when they have the ball in their hands.
All right, so where they are right now on the offensive line.
Right.
We talked about who would start this Sunday.
This Sunday.
Forget about that. Who's going to start opening day? Who do they want to see rise up and take these jobs? Because now that we're in round 7, you might draft them the second coming. I don't know, with your last pick and have an undrafted free agent who blows you away. Mike Brazel was one of them at guard, so that was great. So I'm always allowing for that possibility. However, the likelihood is this is what you got, barring a trade. And it's kind of like pitching in baseball. I don't want to trade anybody I like right now because I might need this, Right. So you have what you have. What do you think they're looking at as far as we want these guys to step up and take these positions?
I think when they go to training camp, I think it'll be Cam Robinson, left to right. Cam Robinson, Titus Howard. The center, I think they'll flip back and forth, trying to figure out the right guy. So one day JP, one day
Who's
Juice.
the guard? Who's the right guard?
I think the right guard will be Laken Tomlinson. Even though he's played left, I think they'll have him at right. They might flip Laken and whatever, but I think Laken will be that guard, and then the right tackle will be Blake Fisher. The second group, I think Ursery will be at left. Trent Brown will be at right tackle. I think the guards on the inside, one will be Ed Ingram. I don't know about the other one. Then the center will be the alternate.
Patterson or Scruggs.
And then I think we'll get to a point where, okay, Tay, we are going to cross-train you. We want you to get some guard reps. Learn guard, and then seeing how it goes for him at that point. Obviously, you know this more than anybody. You try not to rush a guy in, but I think what helped, to a degree, helped Blake last year was they threw him into the fire. I'm like, do this at left. We know you're comfortable at right, but go over there and do this at left. Do this at left.
Take
we
the
need
lumps.
you. Take the lumps. Will's going to beat you up a little bit, but fight back. And I think Blake did that. I think he did fight back and got to a point where he could play on that right side. But that's, to me, kind of how I think it goes to start, at least, and start training camp. But I think in the end, I know it's a little different last year with Blake, but I said it. I think Blake was coming there to find a starting position eventually. I think that's the thought with Ursery. You don't trade up for a guy at 45 and not think he's going to start for you, especially on an offensive line that had some struggles last year.
Just like Blake Fisher last year.
Yes. So I just think if you're gonna want to run the ball, you're gonna want Blake, Ursery, Titus, Cam Robinson on the field.
Okay.
In whatever machination that is, you're gonna want them on the field if you're gonna run the football.
By the way, I'm counting, I think I'm up to 22 picks in this round that were acquired via trade.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the 7th round, and 22 picks are because of trade.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Even some of the compensatory picks have been traded.
Now that you can trade these, that's become a thing.
Yeah. Tez Johnson off the board. He goes to the Buccaneers drafting another wide receiver.
It's incredible.
I know it's the 7th round, but my God, how many of them can you have? I mean, look, I just said a while ago, you got to have playmakers. You got to have guys that can make plays. And the Texans went out and got 2 guys that they think are going to be able to make plays. And the way I look at the wide receiver position with Kirk, I did my article on HoustonTexans.com, which you can go check out. But I like the fact that, okay, a slot receiver does all the short route stuff. No, Kirk is going to be able to expose guys deep. I think that's the one element, Mark, I felt like we really, when Diggs went out and we weren't running the ball exceptionally well, and Diggs was not our deep guy, but all that coincided. Nico goes out at the Bills game. Diggs gets hurt 2 or 3 weeks later, and our run game has really not been tremendous. We had no deep game. We had no threat to go deep. We had Tank, but we just had no, it just disappeared.
He can't be the only one. And we talked about it the beginning of last year. With the big 3, with Diggs, Nico, and Tank, you had to have at least 2 of them healthy. If you had 2 of them healthy, you felt pretty good about it. As long as you were running the ball decent, you could get through it. Well, once you went down to 1, that got really dicey, and that's what we had to live with. And you had Nico at the end, but no Tank, no Diggs, and nobody stepped up to the level that you need them to step up.
Right.
That was the opportunity for Mechie to really step up at that point, but maybe he's just not ready for the moment just yet. Before you address that, I want to get back to the board with the board here and all the trades and everything as the 7th round. I know we're talking here. We're not giving you every pick as it happens because it would be kind of crazy. But what do we have, Brooke?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and run it back since Quinn Ewers got drafted by the Dolphins. Since that happened, Hunter Wohler, Wisconsin safety, is headed to Indianapolis.
Yeah, that tracks. That's Ballard from University of Wisconsin taking his new Grant Stewart. That's what Hunter Wohler would be. He'll be a safety linebacker hybrid for them.
Nice.
So, I liked him a lot. I liked him a lot from Wisconsin.
Yeah, and then the Bears pick up the Rutgers running back, another Rutgers
Kyle
player.
Mononga. That's a good spot. Yeah.
Seahawks, who are on the board now, they picked Mason Richmond, the tackle from Iowa. Then the Bucks, as you mentioned, got another wide receiver to add to the list from Oregon, Tez Johnson. LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, the running back, is heading to the Jags. Micah Robinson, another Tulane pick. We mentioned one earlier. He is the cornerback heading to the Green Bay Packers. And the Seahawks pick is in. Can't see it yet. Ricky, the wide receiver from UNLV, Ricky White.
He's a badass.
UNLV's interesting,
like
too, with all that they went through with turnovers, with coaching and things like that.
It was the Matt Sluka NIL thing that really,
right.
That Brennan Marion left and went to Sacramento State head coach. UNLV's an interesting program. Ricky White was their best player and a wide receiver and a stud wide receiver. Mm-hmm. But he blocked 3 punts last year. Like, that's why I thought Frank would be pounding the table for Ricky White. It's like, this guy, he was the Mount 1 Special Teams Player of the Year. He in a game would catch 8 for 120 and then block a punt. Like, he's a football badass. But he's not big and he's not fast, and so that's why he ends up going around 7. I will bet money on Ricky White III making that squad in Seattle. I'll bet money. Wow. That I would have loved that guy here.
You guys were just mentioning, too, the youth of this Texans team, still wanting to see more from players. From a lot of the guys that have gotten drafted either today or in the last day, a lot of them have talked about how much they like that this is a youthful team that they're coming on to, and they like that DeMeco Ryans is not only a former player, but he's also a young head coach, and Nick Caserio, only in, year 4 here as the general manager with the Texans. I think it's a team that clearly put everybody on notice. Nobody thought they would get to the Chiefs playoff game, right, with the win here at home. I think this is an interesting team that
I don't know about nobody. No, I know what you mean.
But national
Rex
media.
Ryan did.
National
You're
media.
Right. You're right.
It's so, to me, this might be one of the more interesting training camps in a while. Obviously, the last couple of years were interesting as well, but with a young team, new guys wanting to beat out other young guys too.
Well, and CJ entering year 3 and the new offensive coordinator, I think that really does send us into a different mindset, really. Last year, year 2, a lot of high expectations based on the offseason acquisitions and all the success in year 1. A lot of people overshot their projection of where this team would be, but we always know it's a struggle. Week to week, it's always a struggle. For cliche you want to come up with, we knew the schedule was freaking brutal, and they navigated their way. They went through some really rough spots, but they navigated their way to another division title and 10 wins. Will they do it again? The rest of the AFC South, we laid out the drafts. Definitely looks like, everybody got better. Mm-hmm. Everybody got a little bit better. Did the Texans get better enough to stiff-arm the rest of the division? We'll continue that conversation and get you through round 7 as we are, I think we're about 10 picks away, maybe less. So soon enough, the final Texan selection in this 2025 draft, the 24th draft in the history of the franchise, is heading down the stretch. We'll wrap it up in the next couple of segments here on Texans Radio.
Back to the draft in a moment on Texans Radio.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Huddle up with ConocoPhillips and the Texans this school year and challenge your students to take on Turo's Math Drills, a fun and free way to tackle math. Turo's Math Drills is an educational video series dedicated to help 3rd and 4th grade students with math topics including multiplication, volume, angles, and more through football examples. The Program has students worldwide, helping kids learn introductory math skills in an exciting way. Sign up today at HoustonTexans.com and tackle math in the classroom this year.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Kick off pregame on the sidelines and end on the field with an unforgettable postgame experience. As a Lux member, Game Day goes beyond your suite. Enjoy an unparalleled Game Day experience from the moment you arrive with hassle-free valet parking to local Houston chef-curated food options and more. Houston Texans Lux is your ticket to the best Game Day experience available. Entertain clients, prospects, or employees at each Texans home game. You'll always win with Houston Texans Lux. Secure your suite today at HoustonTexansLux.com.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
The burger inbox to your speaker, Kayla writes, I'm dead because of no mushroom Swiss. We checked it out, and Kayla, though a bit dramatic, is totally fine. And that's great because the mushroom Swiss burger is totally back, just like Kayla loves, with grilled mushrooms, melty cheese, and creamy au jus sauce. Kayla, don't mess with us like that. The skull emoji is not for playing around. The mushroom Swiss burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Oh, we're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, and we are headed down the stretch as ESPN NFL Network covering the NFL Draft. We've been covering it from the get-go here on Texans Radio. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Brooke Kirchhoffer helping us out. Sean Pendergast was in earlier today. He'll be back on the air Monday at 6 with Seth to go over the entire Texans draft and everything else happening in the world of sports. And busy sports weekend, of course, with the draft, as we pointed out earlier, drawing 13.6 million viewers on Thursday. Just this league, sure the number was less last night and less today probably, but still a ton of people to watch what their teams are getting. And what the Texans are getting is interesting because they had that first-round pick at 25, and for the first time in the history of the team, they decided to trade out of the first round on the night of the first round.
I'm glad you clarified, because as soon as I heard that, the other night, I am way too tired because I'm like, no, on the night of the draft.
On the night. You know, that's what I meant when I said it the other night, too. I mean, obviously they've been through several. And I pointed out last night, it was late, so maybe I need to run it by again, that in the last 7 years, they've traded. Now, this year, we don't know how the season's going to go. So 7 years prior, they've been out of the first round in 18. They were out of the first round in 20, 21, and back in it on 22. Now, they're out of the first round this year, obviously. Yep. So that was 3 years they were out of the first round in the last 7. And during that time, they win 4 division titles and 3 playoff games, which is a ton more than at least, I don't even have to look this up, at least 75% of the league. You're in the top 25% of the league. You're in the top quartile, as certain owners would say in Indianapolis, of the league. But you want to get to at least a championship game, Super Bowl, we all get that. So I don't point this out to say, oh, they're doing all the right things by getting rid of these first-round picks, but it's not like they've made terrible moves. They overpaid perhaps for Laramie, but you got a great player in Laramie. You know, so it's not, you spent a lot. I know now parted company with him.
Yeah.
But you get something in return there. And then you get, obviously, a situation where you're rebuilding the offensive line right now. We mentioned you had 3 starters on opening day last year that you said goodbye to. So now you got to retool that offensive line, and we've been talking about the configuration of such. All right, we'll get back to the board in a second. But here are the picks. Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State, who went first for the Texans last night in round 2, and he's 6'4", 215. He's like Nico Collins. That was Johnny's comp for him. And Tay Ursary, tackle from Minnesota, played a ton of games in the Big Ten, did well against the top pass rusher in this draft, right? He did.
Yeah, against Abdul Carter, yeah.
Did
Absolutely.
well against Carter.
Yeah, I think he gave up 1 sack, but overall, he played pretty well in that game.
Yeah, he did.
That's probably one of the games a lot of people talk about. That being, we talk about this all. I do. We talk about Derek Harmon against Ohio State, dominant that night. C.J. Stroud against Georgia in a playoff game. It's like everybody kind of has that game. I think Ursary's was against Abdul Carter in Penn State.
Khalil Mack against Ohio State when he was at Buffalo.
University of Buffalo. You're right.
Yeah.
UB Bull.
Yeah, he got drafted because of that game. A lot of people say, but
That's
obviously
right.
there was
Not
more of a body of work.
That's facts.
Jalen Knoll, Iowa State, so 2 receivers from Iowa State. Knoll not as big as Higgins, but still interesting player, of course. Jalen Smith, USC corner. He goes in round 3. And in round starts with a 3rd rounder from next year, among other things, to get Woody Marks from USC, a running back. Johnny calls him best receiving back in the league. Jaylen Reed from Penn State. We waited a long time between the 4th and 6th round for this pick. Jaylen Reed, safety from Penn State. Johnny talked about the need for a safety. When you don't know quite what Jimmy Ward's health is, you're hoping for the very best. But even if you have Jimmy, you've had injury situations there. Got to get another one. They got another one, 6th round. Let's hope that he's good. And quarterback depth, Graham Mertz. You have Keaton Slovis as the 3rd guy right now behind Mills and, of course, C.J. Stroud. But you need another one. You had Boyle last year. I think this is the way they're going to operate. They're always going to want 4 because you never know what happens. And Mertz, quarterback from Florida, we played the interview earlier. Sounded like a real fired-up guy to be here, so we'll see how he competes. Keonte Hamilton, 7th-round pick, the only one so far. We have 1 more to go. He's a Rutgers defensive tackle. Johnny likes the way he moves. He likes the way he moves.
And that he's a wrestler.
He's
a
wrestler.
Yeah.
We like the wrestling thing. Isn't Ursary a wrestler as well?
I think he was, yeah.
Okay, so
pretty sure.
These wrestler guys, yeah. People
I like that. I like that in my lineman. I like my lineman
you
to
like
have
watching
that
that on
wrestling
TV,
background.
wrestling?
I don't like it as
It's
much.
not a good watch.
I mean,
respect
like
the hell
college
out of it.
wrestling and stuff like that. I mean, you never know.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about WWE.
Well,
I'm talking about
this
college
happened
wrestling.
probably about 4 to 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
There was a stud heavyweight from I think it was from Minnesota. This dude he's like maybe the greatest wrestler of all time, and he got upset in like the last. It was one of the most thrilling things I had seen on television.
Oh.
And it was mind blowing. I want to say the kid was from Minnesota. That was the stud, and the other one, like he had been a good wrestler, but it was like he had never beaten this guy. Stevenson, I think, was the name of the guy that got beat. Mark, I'm telling you, the last 30 seconds, and you were at Penn State. You've seen big time wrestling, and what that can be. When you're in a wrestling environment, and you're watching a match, and it is coming down to the end, and there is something that happens like in the last 30 seconds. Like, it is thrilling. I watched it 5 straight times. I'm like, this is amazing. And then I thought, could that kid play defensive tackle at some point? That's how I'm always. That's how I'm always thinking.
Right.
So,
well, that's what I thought with the sumo wrestlers.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you never know.
I would definitely pick one of those guys and bring them over here and train them.
It's like was the Replacements when they had the sumo wrestler.
Those dudes.
Makes sense.
Wait, didn't we see Micah Parsons against one of those guys?
Yeah.
And he got knocked on his keister?
Yeah.
See?
And then Micah got underneath him. And that's the thing. That's the thing about wrestling. Hamilton was a really good wrestler in high school. And he actually he wrestled a little bit at Rutgers and then realized, I gotta do the whole football thing. And so the thing about those guys is all about leverage. We talk about this all the time. Seth talks about it. We talked about it with Justin Britt, I remember, and Justin was more like, it's more about just a one-on-one competition, like winning your battles, and that's a mental grind, and I get that. But to me, it was about torque, leverage. Oh, you see it. You see it. You see how they move, how they use their hands and their arms and their levers. Watching Keonte, you can see it, like where he puts his hands on guys, wanting to direct them and move them and do them in a certain way. Those wrestlers know that. Yeah. Like if I were in a place,
leverage.
If I coached football in a place where wrestling was big, I'd want you dudes are all wrestling. You're all wrestling. Now, I wouldn't want them cutting weight and all that, but I'd be like, you guys are all going to wrestle. I just think there's so much value in that. And look, those dudes are a little left to center. There's no question. They're a little different. But you got to be able to play this game of football. So I don't mind that whatsoever.
We're 10 picks away. Brooke, what's the board looking like?
Well, an LSU guard just came off the board. Garrett Dellinger is going to the Baltimore Ravens.
He was in my Vandermock to the Texans.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
He needed 10 more spots to fall.
What's that?
He needed just 10 more spots to fall.
Yeah, exactly. He could have taken him earlier, but he didn't. It's okay. I'll live.
And then the Rams picked up Pittsburgh wide receiver Keonte Mumfield. Before that, the Broncos select Caleb Lohner, Utah tight end.
Was Lohner anybody you would think about, Johnny?
I don't. I'll be honest. I'm not even sure who Caleb Lohner is.
Played at Utah.
Yeah, I didn't do.
That's all I got
player.
for you. Okay, that's all I got.
Oh, wait a second.
So he didn't play college football until 2024. This says so.
Yeah,
6'7", 6'7",
boy.
250.
That doesn't always work out the way you want it to.
They're saying, Matt, you stick a guy back there who's that tall and has that size.
Yeah, he's a basketball player.
Yeah.
From Baylor. Wait, hold on.
It says Utah, but I don't know why.
He played basketball at Baylor.
Okay.
Okay, he started at BYU, played basketball at Baylor up until 2023. That's why he sounded familiar. Played at Baylor. Didn't play a lot, but played at Baylor. Then decided, I'm going to go play football. These guys freak me out, and they make me mad. They're such good athletes. They're like, you know what? I'm done with this college basketball thing. Walk into the football office and go, hey, coach, I think I want to play football. Okay. You haven't played in 5 years. Let's go. Like, holy cow. So played football at Utah, and the Broncos, that's where your scouts really pay off, because you get this guy, Caleb Lohner. You get him at 241, so that's in round 8. Anything after 224 I look at as round 8. These are undrafted free agents that you're essentially drafting right here. So why not take a flyer on a guy that's just learning the game of football at a high level?
Sure.
Why not? And the Broncos need, now they got Evan Ingram, but there was a lot of talk about the Broncos needing more at the tight end position. So you take a developmental project, couple of years, who knows what the hell you have.
You want somebody with upside.
Yeah.
Okay, let's upside ourselves into a break here and get to the rest of the draft. About 9 picks away from the final Texans selection of the 2024 draft. It's Texans Draft Live.
This is SportsRadio 610.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS Top Safety Picks this year. America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Test drive a new Hyundai today at your local Hyundai dealer, where every Hyundai comes standard with America's Best Warranty, plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com to find the dealer nearest you. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Satisfy your craving for the Wild Wild West with Saltgrass Steakhouse. Our Southern hospitality is just the beginning. From our char-grilled certified Angus beef steaks to our homemade sides and desserts, the Saltgrass flavor is unmatched, unrivaled, and unbeatable. And with multiple locations nationwide, you can indulge in the Saltgrass experience at a location nearest you. Saltgrass Steakhouse, where every meal is a stampede of flavor.
This is a public service announcement for hard seltzer lovers. Neutral Vodka Seltzer has arrived. Made with simple ingredients like vodka, seltzer, and real juice, Neutral tastes good. Like real good. So good that you'll never want to drink another artificial tasting seltzer again. Neutral's light and refreshing taste will show you what a vodka seltzer can be. Try Neutral, proud partner of the Houston Texans. Neutral. Keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral. Flavored vodka and carbonation. St. Louis, Missouri. Take your fandom to the next level and experience the most chances to win like a Texan. Sounds pretty good, right? Join the Stampede, a Houston Texans e-newsletter for the best fans in the NFL. Stampede members will receive the latest in Texans news, upcoming events, and contests for prizes like autographed items, game tickets, game day experiences, gift cards, and more. What are you waiting for? Subscribe for free now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
Every round is boiling down to round 7, and that's where we are right now with the Cowboys on the clock. The pick is in, actually, for the Dallas Cowboys at 2:47. Where do the Texans pick? 2:55. So we're cruising along, and I don't know if the New Orleans pick has been leaked yet, but we'll find out soon enough because they're after the Cowboys. As we are rounding down, getting closer to Mr. Irrelevant and getting closer to Mr. Caserio being up at the podium and hearing what he has to say about this entire draft as it goes into the books.
A lot of draft rooms are now wearing various – I'm trying to figure out what it is because the Lions, they just showed guys in NC, North Carolina A&T number 95 jerseys.
Yeah, everybody's got – they're honoring somebody.
There's a rhyme or reason to – so it's – I kind of like it. I kind of like it too. It doesn't bother me.
They get the publicity, but you know when you have some of these picks announced in different countries and things, on ESPN they barely show anything. I don't think they show anything but the podium. The NFL Network is the one that will go different places and make sure those picks are announced properly. However, a lot of the time they're not announced when the pick is made. They're well after the fact that they'll air that part of it.
Right.
But I get it. It's all part of the deal. It's just fun announcing names with the draft. Anyway, but we're interested in who gets picked, how they're going to fit, what they're going to do, and with the Texans having all these selections here late in this draft. Now, they got rid of one of the 6th rounders to move up to take Graham Mertz. They had 3 in the 6th. They ended up with 2 because they moved up from the last spot in the 6th round in order to select Graham Mertz, the quarterback from Florida. We heard from him earlier with Drew Doherty. He's fired up to be a Texan. They'll go with a 4-quarterback room unless they make a change, unless they get rid of Keaton Slovis or something, or trade Davis Mills. Who knows? But it's obvious what the pecking order is here with C.J. Stroud on top, and can't wait to see them get to work at OTAs. You're wondering, when do those start? It's at least a couple of weeks before they're outside slinging it.
Yeah. We need
in front of us.
We need to kind of like back away from the draft a little bit, kind of catch our breath, and then get ready for May 14th. And I would imagine maybe around then they'll have OTAs. We'll see. But we talked about this earlier with the NFL. Man, there's always something, and they've spaced it out so well. Yep. You had the Super Bowl a few weeks later. It's the Combine. A few weeks later, it's all the pro days and stuff. Then it's the draft in April. Then a couple weeks later, then it's the schedule release, and then you get the mini camp and OTAs, and then everybody kind of takes a break for a month. And that's when all the previews and everything ramp up from, everybody. It just kind of gets you ready. And then all of a sudden training camp hits and you're off and running. So I feel like the NFL has done a really good job of kind of spacing out the events and things that they have that have become events. And in some cases, a tentpole event like the schedule release, and everybody's tuned in for that. Like everybody wants to say, okay, we know where,
right?
We don't know when, and that matters. Like primetime games. So I feel like that announcement is that announcement's a pretty cool one. So we're moving towards pick 255, which is kind of nice. That's where the Texans are. There will be 2 picks after that. The New England Patriots ended up making a deal with the Chiefs. Now, the Chiefs made a pick earlier. I'm trying to find the number of that pick. But the Chiefs traded their 2 picks down in 250 land, 251 to 257, to go up and get I just had it up and now I lost it. So either way, just trust me, they made it. Oh, they got Bashard Smith, which, by the way, Bashard Smith is going to be a really good player with Kansas City given the opportunity. If he's given the opportunity, that dude can fly. But they had 251, 257. They traded up to get 228 so they could start that whole undrafted free agent process. The Patriots took those picks. So now the Patriots have Mr. Irrelevant in their sights.
Okay, so they've got him. And by the way, you brought up how draft room personnel, they're honoring people.
Yeah.
And the Texans are no exception here.
Yeah.
Because they have joined hands to honor a member of the Indianapolis Colts organization,
Right.
his family, because Director of College Scouting for the Colts, Matt Turpinning, they are honoring Coral Cressman Turpinning, the late wife of Matt Turpinning, coral-colored T-shirts, and it's such a show of solidarity and support among NFL teams for the family of the National Football League family members, and obviously a great tragedy for the Turpinings and for the Texans to honor a member of the Colts. I think that's really cool stuff. And, you know, I joke about how I feel about the Colts and everything, but we're all in this together, the NFL, the league. I do like people who work for the Colts. I'm not all bitter about things. I am bitter about things that happen on the field, but that's in a healthy sports context.
Okay, so this is what this is in Detroit.
Okay.
That is Brad Holmes' college jersey, the NCAA number 95, and he's the GM of the Lions. So this is apparently a nod to Holmes, and this has become a tradition for the Detroit Lions in their draft room to honor Brad Holmes. And in so doing, NCAA being an HBCU, they're honoring HBCUs as well. So applaud the Lions. As crazy as things can get at times, applaud them for recognizing NCAA, and that's pretty awesome stuff. That's good stuff. So I kind of like all those little things within the draft. I mean, we're all honed in on who we're going to add to the team and all that kind of stuff. But once you get to round 7, man, it doesn't take away from drafting picks and the players getting excited that they're going to join a team. They're getting drafted. It'll be the only time they're drafted, and in football. But here's an interesting question. We've gotten this from a few people. Mr. Yeah Sports hit us with this, and this was kind of a thing with Shador. Somebody brought this up about a player declares, but then realizes they don't get drafted and want to go. And I'm like, man, I don't know. I just can't. I can't see that happening. If I'm being honest, I just can't see that happening.
Well, in the old, I could see it happening now. I mean, rearranging the rules somehow.
Right.
In that they're getting paid in college now. They have agents now, right? In the old days, hey, you took an agent. You took some money. You might have had a cash advance. Now you can't go back to college the way the rules were.
Right.
The way the rules are, I'm going to throw it out there rhetorically. Why couldn't you?
Right.
Why couldn't you petition to get back in and a board approves it or whatever, and now I've got eligibility, and I'll join the Wild West portal like everybody else and have a chance to get somewhere.
That's a great point on this, Mark, is that I have always, back in the day when something like that was brought up, you declared, but you didn't get drafted. Could you go back to school? And I always thought about the coaches at those schools, like, hey, man, we've recruited your replacement. We didn't think you were going to be here. We're moving on. But the portal now is ever evolving and ever changing.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, you want to go back in the portal? Like, okay. And then you got an opportunity there. So I could see it down the road. I mean, my response was, better have some pretty good lawyers, because it ain't going to happen right away. But if you have some pretty strong lawyers that can push that ball across, then maybe it ends up happening at that point. So I don't know. It's because I know people were saying that about Shador. Oh, he should petition to get back into college football. I just don't think it'll happen now. I think it will take a few years for something like that to take hold. It's being set up with portal not being what it is, that it could happen that way.
They were speculating with Shador. What if he drops through the entire draft?
Right.
Would he be able to sue his way back into the NCAA?
That's what I'm saying. You got to have good lawyers if you're going to do something like that. And I remember Maurice Clarett and Mike Williams tried that way back in 2003 to leave after their second year to go to the NFL. Well, the lawsuit and everything dragged on so long, they didn't even play their third year. Then they were able to declare for the draft after that. And then, of course, Matt Millen took Mike Williams, and away you go. But
I remember the day when I was at the University of Miami, and this is an older story, but Nate Webster, good linebacker, put in, he faxed in his declaration, I want to go pro, after the 2000 season. Right. He changed his mind, but he couldn't take it back. It was within moments, I think, of faxing. This is faxing.
You took your finger off it.
Yeah. You press send on the fax machine. Yeah. It went through. He could not take it back.
Right.
I mean, come on. Well,
he
ended up being a pretty decent pro, but he wanted to come back for that 0-1 season. He would have been a nice player for that.
Nate Webster would have been there for 0-1 with Dan Morgan.
I know. It was crazy.
And Vilma?
It was because he was MVP of the Gator Bowl after that 2000. It was the 1999 season. It was the 99 season. So we're talking even before that. Bubba Franks, those guys. They were putting out some players.
Webster and Morgan would have been unbelievable together.
Yeah. And now Morgan's the GM of the Panthers.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
Speaking of Panthers, they have not made a pick for a while.
All right,
at least
Brooke,
not that I saw.
What do we got on the board? Update us, please.
All right, we are 3 picks away from hearing from the offensive tackle out of Cincinnati. The 49ers drafted Connor Colby out of Iowa, the offensive guard. The Saints, before that, got the tight end from UCLA, Maliki Matavao. So
Big
now
dude. They're actually showing him on the ESPN screen here. That was the guy I thought about the Texans just as a Y inline guy. So, yeah, that tracks for New Orleans. You know, they've got all kinds of pass catching type tight ends. You know, Foster Moreau's their best Y in line, so they get a guy in the 7th round. It's good. It's a good pick for the Saints. I think they've done some good things.
The Patriots just selected the long snapper. Is that our first in the draft this year? From Vanderbilt, Julian Ashby.
Listen, man, I know Frank's going to be mad at me after asking about long snappers, but John Weeks is one of the best long snappers in this league, and he was an undrafted free agent. If you are drafting a long snapper, no offense, you are trying
to. Patriots have a lot of work to do too, so that's interesting.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The Patriots had a pretty good draft. Like to me, that when I look at what they've done, it started with Will Campbell. I don't think Will was the best prospect in this draft. Thought he was really good, but I don't think he was. In other years, he wouldn't have gone 4th overall. But Travion Henderson, I think, is a great pick for them. Kyle Williams is a brilliant pick. Jared Wilson, I thought, was a guy that Texas would look at. Craig Woodson's going to be an underrated safety. Farmer in the 4th. Swinson in the 5th. Those are both. I don't like the kick. They drafted a kicker and a long snapper. Vrabel, what the hell are you doing? And then Marcus Bryant, SMU and went to Missouri. So
I'll tell you, they don't want to bid for their services. They don't want to bid for their services.
Yeah, they don't.
Those guys are free agents.
I guess.
And in an NIL era, maybe you have to pay them more. I don't know. There is a limit to what you can pay them, I believe. So that's a good question.
Yeah, probably. I mean, obviously, if you draft them, obviously, my guess is that I shouldn't say obviously. Man, I'm tired. I'm trying to spit out the words. I think that the undrafted guys are making a little bit more money lately, but they're not making what you would make if you got drafted. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
So from that standpoint, good for Julian Ashby, long snapper, Vanderbilt, now a Patriot.
The pick is in for the 49ers. That means the Dolphins, Saints, and Texans are next in the 7th round. Then 2 more picks before the entire draft is over, and we get to Nick Caserio at the podium. But we're curious to see what happens with this final pick for the Houston Texans in the 7th round.
Is it going to be another Jaylen? Is it going to be a USC or a USC Trojan or Iowa State Cyclone? Is there a possibility of an FCS player for the first time under Nick Caserio?
7th round, anything's possible.
Anything's possible, as Kevin Garnett used to say.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
So 8 picks in this draft for the Texans. It's, there are 8-pick drafts and there are 8-pick drafts, right? Mm-hmm. Because you got through 4 rounds with 5 picks, and then you don't get another player till the 6th. So between the 6th and 7th, you got 4 players. So you're basically almost in undrafted free agent territory at that point. But as we are often reminded, in Texas history, if you like, right now. Players drafted in the 6th and 7th round who turned into something.
Ready, go.
There have been many. I mean, look, Bryce McCain.
That's
I know
the first one that comes to mind
not
for me.
right away. Derek Newton, okay? Ryan Griffin, 6th-round draft choice, didn't even go to the combine, turned into a real solid
Ryan
tight
Griffin.
end.
I love that pick.
I'll tell you what I'd like about this football team.
Heck yeah.
Just give them a shot here.
Heck yeah.
Young Ryan Griffin.
Just don't punch the window in Nashville.
Yeah, don't do that.
Just don't
when
do
they
that.
draft Kahale Waring, is that the time they did that? Oh, my gosh.
That's exactly when he did it.
I mean, did we ever get the real story? Did he do it because they drafted Waring in the 3rd round?
Knowing Ryan Griffin, it sounds like, yes, it sounds like that's a story that would have happened.
Ryan,
and I love
Waring
Ryan.
is a classic case of he's so hot. You know, he looks so good. He's so physically talented because not only did the Texans draft him in the 3rd round, it didn't work out here. He got shots. He got picked up by the Colts, the Bills. I want to say another team. I think the Bills twice or something.
Yeah.
Everybody gave him a look.
Because that's where
oh, my
game
gosh,
went.
it has to work. It has to work.
Look at him.
Yeah.
He played water polo. I remember he was the last. I've told the story before. He was the last prospect I looked at in 2019. He was the last guy. And I was I remember watching him. He wore 87 in college, and you could see the makings of Kelsey. And I remember he told us through videos of all these tight ends. Like, he was kind of a football nerd. But I had heard from a guy who is now a GM in the league,
right, that
he was not the sharpest from a football IQ standpoint.
Yeah,
and that was one of the things that –
which is important.
Right, because that person eventually said, how is he going to play for OB? Because OB liked smart, tough, and
dependable.
Did I say that out loud?
Recite it, please.
By
the way, the Texans are on the clock because the pick is in for the Saints.
Yeah.
So the Texans know who the Saints are picking because
All
they're
right.
getting forward immediately.
Come on, let's get this thing. Then after the Texans, there'll be 2 picks. And then the 2025 draft.
Clay Webb still available.
Oh, I thought you said he's the pick. Don't do that to me. Because I would like Clay Webb.
Okay.
That'd be a nice little pick.
You know, right here, why not? I mean, you're deep in round 7.
The only thing I don't want here is a long snapper, a kicker, or punter. It's the only thing I don't want. And if we draft any one of those, I'm just I'm done for the rest of the show.
Who's the tight end from Alabama?
Oh, C.J. Dupree.
Yeah, is he good? I
I'd
don't have him here. Okay.
I would like him. We got anything?
He's
we got anything yet?
Come on, Brooke, find it.
Oh, they did.
Luke
They drafted
Lache.
Yeah, they drafted a tight
There you
end.
go.
A Y inline tight end. They draft Luke Lache from out of Iowa. Now, Lache was injured in 2023. I think it was 2023. Came back in 2024. I wouldn't have a great year in 2024. But Lache is that inline Y that we've been talking about. And Iowa tight ends, I mean, a lot of ends late in the draft. George Kittle obviously comes to mind. But he's 6'5", 251 pounds, played at Iowa, really good athlete that has, I think, the ability to give you something in the pass game, but physical at the line of scrimmage. I think a guy that if he doesn't get hurt in 23, I believe that's what it was, I don't think there's any way we get him in the 7th.
Okay.
So from that standpoint, this is, I think, pretty damn good value at 255, getting an inline wide tight end that if he can stay healthy, he'll swap paint on the edge of the line of scrimmage.
This is interesting, too. I don't think I've ever seen this before at Iowa. They give an achievement award where he is a permanent team captain.
Wow.
Interesting.
He
All right.
also,
Well, that tracks, too.
You mentioned the injury. They
Yeah.
also awarded him the comeback player of the year.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely tracks.
All right.
Captains, Keonte Hamilton, captain in Rutgers, I believe. I think Jalen Smith was a captain in UFC, if I remember. That definitely tracks. So that is a great way to finish up this draft with Luke Lache, a really as I'll call him, a paint swapper. He'll want to get physical at the end of the line of scrimmage. And look, how many picks is this for us? This is 9?
Yeah.
It's 9 picks.
Mm-hmm.
We're not a team right now that it's a lock that every single one of these rookies ends up making the roster.
Of course.
That's not this team.
No. And
But
you got to be
when-
willing to accept that, especially when you picked up 4 players in the last 2 rounds.
Right. But what we have found is when the Texans Texans have drafted these rooks, stay healthy. You see them every day like, man, a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better every single day. Kamari was that last year. He got better every single day. He was healthy every single day. And that's going to be a key, especially for a guy like Lache.
All right, let's take a quick time out here. Get to Nick Caserio at the podium. That's coming up, and we'll tell you who Mr. Irrelevant is. Texans 9 picks in the 2025 draft. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and Ranch Lover's Flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting, plus 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from 20-1 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Arriba Texans! Join Somos Texans now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. By being a part of Somos Texans, you will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
This season, fans attending games at NRG Stadium can walk right through entry screening without stopping or emptying their pockets or bags. This new improvement, which is powered by Evolve Technology, the preferred fan screening provider of the Houston Texans, delivers a superior experience for Texans fans while maintaining best-in-class security protection. If you would like to enjoy the same level of convenience and security where you gather to work, live, learn, or play, visit EvolveTechnology.com to learn more. That's EVOLVTechnology.com. Evolve Technology.
Martin's famous potato rolls are now being served at NRG Stadium. What makes Martin's potato rolls and bread exceptional? Martin's rolls and bread products are made with only high-quality ingredients that provide a sweet, buttery flavor and soft, pillowy texture that perfectly complement burgers, barbecue, hot dogs, or your favorite sandwich. When only the best will do, be sure to serve Martin's famous potato rolls and bread. Pick up a pack today. To find a store near you, visit potatorolls.com.
Wildcat Golf Club is Houston's premier 36-hole golf facility. Featuring the lake located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Airport Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, along with a driving range and on-site dining at the Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all compact equipment. Learn more at MustangCat.com or call us at 888-MyCat20. Mustang Cat, building Texas, powering the world.
The Cheesy Bites Pizza is back, and now it comes with a Ranch Lover's Flight. 3 delicious ranch flavors and a large one-topping pizza with 28 rippable cheese-stuffed bites along the crust. Get a Cheesy Bites Pizza and Ranch Lover's Flight starting at $13.99. Only at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Limited time only, no substitutions. Additional charge for extra toppings and cheese. Availability, prices, and participation vary. Taxes, tip, and delivery fees extra.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Every pick, every round. It's Texans Draft Live.
And the rounds are over as the Mr. Irrelevant crew makes it to the stage to end the 2025 NFL Draft, the 24th draft in the history of the Houston Texans, and it is over. We gave you all the picks in the last segment. They have not drafted. They capped it off with a tight end. So Luke Lache from Iowa, who's a little bit different from Fedorowicz, right? Not quite as big as Fedorowicz was.
Not quite as big as Fedorowicz, but he's definitely been schooled in the inline blocking world. He's also the son of, remember Jim Lache?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Jim Lache's son.
Charger, Jim Lache.
Yeah,
Played
or
for
Redskin.
the same.
That was Redskin.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong about.
Can I say that? Sorry. Team formerly known as.
Yeah. I think he might have played for both. Hang on.
He may have.
Jim Lache.
Played at Ohio State. I know that. That was a big deal because if I remember correctly, Jim Lache is on the radio broadcast for Ohio State, so that was always kind of a weird thing.
Played for the Chargers, Raiders, and Washington. Jim Lache.
Yeah, okay.
1985 was his first year, and this is his kid. That's just great. Okay.
There've been a few of those. I mean, hell, we talked about Shador Sanders for the last 3 days. He's the son of Deion Sanders. So I mean, it's pretty clear. We're seasoned a little bit.
Okay.
Brooke, not so much, but us, yes, absolutely.
All right. So we had an eventful draft, I would say, covering it, selecting the players. Nick Caserio will be at the podium in a few minutes, and we'll have that all for you as who is Mr. Irrelevant, Brooke, because the Patriots had the pick. They traded into that position. Tell us.
The Memphis cornerback, Kobe Minor, is Mr. Irrelevant for the 2025 NFL Draft.
Okay. That's it. Draft is over. Kobe Minor ends it. So all the analysis, months, and a lot of deliberation on what was going to happen. And people's drafts, if this were like the NCAA tournament bracket, it would have been like not a 16 beating a 1, but like a 15 beating a 2, and everybody's mocks went out the window with the very second pick in the draft because Cam Ward went first to the Titans, and then the Jags trade from 5 to 2, and it's over. Everybody's mock drafts, just tear them up, out the window. Now, look, I know most teams held on to their positions in the first round. The trades didn't get rolling after that. Second one didn't happen for a while. But that was fascinating to me. Now, you could say...
How many trades were in the first round?
It was 4 or 5. I got to go back and look, Johnny.
Because I know the Rams-Falcons trade was after our trade. So I want to say we went from the Hunter trade all the way. Ours was the next trade. Yeah, there were 4 because the Chiefs and Eagles swapped at the end of the draft.
Right.
So the next trade after Hunter was us.
Yep.
So we end up with 9 players.
Yep. So, yeah.
On 7 trades. Is that right?
Is it 7 trades, Brooke?
I think that's what it was. 7 trades, right?
7 total trades.
So,
Crazy.
Nick, 7 trades. And interesting stuff, moving up to get Graham Mertz. Moving up and down this board. Now, the 4th rounder today, when they picked up Woody Marks, you got that totally because you were going to go 2 rounds without a pick, a long amount of time before you made a selection today, and you know that good players were going to be coming off the board. In fact, that's something that you want to evaluate this draft class for the Texans, and let's hope they hit home runs everywhere. But you'll look at the 4th and 5th round of this draft, and you'll say, did they miss out on players in the 4th and 5th round that they could have had if they had stuck to those rounds or gotten more capital in those rounds as opposed to I'm not going to say they were top heavy, but they had what they had. They had 5 picks on Friday night. They eventually traded one of those away, and then they didn't pick again until rounds 6 and 7, but they moved up into 4 because of that 3rd round selection from next year.
Well, that's to me, obviously there's no offense, there's a trade-off, no pun intended. But there is a trade-off. Like, okay, we want to go up and get Woody Marks, running back from USC. Well, we got to give something up. Now, part of that was giving up the 3rd rounder from next year, but I think you can look at any draft, Mark, and look at any round that you're not in. Oh, are you going to regret not having, we talked about that in 2020, 2021. We talked about, are we going to regret not having first rounders? But what was the trade-off? The trade-off was we had Laramie Tunsil. Those drafts were tough because we're watching the 2020, 2021 drafts go by, and we're not drafting until the 3rd round or whatever it was.
That's a good point.
But we had Laramie Tunsil. So now you look at it and go, okay, I think you start having FOMO on those 2 rounds if Woody doesn't work. You start seeing a couple of players that, well, man, this guy went to 5th round. What if we had that? Yeah, you're going to have some of that. But for the most part, look, if Woody Marks ends up being the type of 3rd down back that he could be, and that evolves into more, you won't regret anything. It's like when, look at the Will Anderson trade. If you don't make the Will Anderson trade, maybe you end up with Sam Laporta, the second pick or the top pick in the 2nd round, maybe. Instead of Trey getting him, maybe you get him.
Mm-hmm.
But we got Will Anderson. So we get to look at life with Will Anderson Jr. Yeah, we never know what it might have been with Sam Laporta or not, but we wouldn't have Will Anderson here. And think about what that's been. So to me, I kind of look at it as a trade-off. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to have this, oh, gosh, I wish that. There are all kinds of picks I wish we could have had, all that kind of stuff. But I think they were able to find best available at a number of key positions, guys that can come in and do this right away. And the last couple of years, they've hit on 1st through 4th rounds. So let's say Higgins, Ursery, Noel, Jaylen, and Woody. Say those 5. Of those 5, say 3 of them hit. Like they become solid starters the level Kamari was last year.
Huge.
Right,
Huge.
Exactly. So that's my point is you don't need everything to work out.
No.
But you definitely, of your top 4 rounds, you gotta make sure that you've hit on those. And I look at those picks, not that I don't look at the others and think, getting Jaylen Reed in the 6th round is it's a steal. That's huge. But the 4 rounds last year, Kamari, Cade, you got those guys, and we're going to go to the podium right now.
How did y'all feel about the draft class as a whole? I'll start with that first.
Yeah, we feel really good about this draft class. Put a lot of work in, with our scouts, our coaches. Guys put a lot of work in and did a great job evaluating talented guys, not only about the talent but also the people. We brought in a ton of great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's worked well for us, and we think these guys come in and contribute and help our team get better.
Mika, most of the guys, we talk to them after each round, every time you guys drafted someone, and they all seem to talk about how much they love football and excited to get here. Is that the kind of, when you talk about that mindset that you were looking for in addition to talent?
The mindset is definitely everything, right? If you have the mindset to work, the mindset that you really enjoy and love playing football, that fits our building, that works for us, that works with the guys that we already have here. We have a ton of guys in our locker room already who love football, and I just believe that when you love the game of football, right, we're gonna get your best. Right, when you go through those difficult days, when there's going to be hard moments in training camp, hard moments throughout the season, I feel like your love for football will give you that edge to keep pushing through when the difficult moments come.
Mika, how much do you enjoy getting these new players in and getting a chance to teach them and see them learn and grow?
It's really exciting when you get the chance to work with young, talented guys. You see, we started to, put together this developmental plan for the guys and see where they can grow and who they can become. It's very exciting to me when you see the young guys and where they end up in 3-4 years down the road. They can create a lot of value for themselves, guys, and we got a lot of guys who can come in and help us right away. So it's exciting to work with them.
Mika, besides good football players and good guys, was there a theme to you to what you hope to accomplish and kind of the makeup of these guys?
Yeah, we set out to accomplish adding great football players to our team, then come in and improve our team, come in and compete, and that's what we did, right? That's always the focus of the draft. That's what we did. We feel really good about this class, fired up to get to work with these guys in a couple weeks.
Do you all plan to be active in the undrafted free agent?
Kind of working through that here a little bit. So, draft was just over, so a lot of that will come to fruition here over the next, few hours. So, roster spot-wise, I think we're, with the draft picks, call it 83, 84. So, theoretically, it leaves about, a handful of spots. So, if you go beyond 5 or 6 spots, then if you add more players, then you'd have to make some decisions about the guys currently on your roster. So we'll take a look at what the opportunities are, and if there's a situation that makes sense, we'll pursue it. If not, then there'll be other avenues like we've talked about to potentially add players to the team.
Going back to the combine, you talked about resetting the offensive line. How much does Keonte Hamilton, his addition, give you someone that can be a cornerstone potentially in the future?
Yeah, we had a guy who brings, that physicality, the mindset that I really think helps offensive linemen be good at their job. He's done a great job of playing left tackle and still has room to grow and develop, so excited about adding him.
Hey, Nick, without asking you about what was on the order of your board, when you look at now getting through, was it pretty true to where you guys ended up, or were there some surprises or some balls?
Yeah, I would say there weren't too many surprises. I mean, as we go through, and we're very, I'd say, diligent and disciplined when it comes to what's the grade. Go back to the report, similar to what we talked about here a little bit last night, regardless of the round. 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, what do the grades tell us? And to make the decisions based off that, go back to our evaluations, look at our coaches' evaluations, what do they thought, who are the players that we liked, how do we feel about them, and just make a decision. So honestly, you just kind of follow the dotted line and don't jump outside of what the normal protocol is. So I think we've been very disciplined and consistent since D'Amico has been the head coach, and that's how we approached it, and we feel it's a pretty good formula for us.
D'Amico, how do you feel about the 2 receivers that you guys were able to draft earlier, both of the teammates from Iowa State?
Both guys, Jaylen and Jaylen, terrific men, first and foremost, and you got 2 different guys, right? You talk about playmaking ability, Jaylen's ability to stretch the field and the deep end of the part of the field, and you have Jaylen, just a big target, very similar. I know a lot of people say very similar to Nico and what he's able to do, but you get a receiver, his stature, his catch radius just opens up a lot of things for us offensively that I know all of our guys are excited about. CJ should be excited about, the targets that he has to throw to.
You didn't end up adding a guard. Does that mean you all feel satisfied with the way the room looks as of now, or is that something that you all will look at as a further?
Yeah, we'll look at what the opportunities are. I mean, again, offensive linemen come in different sizes. You have guards only, you have center only, you have tackle only, you have tackles that can play guard that can play tackle. So, I mean, honestly, the more you can prove, like we talked about, Titus never played guard before. So, and we didn't know how good he was going to be until he went in there. And honestly, he played at a pretty competitive level. So, I mean, there's no list that says we need to go find a guard like we talked about last night. I mean, if someone can tell me what a need is, or what drafting for need, or what finding a specific player. I mean, if you play one spot, you better be really good at it. If you play multiple spots, it creates more opportunities for you. And we'll put the 5 best guys out there, whenever we need to play in September.
Nick, you joked yesterday about having all the Jaylens, and then you got another one today. I feel you're going to have some sort of nickname.
We're going to need some name tags, yes, we will. Those are 7 Jaylen, Jaden. We'll figure it out. So.
Nick, can you just, Shane played you in the Texan organization. I felt like a high compliment earlier today. Talk about having relationships, because with all the trading going in and out, they were able to execute a deal with you all, and it gave you a high compliment. I mean, obviously, y'all not jump out and go be saying kumbaya with each other, but the fact that you have established relationships that folks can come in, make a deal, but yet you kept the integrity of your draft board like you wanted it.
Yeah, we try to be honest and open in our communication. We're not trying to pull any punches. We have a lot of respect and appreciation for our opponents and other people in this league that are in our spot. So try to handle our business professionally. I think they know how we operate. We're always willing to listen. We're always willing to have conversations, and we're not pulling any punches. Because the minute you do that, you start to sacrifice, what your intentions are. We're pretty straightforward. I mean, I'd say that's where D'Amico and I are pretty similar. We're kind of, cut to the chase. What's the bottom line? And we're not pulling any punches, and we do it in a respectful way. I think we both believe that's the best way to operate, and the fact that other people feel that way is certainly we appreciate that, and it's our job. There's reciprocity involved in this league, because you never know when the next situation, the next opportunity is going to come up, and if you're consistent with your dealings, then they know what to expect when we pick up the phone, or when the next opportunity presents itself.
One for D'Amico and then one for Nick. Getting a complimentary bag like Woody and his skill set, and for Nick, you talked about programs yesterday, but Rutgers and Iowa, as you get there toward the end, getting players from those schools.
Really like Woody and what he's able to provide. Really like him out of the backfield, catching the football. Really great hands. Really has that ability to make guys miss at the line of scrimmage, and the ability to play behind past, addition of him to our running back room?
Yeah, I'd say you're probably looking at two of the best college football coaches in, arguably in the history of the sport. I mean, what Coach Ferentz has done at Iowa, second to none. So I'd say it's similar in some respects to what Coach Campbell is doing at Iowa State. They're kind of like mirror images of one another. Coach Schiano, obviously has experience in the NFL, but what he's done with the Rutgers program, I think you understand the profile of the players that they're bringing in, and there's certainly a developmental aspect to those programs. They're coached hard, they prepare hard, they compete. That shows up in their play, and so we have a lot of respect. There's a lot of programs we have a lot of respect for throughout the country, and those coaches, they deserve that.
Generally speaking, we see year after year how guys can kind of fall throughout the draft based off of interviews. From you guys' perspective, how important is the interview process when a prospect is going through the draft process, generally speaking, of course?
I think the interview portion is very important for us, just getting to know the person, right, and putting the emphasis. We watch the tape multiple times. We have a lot of people who watch the tape and dug in on the tape, and you know what a player is and what his role can be for your team. Now, for me, the interview portion is just getting to know the personality, getting to know the guy, and how does he fit into our locker room.
Take a couple more. You all drafted a pair of teammate duos and then a group of guys that kind of all knew each other growing up. Just how does having a draft class that has some prior relationships help foster their growth as they go into the NFL?
It probably gives them a certain level of comfort because they have a familiar face, because a lot of these players, they're going into new situations, new surrounding city, new everything. So to have somebody familiar, it's probably more for the players. D'Amico could probably speak to that. So maybe it just helps them ease their transition quite a bit. I don't think we said going to the draft, we're going to draft pairs of players or people. And a lot of these guys know each other, even if they aren't at the same school. So just there's so many different all-star games, bowl games, different opportunities for them.
This is for both of y'all. Y'all both talk about football players. You got a defensive tackle y'all drafted who's been a quarterback. You got a player that's on the offensive line that's been a quarterback, tight end. Is this the definition of what you guys go, hey, can he play football? That means can D'Amico go line up and play quarterback when he was young or whatever the case might be? Is this what we're talking about?
No shot.
I just want to make somebody take a shot and go on after you.
No, it just goes to the versatility that we really like in football players. I think when you find good football players, you find that somewhere in their background they've been very versatile, whether that's playing other sports, not only other positions, but you just find the athletes can do multiple things, right? And there's a lot of examples of guys in our league that have played multiple sports, multiple positions, and having that versatility and flexibility just allows you to do many more things with the roster, in my mind.
We'll close with Kim and John.
Okay. Graham talked about how Graham Mertz talked about how he had met with you all during the process. He really enjoyed him, and what did you like most?
Yeah, got a lot of playing experience. Had some success at Wisconsin. They kind of went through the coaching transition there a little bit, and then he felt like the best opportunity for him was at Florida, and then he played there his first year, and then he got hurt a little bit obviously this year, but good demeanor, good presence, has good leadership, good size, throws a pretty good ball. So the type of player that we felt had some traits and characteristics of that position that we wanted to work with, and we had him here in the building, and he was as advertised. So, we'll see how it goes when he gets here.
We're going to have a lot of opportunities to talk to you guys about the talent that these players have. Is it anybody in this process that you guys talk to? Is there a funny story? Is there a personality that you guys stand out and said, he's going to be a character?
Ooh.
They all get to talk to him.
Yeah,
they get to talk to me. So,
I guess jumping off the bat is Jaylen Smith. I think he's the one who felt like he was already a Texan on his visit because he knew, Kalen, knowing other guys, know a lot of guys on our team. So he's a very fun guy to talk to throughout the process. I was like, man, all you have to do is we have to get you some gear. But I felt like he was already a Texan from the moment he came on his visit.
Thanks, Willis.
All right.
Entire secondary.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Your home for the Houston Texans and the NFL is right here. This is Houston's Sports.
All right, that's it. That was the board acting up. A poltergeist in the board. That was the press conference. D'Amico Ryans, head coach of your Texans, and executive vice president and general manager Nick Caserio. The draft is over 9 players picked. Go to HoustonTexans.com for all the information and all our social media channels for reactions of the players as they get picked, the phone calls, my Twitter account, or X, at Texans Voice for Johnny's assessment of the picks as they were coming off the board. We want to thank John Harris. There's nobody like him. There's nobody like him in the country. I will stand on a table. I will dive from a cliff to tell you that there is no draft analyst in the nation that can do what he does, and that is a fact, Jack, no question. John Harris, the best, and we had him on for every second of this draft. Sean Pendergast, thank you so much for helping us out. Brooke Kirchhoffer, her debut. What a tremendous day for Brooke, helping us out with the board. And Robert Hensley, Thursday and Friday night. Love working with Robert as he gives us all the picks and trades, etc., and Andre Ware on night number 1. Byron, you were awesome producing. So was Chris last night. Everybody for contributing to our draft coverage. 16 hours of Texans Draft Live over 3 days. It is done. Be listening. Texans All Access, 6 o'clock Monday. We'll have Nick Caserio on with another visit this week. You'll hear from the picks. It'll be great. Have a great night. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.